15 years ago, some of the Taoists of the Mutang clan cursed the head of Sapa and called him evil. When his fury reached its peak, a great battle known as the Great Battle began. However, the leader himself was not there. From the very beginning, his main target was the Mutang clan itself. The head of Sapa burned down 3 palaces in search of a man who could answer why he was accused of all sins, but they went to war against him. They continued their confrontation and called him a vile and wicked egoist. And although a truce was concluded, the authority of Mutang, which had been a sacred place of Taoism for the last 1,000 years, weakened. He became the lowest of the 9 Kung Fu clans, but that no longer mattered to the leader, and he was far from being a master with such a character. He was surrounded by hypocritical clan members who only pretended to care in public. Over time, thanks to his unwavering and clear mind, the memories became even clearer in his head. The head of the Sapa clan could only assume that this was a deathbed revelation. His loved ones gathered around his bed. Among them was his student, and the elders, his loyal comrades with whom they had created Sapachan. But among all those present, the leader could not see Chon Eum-young. Despite his shortcomings, he was very loyal. Chon Eum-young had gone in search of the herb of eternal youth for the head of Sapa, and had not yet returned. The leader wanted to see him again. Chon Eum-young was probably picking weeds at that time, because he knew nothing about medicinal herbs. The old man began to suffocate more and more often. Perhaps his time had come, for he was already 80 years old. With sadness in his eyes, he reflected on how difficult it had been to reach this position. He was nicknamed Hugh Kren Mugan. He was the master of Sapachan, combining 3 cruelties. Betrayal and deception were the reasons that elevated Sape. Pointing at him, people said he was a scoundrel, although they could not understand anything. Thanks to this, he ruled in Sapec for years and overcame trials. He could spend time with his concubines at any time. The treasuries were filled with gold and silver. With a wave of his hand, troubles were resolved. This was the power of his authority. And yet, the greatest wealth was life. A person could not go against the will of heaven, and when the time came, he had to leave. Now the chief even felt a little regret and sadness. If he had known he would leave like this, he would have spent all the money from the treasury and spent time with Hua Yan. Although the leader had managed to take care of the traders, however, he felt that with every movement, life was leaving his body. At that moment, his comrades, feigning tears, discussed how his soul was taking too long to leave his body. Their tears flowed not from sadness, but from joy that such an evil and cruel man was about to leave this world. His disciple was going to deal with this. Perhaps he was the only one loyal to the leader, as all attention had been focused on him since the age of 60. The leader gave his disciple everything that he himself had been deprived of while he was a disciple. But at that moment, he was struck by a sharp pain. His comrades continued to rejoice that Chon Eum-young had not returned with the healing herb of eternal youth. The mere thought that this scoundrel would live forever and never grow old sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, the disciple joined them, and together they began to pray that the master's spirit would leave his body quickly. The old man guessed that such thoughts could be in the minds of everyone who pointed their fingers at him. But why then did they not behave this way from the start? Although, in reality, the chief had always lived this way. He saw the Grim Reaper before him. If his name was spoken 3 times, the old man would have to go to the other world. The chief accepted that he did not have long to live and was about to close his eyes forever. But to the surprise of everyone present, loud cries rang out. It was the sobbing Chon Eum-young rushing in. He was very afraid that he would not make it back in time. The head was glad to see him. It was gratifying to realize that this man had lived for him. But to everyone's surprise, Chon Eum-young had found the herb of eternal youth and managed to bring it to the dying old man. The chief's companions and his disciple were amazed by what they saw. The old man himself was incredibly happy to hear this news. Chon Eum-young tearfully begged the head to eat the healing herb quickly, and without delay, he shoved the unwashed root of the plant right into the mouth of the old man, who almost choked on it. The Reaper had not disappeared all this time and uttered the head's name for the first time. Hyukun Mugen could not chew the plant and, in a panic, thought about getting someone to silence the Reaper. Chon Eum-young noticed that the old man couldn't chew, pulled out the plant, and was about to feed it to him. With one hand, he grabbed the head and opened its jaw wide. With his other hand, he began to squeeze the plant, squeezing the juice out of it. At that moment, Hyukun Mugen only thought about how dirty his ward's hands were. Everyone who had been eagerly awaiting the chief's death realized that he had managed to eat the herb of eternal youth after all. They pounced on Chon Eum-young, trying to pull him away from the old man and ignoring his cries of protest. Hearing the Reaper call his name for the second time, Hyukun Mugen shouted that he needed more grass. He was in such a hurry that he stopped paying attention to Chon Eum-young's dirty hands and tried to catch as much of the plant's juice as possible. But the young man suddenly shoved the entire root, along with his fist, into the old man's mouth. Hyukrin Mugen felt his soul leaving his body and thought he was too late. And if he could live forever, it would be interesting to see if he could handle such a task or not. Chonumyung realized that the old man's soul had left his body and began to mourn him. Meanwhile, the soul grieved only for the money and for Hua Yin. But something changed, and the soul began to rush back into the body. To prevent this, the Reaper grabbed the old man by his ghostly hair. But to his disappointment, he could not hold on to it, and the soul rushed back. Before doing so, it decided to tease the already angry Reaper, but the Reaper smiled because the old man was rejoicing in vain. There was no one yet who could withstand such a thing. Hyukrin Mugen was not going to open his eyes until the Reaper of Death disappeared. Lying with his eyes closed, he heard the voices of the elders. Deciding that the Reaper had already left, the head of Sapa decided to see what was happening. Unexpectedly for himself, and in a completely incomprehensible way, Hyukrin Mugen found himself in Mutanga. Taoist monks looked at him with concern from all sides. They thanked heaven for the good fortune that had allowed this man to wake up. Hyukrin Mugen began to remember that he had eaten the grass of eternal youth, and the Reaper could not take him away. But why was he in another body? It seemed impossible. The head of Sapa tried to move his arm, but nothing happened. He realized with horror that he could not move at all. Even the slightest attempt caused intense pain throughout his body. One of the monks tried to calm him down and asked him not to overexert himself. It turned out that the young man whose body the head was now in had gone to gather medicinal herbs for his mentor, but had fallen off a cliff. Hyukrin Mugen did not understand what they were talking about, but suddenly memories flooded his mind. The boy, abandoned by his parents, was hungry and freezing from the cold, but he was lucky enough to meet a kind Taoist monk. The monk took care of the child, who later grew up to be a grateful young man. But one day, Sapa-chan seriously injured the monk, causing his chakra to close. The 17-year-old young man went to Mount Mutang to find medicinal herbs to save his mentor, but he lost his footing and fell off a cliff into an abyss. There were too many memories, and Hyukrin Mugen could not understand whose they were. The monks realized that something was wrong with him, and after checking his pulse, decided that they needed to hurry. They touched points on the young man's head and body. Thanks to these actions, a stream of energy flowed into his body. Hyukrin Mugen realized that it was sacred Taoist energy. Could it be that the Reaper of Death had ordered the monks to destroy the head of Sapa himself? When the deed was done, all the monks breathed a sigh of relief. They rejoiced that they had been able to safely concentrate the energy of the 6 yawns in his stomach and restore his bones and blood vessels. One of the monks tearfully thanked the elder and his brothers for their mercy. This greatly surprised Hyukrin Mugen because this energy caused him unimaginable pain, and he even thought that the monks were torturing him on purpose. Everything was interconnected. The mentor saved the life of the young man who had risked his own for him. One of the monks suggested making the young man a disciple of Myungjin, since a significant part of the yang energy was now concentrated in him. This was possible, and the young man would become Myungjin's first disciple, even though his chakra was blocked. The elder asked what Myungjin himself thought about this, and he admitted that he had wanted this for a long time. If the elder allowed it, he would diligently teach this young man. After a moment's thought, the elder gave his approval. His decision was met with obvious enthusiasm by the other monks. It was against established traditions, but since no one spoke out against it, the young man was to become Myungjin's disciple. The mentor bowed deeply and thanked the supreme elder for his decision and kindness. Now they had to choose a name for the disciple at the temple. The first part was taken from the teacher's name, and Myungjin decided to add the ending Mu. The young man's name now sounded like Jin Mu, and the monks and the elder liked it. However, Hyukrin Mugen did not like it at all, nor did the Taoist monks themselves. Moreover, he considered their system of choosing names to be rather foolish, where Myung was the mentor elder, Jin was the first disciple, and Chon was the second disciple. The elder called for the ceremony to be performed again for Jin Mu's recovery, and the monks joined hands. The head of Sapa watched tensely and did not understand what they were going to do this time. Holding hands, the monks recited words of healing, causing Jin Mu to experience bouts of pain. He begged them to stop, but they continued to expel demons and evil spirits from the young man's body. They prayed for his tormented body to recover as soon as possible. Jinmu wept from such treatment and was angry. If a person was sick, they applied a compress and a splint, not caused even more suffering. He was the most immoral and despicable master of Sapachan. Together with Ilwan Magyu and Jeonmu Meng, he ruled over the 3 divided Murim. Now, in the completely destroyed Mutang, he became a disciple named Jin Mu. These were all the deeds of the Reaper of Death. Now, thoughts of Dodin's death overwhelmed the head. That was the young man's name before he became Myungjin's disciple. Now, because the energy of the 6 Yangs was concentrated in his body, all the power he had possessed before turned to dust. With anger, Hyukrin Mugen realized that he could not even master the technique of the Great Dragon. But when his teacher called out to him, he turned to him with a smile. Perhaps it was an unconditional reflex. The memories of Dodin remained in his mind, so when Myungjin addressed him, he always responded politely. His memories were like the Kim Gang bracelet that controlled Sonogon. Looking at his teacher, it seemed as if the other events had happened only yesterday. During Mutong's fall, Myungjin, despite burning half of his hand, guarded the Jiso Palace to the last. Hyukrin Mugen was furious, thinking that he should not have been left alive, along with everything else related to Mutong. But when the teacher offered him lunch, Jinmu happily promised to cook something. Despite his anger, he replied politely again. And now, as the Lord of Marima and Master of Sapakon, Hyukrin Mugen was busy cutting vegetables. Then he diligently cooked soup for his mentor. Finally, putting his whole soul into it, he prepared a delicious lunch. Realizing all this, Hyukrin Mugen threw the plate away in anger. What did he need to do to get out of this body? Some time passed, and it was time for training. Myungjin sat in the courtyard, drinking tea from an elegant bowl. He watched his student. Jinmu had just drawn his sword from its sheath. After that, the young man stood in a stance and concentrated. Then he lunged, and energy built up around the sword and in the space around him. These actions caused surprise on the face of his mentor. It seemed incredible that Jinmu was already able to fill his sword with energy. It was a difficult task even for those who had trained for many years. The young man managed to do it after 3 months of practice. Hyukrin Mugen thought to himself sarcastically that his teacher had forgotten to mention that he only studied martial arts in theory. Throughout the 3 months, Myungjin had explained the essence of the 6 yang energies to Jinmu in words. He himself could not practice because of his closed chakra. Hyukrin Mugen was disgusted by the thought that he would have to continue studying yang energy. But the memories of the previous owner controlled his body, and he could not do anything about it or resist his mentor. Myungjin suggested that such successes were due to the fact that the young man had the energy of the 6 yans. But even if he was talented, he needed more time to master it. And yet, the mentor could not see the logic in this. In Hyukrin Mugen's view, everything was quite logical. The experience of his past life made itself felt, and he seemed to be a talented student. But it was worth acknowledging that studying Mutong's martial art was quite an interesting activity. Compared to the fast-paced and dangerous art of Sapa, here he made concessions every day and even started eating vegetables. This style was more systematic and safer, and it was no wonder that it was so popular. Jinmu became more and more immersed in training. Immersed in his studies, he remembered his first martial arts lesson and therefore did not notice how time flew by. That's how a whole year flew by unnoticed. Jinmu had already mastered the energy of the 6 yans quite well. He continued to train hard, performing complex movements with his sword. His opponent was a tree growing in the yard, as evidenced by the damaged trunk. When another training session was over, Jinmu decided that Mutong's first student could afford some stewed meat after such exercises. He admitted that Mutong's martial arts surpassed everything he had studied before. But there was one problem. His chi energy was not increasing. Of course, he had mastered the sword skillfully, and everyone in Mutong could be speechless at the sight of him. But that wasn't enough for him, and Hyukrin Mugen was dissatisfied. He wanted to take up the martial art of Sapa, jumping several stages at once. But this was impossible due to the opposition of internal forces. He wanted to reach the absolute level as soon as possible. It was a pity that it was impossible to reduce the level of training to 0. However, quite a lot had been done over the past year. Now he needed to become the chief disciple before midnight. A young man passed by and seeing Jinmu practicing, said that he already resembled the chief disciple. It was a second-tier disciple whose name the young man could not remember, and he thought irritably that he could have been more polite. He sat down and continued that it was worth becoming the chief disciple in order to train with the supreme mentor, and then he could become his comrade in arms. Jinmu listened to these arguments with irritation and did not understand why this student had become so talkative, although he usually only brought grain. This young man also dreamed of becoming an assistant. Then he could receive the highest reward and learn the secret of double energy. These words distracted Jinmu from his training, and he turned to the disciple. He was intrigued by the words about the legendary secret of dual energy. This technique, which allowed 2 energies to be combined in one body, had been secretly passed down from generation to generation in Mutong. It appeared long before the birth of Hyukrin Mugen, and there was no one in Mutong who could apply it in practice. But what if he succeeded? Then the energies would unite in harmony, and he would once again be able to use the Dark Dragon technique. Jinmu asked his student if he was sure of his words. It turned out that this was a well-known fact. These words inspired Hyukrin Mugen, and he was going to learn more about it. In the student's opinion, it was something completely impossible. All the disciples, and not only those from their palace, had to compete for this place. It was a great competition. Jinmu did not perceive his rivals as an obstacle. If he saw the road, he just had to move forward. Traditionally, the strongest should become the best. He was going to get rid of his rivals, one by one, and then take the place of the chief student. Carrying a tray with a chicken, he rejoiced that there was an opportunity to return the dark dragon technique and get rid of the surrounding generosity. The chicken was intended for Myung-jin, to whom the young man brought it with joy on his face. Now he had to heal his teacher's body. Because of him, Jinmu could not leave Mount Mutong. His body was restless, and his legs kept bringing him back. And in order to get rid of this condition, he had to take care of his mentor's health first. There was only one way. The sick man needed to eat a lot of meat to recover. It took Jinmu a lot of effort to convince his teacher to eat meat, as it was forbidden in Mutong. The food improved Myungjin's condition, and Jinmu became less anxious and was even able to leave for a short time. After that, the young man went back to practicing his strikes on the tree. He couldn't share his plans with his teacher. If his teacher started asking questions, the whole truth might come out. After all, he couldn't lie in this body. In any case, after Myungjin recovered and he received the status of chief disciple, all that would remain for him to do was to master the technique of double energy. While Jinmu was thinking, someone timidly called out to him. Reacting, he blocked the frightened student's path with his sword. Seeing that it was a person in front of him, Jinmu was so frightened that he almost attacked him automatically. The disciple asked if he was Jin's brother, although he had never seen him before. Jinmu looked at his interlocutor and noticed his large forearms and round belly. It was as if his relatives were pigs. The young man introduced himself. He was a student named Chung from the Wanghwa Palace. He brought fresh food, but Jinmu could only think about pork. Chan was clearly not giving it his all. If he had tried, he would not have gained weight by eating only grass. Where had the student who had recently arrived gone? And why had another been sent in his place? Jinmu ordered him to leave the food and go away. He was surprised that this student was a replacement for the previous one. Just as the young man was about to continue training, Chan's shout rang out from behind him. But these enthusiastic exclamations did not allow Jinmu to concentrate. But Chan didn't seem to notice, and even sat down to watch the training. This began to drive Jinmu crazy and prevented him from practicing. He approached Chan and asked why he wasn't training if he said he was from the Wanhua Palace. It turned out that the student had a break today. It was as if he had heard Jinmu's mental hint to leave, and he asked permission to stay because if he returned, he would have nothing to do. Jinmu thought about it. Wouldn't it be better to spend a free day with his peers? He asked Chan directly if there was really no one at the Wanhua Palace, and if he had no one to hang out with, to which he received the answer that everyone was very busy. Jinmu suddenly realized something and asked if the other students scattered when Chan approached, and he was right. The student considered himself the most incompetent. Another student was supposed to deliver the food, but they asked him to do it, and if Chan failed, ridicule would be inevitable. Jinmu realized that the student was an outcast, but he himself was not aware of it. He was a simple-minded simpleton who was bullied by everyone, and, moreover, resembled someone else in his lack of talent. Hyukrin Mugen remembered Chon Woo-myung, the only one he missed. He was ill-mannered, loyal, and always positive. Jinmu told him not to interfere and to train somewhere else. Then, everything should be fine. However, he himself was curious to see how the students trained in Mutong, and he began to watch Chan's diligent movements closely. Chan paid no attention and diligently performed all the movements. Jinmu learned the Chilsung fist fighting technique, which was part of the basic skills. At first, he thought Chan was lazy, but it turned out that he was training diligently. However, he did not take his body proportions into account at all. Chan was overweight, and his movements were heavy and slow. Therefore, his opponent could easily predict his moves. The student did not have a partner who could suggest that if his arms were short, he should use other techniques, such as kicking more often. The more Jinmu watched, the more frustrated he became. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and interrupted the training to ask why his striking technique was so chaotic. He began to explain to Chan that since he was overweight, he needed a partner. Training with a tree would be useless. The student's eyes looked in different directions, and it seemed that he understood absolutely nothing. Jinmu grabbed his head and tried again to explain what he meant. Seeing that this was not working, he grabbed Chan by the ear and dragged him away. Then, without letting go, he tried to explain how to stand correctly. Jinmu ordered him to repeat the training. He needed to teach Chan as quickly as possible so that he could get rid of his incorrect technique as soon as possible. At first, the student looked at the young man with incomprehension, but then happily began to repeat the technique. Now, Jinmu and Chan practiced the movements together. The young man was clearly much more experienced and calm, while Chan diligently repeated the movements of the technique. At one point, he even went on the offensive and threw his arm forward, but immediately received a blow to the head from Jinmu, who had already calculated all the student's moves. It was a lightning-fast blow. While Chan's short arm was slowly approaching Jinmu, his fist had already reached his opponent. The young man realized that even though he had started moving earlier, the senior student was still able to get ahead of him, Jinmu advised him not to waste time on useless position changes and to focus on the target. To achieve results with his fist, he had to work quickly and sharply. Only after receiving a good beating would his body be able to begin to learn something. Jinmu ordered him to repeat the movements and instructed Chan to work his legs more actively and not change his position. At one point, the student's sluggishness infuriated him, and he kicked him in the groin while demonstrating the technique. Then he demonstrated the next one by poking Chan in the eyes with his fingers. The student asked if these were cowardly techniques, but Jinmu assured him that cowards don't fight. It's all over when the opponent falls. To reinforce the material, he started the training from the beginning. After several repetitions, Chan collapsed to the ground, grateful but exhausted. Jinmu grunted. The student did not give up until the very end. It was clear that he was a stubborn guy. Chong leaned against the wall, trying to catch his breath and recover. If he had understood at least the second time that it was not worth making unnecessary lunges, he would not have been so exhausted. This foolish boy would only hinder Jinmu on his path to becoming the chief disciple. Realizing this, he asked Chan not to come here anymore, starting the next day, and he threatened to destroy him if he dared to show up. Chan trembled and replied fearfully that he understood everything. Jinmu watched as the frightened boy quickly ran away, but for some reason, he still felt uneasy. He hoped that after everything that had been said, the boy would not return. Jinmu called out to his mentor, who had come out into the courtyard for some reason. Myungjin had never seen this child here before, and the student replied that the boy was a little stupid and had a lot to learn. Myungjin noticed that his student and Chang had had a good time and advised him to do the right thing, looking happy as he did so. Jinmu didn't understand this at all, and since he still had to prepare dinner, he asked the teacher to hurry up. The next day, the mentor went for a walk early in the morning. Jinmo was going to practice, but his thoughts kept returning to the boy from yesterday who had not come back. This brought relief, and he could calmly begin his training, but he was unable to do so because an unfamiliar student called out to him in a rather rude manner. Behind him stood Chan, whom Jinmu immediately recognized because he still reminded him of a piglet. Next to Chan stood a student from Manhwa named Jinho. Jinmu pondered. If this was Jinho, then his status was higher than his, as the mentor from the Chill generation was the best of the 7 masters of Mutang. But why did this student need to come here? Jinmu thought he should be polite and asked why the senior student had come. But Jinho was angry and asked what Jinmu was doing and that he had come here because of Chunwoo. Since Jinmu had taught him cowardly techniques, he had hurt another child during training. Chunwoo stood silently, looking guilty, his eyes downcast, trembling with fear. While Jinho was making his complaints, Jinmu thought to himself that the boy had managed to win. But in response to the senior student's shouts, Jinmu pretended that his ears were blocked and told himself. He replied to Jinho that any means were acceptable to win, and if he wasn't going to say anything useful, he'd better leave. Was it worth coming here at the crack of dawn for such nonsense? Especially since they weren't even friends? Jinho listened in shock and thought that this student was quite strange. He knew Jinmu as a kind and caring child, but arrogance and ignorance had turned him into a real bully. Jinho didn't understand what could have changed the young man so much. Perhaps he had accumulated too much chi energy. Everything fell into place when he assumed that he taught with words without resorting to practice. If you trained alone, you became arrogant, and your soul changed for the worse. Jinho prepared his sword. Even though he was not a student of the Yongan Palace and could not teach Jinmu morality, he had no right to turn a blind eye to this. As the senior student, he was obliged to teach a lesson. Jinmu calmly looked at the weapon. He said sarcastically that enlightenment was certainly a plague. Unsheathing his blade, he anticipated defeating Jinho, becoming famous as a result, and moving one step closer to his goal. But he couldn't use a real blade, and Jinmu wondered if he could use the sheath. Jinho was very angry that this insolent student had started smirking again. Jinmu thought it was time to start the fight, and since the senior student wasn't starting, he was going to do it himself. He lunged, but Jinho reacted quickly and managed to block the blow. Because Jinmu aimed at the acupuncture point of the spiritual gate, Jinho realized that he was using the 13 Swords fencing technique, but instead of smooth transitions, his movements were sharp and fast. Jinho was going to repay him in kind, but his opponent could spot any weakness because they were using the same technique. The senior student could not harm another student, so he had to use his wrist. But Jinmu used any technique in the fight and struck Jinho in the groin when he least expected it. Because of this, Jinho almost missed the blow, but managed to parry it. Jinmu's next blow was aimed at his opponent's eye, but Jinho managed to block it too. After all, he was the senior student. The essence of the 13 Swords technique was to disarm the opponent by pressing on a point. This could be done in 13 ways, but there was one rule. The spirit of the sword holder must not wish death upon the opponent. Jinho realized that since Jinmu was aiming for the eyes and groin, he was partially using the Sapa technique. Angered that his student had used a vile and lowly martial art, Jinho struck his opponent with a powerful blow. But this fury played into Jinmu's hands, and he lunged forward. Enraged, Jinho lost his vigilance, and the blow landed right on the spiritual gate. The weapon flew out of the disheartened senior student's hands. Jinho realized he had lost and stared at his hand in shock. But despite his defeat, he was not upset. It was amazing that Jinmu had waited for the right moment to strike and achieved this in just 1 year. In this, he resembled his mentor when he was younger. Jinho couldn't help but praise such a wonderful successor, and with a smile, he began to praise his opponent. Suddenly, Jinmu's fist slammed into his jaw. Jinho fell to the ground with a broken nose, and his student jumped on top of him. He tried to stop Jinmu because the fight was already over, but Jinmu was determined to finish the job and swung his fist again. Jinmu enjoyed the process of striking and even calmed down from it. Finally, he managed to release the anger that had built up because of Myungjin. The frightened Chunwoo watched the whole fight. Seeing the senior student's beaten face, the boy thought it was very cruel. Looking at Jinmu shaking his hands, Chunwoo realized that he had now seen his true face. The boy thought that because of his solitary training, no one suspected what this student was capable of. Chunwoo did not condemn him, but was fascinated by this person. Seeing that the boy was staring at him, Jinmu ordered him to take Jinho to the infirmary in the Cheondong Palace. He watched as Chunwoo descended the stairs carrying his senior student on his shoulder and rejoiced that he had taken the first step toward his goal. The news of his victory would spread quickly. It didn't matter that the traditions of Taoism had not been observed. Strength decided everything, and in this, he had no equal. Smiling, he began to wonder which of the disciples in Mutan was considered the strongest. He was determined to harness the energy of the 6 Yangs. The news that Jinmu had defeated Jinho reached the main palace of Jiso. The supreme elder of Mutang, Myunghyun, could not believe his ears and asked for the news to be repeated. And could he really have taught a child from the Chun generation the technique of Chilsung fistfighting? Myungsun, the elder of the Manhwa Palace, confirmed all this and added that Jinho had been severely beaten and had not yet regained consciousness. Because of this, they were unable to find out the details, but Chunwoo managed to drag the senior student to the infirmary. The elders were frightened that a student could do such a thing. After all, it required a deep understanding of martial arts. An argument broke out between them. Some believed that the student's skills were exaggerated. Others believed that Jinmu had taught this to Myungjen. After one incident, he criticized the sword technique. The palace elder, Younggyun Myunggon, remembered how Myungjin said that one should care not about appearance, but about usefulness. That incident was the invasion of Mutang by Hukren Mugon. 3 palaces were burned down, and everyone in them perished. Myunghyo admitted that he had been very busy lately and had not visited Myungjin even once. He decided that tomorrow morning they would all go to him together, listen to Jinmu, and talk to his teacher at the same time. The next morning, Chunwoo stunned everyone with the news that he had reached an agreement with the elder of his palace and would now live with Jinmu. And since Jinho told Chunwoo to learn a lot from Jinmu, the latter became very angry, but his mentor had already given his consent, and Jinmu had no choice but to accept it. Jinho came to him and secured Myungjin's consent. The student was furious that this scoundrel had pulled this off in his absence. Jinmu fell to his knees and confessed that he was not yet ready to teach others, but the senior student had already told Myungjin what had happened. After these words, the mentor took his student's hands in his. For some reason, Jinmu felt goosebumps all over his body. But the words that Jinmu was a great success for Mutang threw him off balance. If a student went beyond the limits, the teacher was only happy about his success. Before leaving, the mentor asked Jinmu to prepare something. This threw the student off balance again, but he promised to make lunch as quickly as possible. Chunwoo asked what the teacher preferred. He was going to start cooking himself starting today. Jinmu turned to the boy and said that even though he had taken him in at the teacher's request, Chunwoo had something to remember. Jinmu was not his teacher. The boy should only do what he was told, and shouting was forbidden during training. Patting the boy on the shoulder, he added that if these rules were followed, nothing would happen, but every violation would be punished. When Chunwoo promised to obey Jinmu in everything, Jinmu let the child go and told him to leave. He sent him to fetch chickens for his mentor's dinner. A little later, Chunwoo came back with his prey to the kitchen where Jinmu was resting. Lying on a bench, he gave instructions to the boy. First, the chickens had to be gutted. Then, the carcasses had to be placed in a pot of water. After that, all the feathers had to be removed from the birds. Only then could he cook lunch for his mentor. Jinmu watched the obedient boy and thought it was very convenient. He decided that he would assign him tasks that annoyed him. Chunwoo decided to ask his teacher, Jinmu, how he managed to win yesterday. Jinho's fighting skills were recognized by all the mentors, but Jinmu managed to defeat him easily. The young man was pleased with this admiration, but the chicken was already ready and needed to be taken out. The boy reminded him more and more of Tonu Myung. He may not have been very quick-witted and had a lot of flaws, but he was the most loyal. When the chicken was divided into plates, it had to be taken to the mentor. Jinmu was pleased. It was very fortunate that he could now dump all his worries on Chunwoo. As they walked, the boy asked if everything would be all right. One of Mutang's commandments forbade eating meat, and he was worried about that. There were 10 strict commandments in Mutang. According to one of them, it was forbidden to eat food of animal origin. If meat enters the body before yang energy accumulates there, it will not develop, but chi energy will be strengthened. Jinmu reassured Chunwoo, saying that his mentor had been eating meat for a long time, and that he himself sometimes did so too. Lunch had to be taken to the mentor, and he opened the door. Chunwoo followed him with another tray, and the appetizing chicken on the plate made him feel very hungry. Jinmu had already placed the tray in front of Myungjin and asked him to eat more, as meat was supposed to help him recover quickly. The mentor admitted that it really worked. 2 months ago, he couldn't even get out because he had no strength. Jinmu was pleased. He would only be able to leave Mutang when he stopped worrying about his mentor. Myungjin invited his student to join him for a meal, but he refused. He was going to eat with Chanu, who was waiting outside. The teacher was concerned that 1 chicken would not be enough for the 2 of them, and that perhaps 3 birds should have been prepared. This only made Jinmu smile, as he had very quickly stopped following the rules. But the student did not say anything and left the room. The young man was very hungry himself, so as soon as he went outside, he started calling for Chunwoo. But to his fury, he saw him gnawing on the remains of the chicken. He rushed to catch up with the gluttonous child, who was trying to finish the broth on the run. Jinmu had already grabbed Chunwoo by his clothes and was about to beat him up, but he was stopped by a loud cry. The elders came to them and stopped the beginning brawl. Jinmu recognized everyone immediately, but it was unclear why they had come so abruptly and altogether. The palace elder, Young-gyun Myung-gon, began to yell at the students for daring to break the commandment. The smell of meat came from the very foot of the mountain. He could not turn a blind eye to this and was going to report everything to the student's mentor. After that, the elders proceeded inside, where Myungjin was having lunch. They entered just as Jinmu's mentor threw down the last bone. Because of this situation, the young man could lose his chance to become the chief disciple, and all his efforts would be wasted. Realizing that he needed to beg for forgiveness, he immediately fell to his knees and took all the blame upon himself. Myunggon did not let him finish and shouted for him to be quiet. Although his concern for his mentor was commendable, Jinmu had dared to break the commandment. The young man struggled to contain his rage. This man would be the first on the list of those he would destroy once he could harness the energy of the 6 Yangs. The Supreme Elder, Myung-hyun, called on Myungjin to explain everything. After all, he was the oldest in the Chunho Temple. His fierce cry echoed throughout the temple. Myungjin did not try to justify himself and asked if the elders really thought it was a sin. Everyone present froze in amazement at this answer. Jinmu, of course, supported his mentor, but it seemed that he had gone mad and become strange. Myungjin continued. He told his disciples to stand up and asked where exactly he had sinned by eating a little meat. Rising from the table, the mentor asked all the brothers to describe how he looked at that moment. They couldn't even imagine what it was like for him to watch his loved ones die and not be able to do anything. He couldn't help them because all his energy was gone after the battle. Because everyone was concerned about their moral image, Mutang was destroyed. The only reason Hukren Mugen left was the truce concluded by the alliance of political forces. What did they have left after all this? How could they take revenge when they had nothing left? These words made the elders bow their heads. Jinmu remembered that in the past, he had caused enormous damage to Mutang. At that time, the alliance of forces thought more about practicality than morality, and that was right. At the same time, a 3-way struggle began in Murim. If the great battle had continued, the Ilwan Mogyu clan would have been at an advantage. Therefore, the alliance saved Mutang and concluded a truce. But after that, everyone turned away, and then the clan was forgotten and fell into decline, like a hand hidden underwater. Such was the law of Marima. If you are strong, everyone is ready to help. However, as soon as you weaken, everyone immediately turns away. It was a cruel reality. Any mention of the Kwanjin sect, like many other Taoist clans, disappeared from the pages of history. Jinmu liked how his mentor had spoken. Now he waited for Myunghyun's response. Myungjin admitted that he was surprised when his student prepared meat. However, the words that without it, his strength would not return, made him think. But Jinmu finally convinced him with the words that if the mentor died, the disciple should continue his life. The meat really did increase his energy. Myunghyun was amazed when he learned that Myungjin could now walk around the temple. After all, he had been bedridden for 10 years before that. Yes, Myungjin admitted that he had broken this commandment, but his condition had improved significantly. He called on his brothers to get rid of the trash and change the rest. They accumulated yan when they ate meat, but it was necessary to restore their strength. Without meat, Myungjin was so exhausted that he couldn't train his students. At these words, Chon-woo touched his stomach in embarrassment. They couldn't send their enemies to the other world and lost. Mutang was getting weaker every day, and if he disappeared completely, the commandments would be useless. Myunggon decided that his brother had gone mad because he dared to talk about abolishing the commandments. They were the essence and history of Mutang. Even though Myungjin had recovered, following the commandments was the basis of discipline. A heated argument broke out. The elders were horrified, thinking that Myungjin wanted to equate them with Sape. But he wanted to change them a little so that the clan could survive. The Supreme Elder stopped the arguments. He was going to decide the matter himself. But first, he wanted to talk to Myungjin alone. Myunggon was against it, but Myunghyun's patience had run out, and he was not going to repeat himself twice. Then the other elders were forced to take their leave and leave the temple. The disciples also went outside. Chunwoo didn't know what to do now. Jinmu didn't understand why the elders were making such a big deal out of nothing, since they had only eaten meat. He laughed nervously. It couldn't be that the opportunity to become the chief disciple had disappeared just like that. The next day, Jinmu appeared before the elders at the Jiso Palace. The young man reassured himself that everything would be fine because he had only eaten meat. The Supreme Elder announced that Jinmu had 3 sins on his conscience. The disciple could not understand what else he meant. He himself admitted only to the meat. He stood waiting for further words and worried that his dream might end just like that. The first sin was that Jimu had encouraged his mentor to break the commandments. The second was that he had changed his sword technique and taught his junior without permission. The third sin was violating the chain of command and traumatizing the senior student. Myunghyun asked Jinmu if he admitted this, but he thought to himself that the elders had brought up everything they could and would gladly scratch their eyes out. But aloud, he said what was expected of him and agreed to these sins. The Supreme Elder continued that if the young man admitted to all 3 offenses, he would announce his punishment. He did not keep those present waiting long. Jinmu was to restore the Hemunjin Pond within a month. Such a punishment seems like nothing to the young man. Myunghyun was not finished yet. He announced that meat would be allowed to be consumed as necessary, which astonished the other elders. Myunggon strongly disagreed. For such offenses, Jinmu should be put in prison, especially since they violated the ban on eating meat. To the young man's great displeasure, he demanded that the Supreme Elder reconsider the decision. But the elder was adamant. His decisions were not open to discussion, and he did not allow others to express their opinion. After the punishment was announced, Myunggon allowed Jinmu to leave. One of the elders asked permission to add something and received an affirmative answer. The elder of the Cheondong Palace, Myunghwa, asked if Myunghyun had made this decision because Myungjin had recovered. The Supreme Elder was surprised that Myunghwa had already heard about Myungjin's condition. To the surprise of those present, the elder of the Cheondong Palace admitted that it was he who should have done it, not Jinmu. He was Mutang's chief physician and had long understood that the patient needed meat to recover, but he could not recommend it because of the commandments. But when he thought about it, there was nothing more important than human life. However, this was not the only reason why Myunghyun lifted the ban on meat. The Hemunjin Pond was the pride of Mutang and could not escape those who were waging war against it. Jinmu and Chonwoo had already arrived at the place where they were to serve their punishment. The young man looked around. It had been 10 years since he destroyed everything here, but for some reason, nothing had changed. Chongwoo also looked around and noticed that it was rather strange. Earlier that morning, they had discussed the training schedule and said that someone from the staff would be sent to this place today. However, there was no one here, and the boy found this strange. Jinmu replied that they were all just jealous. All the students except him were from ancient Mutang families. The fact that a student of no lineage was on the same level as them hurt their pride. In addition, by changing his technique, he defeated Jinho and did not receive serious punishment for breaking the commandment. From the very beginning, no one likes a stone that came out of nowhere, but if it turns out to be a diamond, the animosity only increases. All this was done specifically to mock him. Jinmu had to restrain himself until he became the chief disciple, but then they would see what he was capable of. But instead of responding, on the first day of his punishment, the young man called Chunwoo to taste some roasted wild boar. On the second day, they enjoyed boiled chicken. On the third day, they had rabbit stew. Chunwoo was worried if they really could do this, but Jinmu assured him that it was to give them strength to work in the pond. Time passed, and Jinmu waited for the late boy. He appeared accompanied by another student and apologized for the long wait. Chunwoo introduced the second young man. He was Chun Sang, the older student. Jinmu looked at Chun-san with interest. He was tall, and it seemed that he and Chunwoo were not very close. It turned out that the older student had asked the boy many questions, but the boy couldn't explain everything and decided to bring him here. Chun-san was curious to know what the younger student had already learned from Jinmu. Jinmu noticed that he was watching him closely. He had a feeling that Chun-san was up to something. Meanwhile, The elders were discussing how Myungjin was convinced of the need to change Mutong. They still couldn't believe that Jinmu had reached such a level based solely on the theoretical knowledge of his mentor. The young man's talent had blossomed in just 1 year of training. The Supreme Elder was convinced that Jinmu had been sent to them by heaven, and suddenly it dawned on them that talented children might not reveal themselves because they were preoccupied with traditions. Myunghyun decided to make changes, and lifting the ban on meat was only the first step. But first, he wanted to see where it would lead. Chunwoo said that Chunsan had already mastered the technique of the floating cloud sword. Few among Chung's generation could boast of this. The boy believed it was a true natural talent. But Jinmu only wanted to beat him up. Not only did he not say hello, but he also ignored him. Chunwoo began to say that the teachers did not pay much attention to Chunsan, apparently because of his origins, but he snapped at him and told him to stop. There was no need to talk about his roots. Chunwoo immediately began to apologize and explained that he meant something completely different. His dissatisfaction made everything clear to Jinmu. After all, low birth and lack of kinship with the clan were despised. Many clans had similar situations, but it was the guys from Mutang who were especially unpleasant to Jinmu. But then, an interesting thought occurred to him. He could change them so that he would be satisfied with that. Work began on restoring the pond. Jinmu ordered Chunwoo to remove a huge rock. The boy tried to object that Jinmu himself had ordered them to enjoy the game now, but Jinmu tried to stop him from saying that. Chonsang watched the dialogue that turned to the rock. Speed and sharpness were important here. Chunwoo was sure that it was impossible to move this rock, but Jinmu was sure of the opposite. Then the boy approached and wrapped his arms around the stone. He strained with all his might to pull it off the ground. The students stood aside and watched these futile attempts. Chonsang had no idea what Jinmu was up to, but he was intrigued. It would be a shame if it turned out to be just for show. Jinmu seemed to read his thoughts. He guessed that the senior student thought he had come in vain. The young man approached the boy and told him to watch carefully. Jinmu was about to show him a little trick. After that, he put his hand on Chunwoo's back and told him to bend it. Then he told him to bring his toes together, which he obediently did. He also had to press his knees against a heavy boulder. After all these movements, Jinmu commanded him to lift the stone. Chunwoo strained, but he managed to lift the stone off the ground. The boy even managed to lift it above his head. And, to Chonsan's surprise, he threw it into the pond. Jinmu looked pleased. Chunwoo jumped for joy at having accomplished a task that seemed impossible. Chunsan couldn't believe his eyes. How could it have been so easy? Jinmu smiled as he watched his senior student. He knew that now the boy was curious about how it all happened. The secret was that Jinmu had transferred some chi energy to the boy while pretending to help him. But Chunsang didn't even notice, even though he was watching closely. Jin was going to surprise him even more. He told Chunwoo to catch and bring a rabbit. They roasted the caught game on a fire and were about to eat it. Chonsan sat aside, not wanting to break the covenant and eat meat. When Jinmu offered him a taste, he shook his head. The disciple could not break the rule established by his ancestors. Jinmu did not give up. He promised the senior student that if he ate meat, he would be able to increase his strength just like Chunwoo. But Chonsang gritted his teeth and fought the temptation. Jinmu admired the senior student's willpower. He could have simply eaten the meat, but he demonstratively refused. But the young man understood that the stubborn elders, by lifting the ban on eating meat, were already on the path to changing the way of life in Mutang. It was difficult at first, but it would get easier. Meat was just the beginning. Next, they would lift the ban on communicating with girls and drinking strong alcoholic beverages. The result would be the complete immorality of the elders. Jinmu thought with satisfaction that he had found something to do after mastering the energy of the 6 yans. After he became the chief disciple, Jinmu planned to take the place of the supreme elder. This would lead to the moral decay of Mutang. Mutang would become Sapa. The union of united political forces would become Sapachan. Jinmu himself would fill this world completely as his sole desire. But in order to bring this plan to life, he needed loyal, like-minded people. Jinmu was going to make Chunsan his servant. It was time to start training, and Jinmu asked his senior student to stand in a stance with Chunwoo. The boy began to refuse because Chunsan was too strong. But the cunning young man promised Chunwoo that he would win. These words enraged the senior student. Chunwoo was the weakest student, and Jinmu dared to tell him that he would win. The boy looked at the students in panic and did not know what to do. Chonsang knew how to transfer energy to his sword. Even among the first-level students, there were few who had mastered this technique. Chunwoo's level was much lower. He stuck to hand-to-hand combat and did not even master the sword. The students were only allowed to use the techniques they had learned, and if Chunsang and Chunwoo faced each other, it would be a battle of fists and swords. Knowing this, did Jinmu still dare to propose such a duel? Chonsang accused the young man of looking down on him, although that was true. If he had the ability, he would have a patron. But was Chunsang worthy of Jinmu becoming his patron? This needed to be tested. He needed to provoke the senior student into fighting Chonwoo and surprising him. Chonsang bent down and picked up a branch from the ground. He wanted to say something before starting. The young man cut through the air and said that everyone was equal before the sword, because he was blind. Chonwoo trembled with fear, but Jinmu smiled. He liked how cleverly Chonsang tried to scare his opponent. Jinmu pointed to the stick and asked if the senior student had taken it for beauty. It turned out that Chonsang would not be using a real sword. These words threw the young man off balance. Using a sword in sparring was a crazy idea. Chonwoo trembled with fear while the senior students argued about the possibility of using real weapons in training. When the argument was over, Jinmu called the boy over and whispered in his ear what he should do in the fight. Chonwoo was sure that this was not the right thing to do, but Jinmu tried to convince him. Chonsang watched in surprise as they discussed tactics right in front of him. The main argument that influenced the boy was that he would lose his meat if he lost. This thought terrified Chonwoo. He could no longer imagine life without meat dishes. He gathered himself and solemnly promised to do everything Jinmu said. The boy immediately went on the attack and looked like an enraged panda. Jinmu saw that Chonwoo's attitude had changed. All he needed was the right motivation. The opponents took their positions opposite each other. Chonsang thought about how Jinmu was only a year younger than him. At first, everyone called him Dodun, but now he was Myungjin's student. This disciple was able to change his sword technique and defeat Myungjin, and he did not suffer severe punishment for violating one of the commandments. Chonsan had problems after mastering the technique of the floating cloud sword, but none of the senior students helped him because of his origin. Seeing Chonwoo's success, he realized that this man could give him the answers about martial arts that he was looking for. Thus, false hope was born. But it seemed that he had come here in vain. There was no one who could help him. Before ending it all and leaving, he still intended to break the nose of this arrogant man. Chonwoo went on the offensive and approached very quickly. Chonsang learned the Pakdu footwork technique. In it, the steps changed depending on the movements, and it was used before changing the attack technique. Chonsang threw his arm with the stick forward, planning to stop the boy immediately, but he did not achieve his goal. Chonwoo disappeared from where he had just been, but at that moment, Chonwoo had already attacked with his foot, trying to hit his opponent. Falling to the ground, the younger student used the dragon retreat technique, so he was able to dodge Chonsan's attack and immediately strike back. At that moment, it even seemed to the senior student that he was fighting a warrior or an outstanding student. Chonwoo began to use the technique of the lazy donkey lying on the ground. It was considered shameful and cowardly. Chonsan began to get angry because he could not strike back. He barely managed to block the boy's next attack. But Chonwoo bypassed him and attacked the senior student from behind. Chonsang realized that he couldn't block all the attacks because one of his hands was occupied with the stick. Had this boy really learned all these techniques from Jinmu? At one point, he managed to hit Chonwoo. Jinmu shouted at him to keep rolling. Chonsang realized that the boy was doing what he had been told, namely, to skate on the side where he had his sword. In this situation, he couldn't respond because his hand was indeed occupied with an improvised weapon. Jinmu knew that Chonsang, not expecting such actions, would be confused. And if he used too much force in the floating cloud sword technique, his movements would become too sweeping. This would be a perfect opportunity for a counterattack. As soon as Chonwoo noticed this, he jumped to his feet. Now he used the Cholson technique. Its essence was to attack with the shoulders. When it collided with Chonwoo's strong shoulder, the stick shattered into pieces. After that, the distance between the opponents increased. Chonsang stared at the broken stick in shock. He couldn't believe he had been defeated. Jinmu scolded Chonwoo for being too slow and told him to roll on his back to make smoke. Chonsang did not understand what was happening at all. He had lost, but for some reason, Chonwoo was being blamed. Jinmu continued to be indignant. The younger student had been hurt, and if the opponent had had a sword, he would no longer be alive. Chonsang understood what he was talking about. The boy had been hit on the back of the head, and with a real sword, the fight would have been over. To his surprise, he realized that Jinmu was worried about Chonwoo. Jinmu came over to apologize. He had expected to win, but that did not happen. After that, he grabbed the boy by the ear and dragged him away. If he had won, another student would have suffered moral damage. Jinmu, in a rage, forbade Chonwoo from even looking at meat for 2 days. This punishment seemed too harsh to the younger student. Chonsang watched them with bewilderment. He did not understand what moral decline and meat had to do with anything. In the eyes of the senior student, Jinmu was too harsh. He did not respect the elders and ignored the commandments. His expectations were not met, but it was quite possible that Jinmu was not at all what he seemed. This young man was definitely an eccentric, and he was even younger than Chonsang. Half a month had passed since the restoration of the Heimanjin Pond began. The disciples managed to install the wooden beams on their own. The broken parts of the bridge were also hastily repaired, but something about it still seemed strange to Jinmu. To his surprise, Chansang began to visit quite often. This time, he caught pheasants for lunch. Jinmu thought that after that battle, the senior student would no longer appear here. Chunwoo and Chunsang hurried to prepare lunch so that he would not have to wait long. It was suspicious that Chunsang had become very polite. Jinmu had never noticed him behaving like this before. He even began to suspect that the senior student had eaten something wrong. It was necessary to destroy their moral principles, but Jinmu did not like it at all and did not understand what was happening to him. He watched as the students greedily devoured the pheasants. Had they completely forgotten the rules of etiquette because it was so delicious? He shouldn't have trusted them with the cooking. The meat was burnt and didn't even look edible. Chonsang was grateful to Jinmu for allowing him to try the meat. Now it was clear how Chunwoo had achieved such heights. The meat gave him a lot of strength. Jinmu didn't understand what all the flattery was about. Eating meat for a few days wouldn't produce any results. Chansang asked about the weaknesses of the sword soaring in the clouds technique. No matter how hard he tried to figure it out, he couldn't. Jinmu smiled. Finally, the reason why the senior student had been visiting them so often was clear. He deliberately said something completely different, that he had a strange aftertaste in his mouth, and now wanted water to get rid of it. Chansang immediately rushed to get water for Jinmu. Jinmu understood that he should encourage him gradually, and as a result, finally tame him. But the meat was still terribly cooked. However, the voracious Tonwoo was ready to finish Jinmu's portion, which he didn't like. At the Yangyang Palace, Elder Myeonggon was informed that the commandment against eating animal food had been violated again. Jinhe, a first-level disciple, found out that Jinmu and 2 other disciples were not hiding and were openly eating meat. Jinhe was sure that they were repeating the same mistake and that these habits needed to be changed urgently. Myeonggon was angry. Jinmu could not be punished for this because the ban had been temporarily lifted, but the other disciples continued to observe it. Jinhe also said that Chunsong had started going to the pond often and had become interested in Jinwoo's training after losing to Chunwoo. Myeonggon couldn't believe that this was the best student of the second generation. Jinhe was saddened that such a talented student had fallen under Jinwoo's bad influence, but if one student had fallen, others could follow. He believed there should be punishment, to which Myeonggon asked if there had been any other violations. The student said that Jinmu had advised Chunsan to use the technique of a lazy donkey lying on the ground and knock out the sword. Myeonggon remained silent. This was a flaw in the floating cloud sword technique. The hand holding the sword was unprotected from below and had little mobility. The first-level disciples did not know this. They were taught other additional techniques more quickly before they understood the shortcomings of this one. But how could Jinmu know about this? This is what worried the elder Yongga. He wasn't even going to reveal the flaws of this technique until they had fully mastered it. It was unclear how far Jinmu's insight had gone. Myeonggon knew Jinmu as a kind guy who cared about his teacher and thought that would be the end of it. But he was developing very quickly. Jinha suggested that the enthusiastic teacher immediately summon Jinmu to the punishment hall. But the elder rejected the idea because envoys from the Supreme Parliament were supposed to arrive today. Jinhee tried to find out what would happen with the punishment, but Myeongkyun left, saying that it would be decided later. In the senior student's opinion, this man was completely useless. But Jinha wanted to teach Jinmu a lesson, but he decided to wait. Jinmu was of peasant origin, so no one would like him. And when the punishment was announced, they asked who would go to help, and everyone refused except for Jinho, who was absent. Now, the most important thing was the trade guild. After the attack by Hukrin Mugen, all power in the area was in the hands of the Ju family, and Mutong's finances had dwindled. Business with the outside world continued, but the revenue from the transactions was barely enough to make ends meet. This could be remedied by an agreement with the trade guild, but he needed the help of the Jin He family. This should have helped him become the chief disciple. At the foot of the stairs, Jin He's second-generation disciples were waiting. The senior disciple ordered them to follow him to the Heminjin pond. Jinmu, Chonsan, and Chongwoo were at the pond. The sun was shining too brightly and getting in the way. Chonu shared that guests were expected to arrive today. From early morning, the disciples were made to tidy up. Chunsang added that, according to Jinhee, the guests were expected at noon, and they had to come to greet them. Realizing that this was supposed to happen at lunchtime, which had already arrived, everyone froze. They rushed to look at the road, closing their eyes from the blinding sun. Guests were indeed heading their way, and were almost there. Jinmu ordered them to quickly remove anything that might hint at their lunch. The students rushed to clear away the logs and food scraps. On the other hand, people were also coming towards them. It was Jin He with other students. Jinmu hoped that everything would be fine. The main thing was to remove all traces of meat. Then he noticed that Chansang and Chanwoo rushed to greet the guests. This enraged the young man. The students hadn't even washed their faces and were still dirty. Chunsang was already greeting the representatives of the trade guild. Standing next to Chunwoo, he introduced himself and said he had been warned about the visit. However, his face was indeed very dirty, which the guests could not help but notice. The students' appearance shocked the representatives of the trade guild, but Jinhee was already approaching them with a welcoming speech. The chairman of the trade guild was concerned that something might have happened in Mutong. At that moment, Jinha noticed the appearance of the students and flew into a rage. He turned and looked at Jinmu, who was standing calmly to the side, and realized that he had been eating meat again. And since he was looking at him intently, Jinhee really wanted to hurt this student. The students were ordered to take the goods that the guild representatives had brought with them. Jinha thanked the chairman, but said that it was not necessary to do so because they were not strangers. After that, they walked past Jinmu on the platform. As he passed him, Jinha promised to deal with him later. Jinmu watched the procession. It looked strange. Although the chairman was a guest, he behaved like the host, and Jinhee followed obediently behind. Chunwoo said that this merchant guild had been trading in the Takana region for 3 generations. Jinmu couldn't believe his ears. When he was Hyukin Mugen, his love of money was so great that he learned everything about trade guilds. 3 generations is almost 60 years, but he had never heard of it. That meant it was underground. However, the arrogant first-tier disciples tried in every way to please the chairman. Something was clearly wrong. Judging by his appearance, the chairman was a despicable person. His eyes, ears, and chin gave him away. This was suggested by Hyukin Mugen's 80 years of experience. An investigation had to be conducted immediately, and Jinmu shouted at the students to follow him. But first, they had to wash their faces. Then, Chunsang and Chunwoo realized that their faces were smeared with oil and soot. The guild chairman presented gifts to the Supreme Elder in gratitude for the invitation. The Elder of the Manhwa Palace even shed tears. He was in charge of finances, and in recent years, they had deteriorated, and there was not even enough money for the students' clothes. Myunghyun thanked the chairman for his generosity. The chairman responded by thanking him for the invitation and asked if Jinhee had arranged everything. Myunghyun knew this student. He was only 30 years old, but he was already the pride of Mutong. Jinhee was the heir to a well-known family in Takana. The chairman continued to praise the young man, saying that if it weren't for him, the guild would not have had the opportunity to meet with the elders. Myungsun, the elder of the Manhwa Palace, looked at Jinhee with admiration. Myunghyun apologized for not being able to prepare anything unusual for the guests' arrival. After all, worldly entertainment was foreign to them. The chairman assured him that it was no big deal, but he would like to visit the main temple to pray for the health of his family. His name was Gum Chok-san, and he had made an unpleasant impression on Myunghyun when they first met. However, after talking with him, he changed his opinion. This should have been a lesson for the Supreme Elder. People are greeted by their clothes, but seen off by their minds. Kim Chok-san noticed that Myunghyun was deep in thought and was about to leave, but the elder asked him to stay a little longer. The chairman still wanted to leave. He was not yet fully accustomed to the local atmosphere. Then Myunghyun suggested that Kim Chok-san watch the students train and visit the main temple of Muton. The chairman thanked him for the opportunity and planned to take advantage of it later. But for now, he was leaving the palace. Myung-san was happy that everything was falling into place and that they could now revive Mutong and breathe easy. Myunghyun noticed that Jinhee had really done a great job. Myunggun, however, was wary. These people were still merchants, and if they had come to the warrior clan, it could mean that they needed support. Myunghyun agreed. Merchants could be attacked by bandits, and conflicts with other guilds were still a possibility. Many used mercenaries, but they might not be enough, and the guild might ask for help from the clan it supported financially. In the past, everyone praised Mutong, so guilds lined up to seek his help, and the clan helped many times. But now, everything was controlled by the Ju family, and Mutong could not establish connections with anyone. Youngsung did not want to miss this opportunity and offered to show this trade guild that Mutong was still strong. Merchants rarely got to see professional martial arts performances, and even the students of the Chun generation could surprise them. Jinhee did not have time to warn the elders, but they had already begun training the students from the Yungan Palace. The mentor began training them a month ago, and they mastered the technique of the 9 palace swords. Myungsun was happy. This technique was the pride of Muton, and if Myunggon and Jinhee were watching them, there was no need to worry. Myunghyun was also delighted. Jinhee had done an excellent job, but now he had to hurry because the guests were already waiting. The guild representatives, led by the chairman, were moving away from the palace. His right-hand man, Lee Chi-san, asked if it was too much. They presented many goods and a chest of silver. This would help improve relations with the Zhug family. Gimchok-san knew what he was doing. The chest of silver was a lot of money, but they would not have been able to get any benefit from the Zhu family. This family was well known for its entrepreneurial spirit, and the chairman was sure that they would want nothing to do with them once they found out that Gimchok-san was involved in smuggling. This conversation was overheard by Jin Mu, who was successfully hiding on the roof of the palace. He thought with satisfaction that this unpleasant man was also a smuggler. It seems that he was counting heavily on Mutang's help. After a while, a martial arts demonstration began in the Yongin Palace. The students synchronously demonstrated the movements of Gimchok-san. They swung and twirled their swords, performing complex techniques. All the actions were well rehearsed and polished. The synchrony of their actions so impressed the guild chairman that he decided to applaud. Ahead lay the training of the first-level students, which would surprise Gimchok-san even more. Jinhee calculated to himself how many points this meeting and demonstration of the 9 palace swords technique would earn him. But to his indignation and amazement, Jinmu was also standing nearby. Myunggon met the young man on the way, and it turned out that he had long wanted to see this technique. Jinhee thought unhappily that he could not contradict his mentor. When everyone was warmed up, Myunggon told his student to begin the demonstration. This was the most important thing, and Jinhee had to remain calm. However, Jinmu decided to seize the moment and called out to the senior student. With an innocent look, he said that he was eagerly awaiting the performance. But Jinhee took it as mockery, and on his own turf no less. The student prepared his sword. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake in front of him. He commanded the young men standing before him to take their positions. The young men got ready. Now they had to show off the technique that was Mutang's pride and joy. Its essence was that 9 people took one combat position and simultaneously struck the enemy. The blades rang out. At first, it might have seemed that each person was moving in their own direction, but their well-rehearsed movements, sometimes closing in and sometimes opening up, drove the enemy into a corner. Only a leader who was a master of martial arts could teach young men to act as one. Jinmu watched the demonstration and noticed that it was a rather interesting combat position. Myunggun was pleased and asked if it was worth watching. Jinmu replied in the affirmative, but he was still upset by the lack of concentration. He explained to the elder that it was difficult to explain because he himself had only recently begun training, but it seemed that the blades should have been able to overwhelm the enemy in one fell swoop. Myunggon was surprised to see that Jinmu was dissatisfied, but he couldn't understand why. The young man pointed to the students. If he had been there, he would have tried to hide by going around the people on the left flank. The blades should be used in different ways, slowly luring and sharply attacking. Jinmu came to the conclusion that he needed to devote more time to his studies. Myunggon looked at the young man in amazement. Not only did he notice the weaknesses at a glance, but he also suggested how to change them. This student must have truly possessed outstanding talent. Myunggon still couldn't believe that he was seeing this technique for the first time. Jinmu began to apologize awkwardly, citing his inexperience. Gimchok-san heard the conversation, but in his opinion, everything was simply amazing. Since the guest was curious, Myunggon explained that Jinmu had only recently begun studying martial arts, but great hopes were pinned on him. The words that even the Supreme Elder had taken notice of this student made the guild chairman look more closely at the young man. Could it be that he was looking at another candidate for the role of chief disciple? Jinmu was pleased. Now the chairman looked at him with completely different eyes. The young man was pleased. He had figured out this plan long ago. When he overheard the conversation, he learned that Gimchok-song thought Mutang remained the same. Mutang had been the main Taoist clan in Changwon for 1,000 years, and even children knew that the canons of Taoism were zealously followed here. If word got out that Mutang was an ally of their guild, and financial support was added to that, their reputation in Changwon would change. The police were constantly watching them, but if at least one outstanding master helps them, that would stop. However, Li Chisun was unsure whether Mutang would act on his orders, especially when he found out about their plans. Gimchok-san did not consider this a problem. In Mutang, there was an opportunity to become the chief disciple and then the Supreme Elder. That was exactly what the chairman planned to put Jinhee in charge of. When the young man took this position, Gimchok-san would ask him to repay the favor. He had no idea that he was being used to suck all the juice out of Mutang. The profits were supposed to grow like a snowball. The chairman remembered that the young man had been very quick-witted as a child, but had become stupid after ending up here. Later, when the guild takes everything into its own hands, Jinhee will repent before them. Jinmu was sure that the chairman was now wondering if he had made a mistake with his investments. Jinhee did not inspire warm feelings in him either, because he dared to aim for the position of chief disciple without consulting him. Jinmu needed double energy to regain his former power, and that could only be obtained by becoming the chief disciple. Once he gains that power, he would be able to control Jinmu's essence. But to do that, He needed Mutang. To achieve his goal, the young man was ready to crush any conspiracy. Now, in order to stop Jinhe and Gimtok-san, he had to gather all the information about the trade guild. But he couldn't just leave Mutang. He had to find some excuse. So Jinmu pondered over dinner until Myungjin called out to him. His mentor noticed that the young man was deep in thought, but he shook his head. Chunwoo shared with Myungjin that Jinmu was always like this after the guild members appeared. The mentor thought that this was because the young man had not left the mountain like the other students, and therefore the appearance of people aroused his curiosity. But because of his teacher's condition, Jinmu was tied to this place. Suddenly, Myungjin asked what day it would be tomorrow. It was supposed to be the third day of the month, and for some reason, this made the mentor happy. Jinmu, however, was unhappy, wondering why his teacher was constantly distracting him when he was thinking about serious matters. 2 days later, Myungjin called his student early in the morning. The mentor appeared before him in formal attire. He was going to the Jiso Palace. But this frightened Jinmu because it was quite windy and the teacher could get sick. Myungjin assured him that he was dressed warmly enough and that they could go. Jinmu did not understand what good could come of it, since his mentor had been in a good mood since yesterday. A monthly meeting was to be held in Mutan, under the leadership of the Supreme Elder. At the meeting, they were to discuss upcoming training events and allocate the budget for the coming month. Not only the elders attended the meetings, but also the first-level disciples who were responsible for the internal life of the palaces. Jinmu thought he was attending the monthly meeting for the first time. Myungjin did not manage the palace, but led a reclusive life in the temple. Therefore, he had not attended such events before. At that moment, Jinho called out to his mentor and hurried over to greet them. Myungjin was happy to see this student. Unlike Jinmu, the young man apologized for rarely visiting his teacher, but the teacher assured him that everything was fine and asked if Jinho had made any progress. The young man laughed awkwardly and replied that Jinmu had taught him a lot. After saying this, he jokingly turned to the student for confirmation. Myungjin suggested they go inside, and Jinho volunteered to show them the way. As they walked, joyful greetings came from all sides. Everyone was happy to see Myungjin. This surprised Jinmu. The student's eyes were filled with sincere respect. Even Myunghyun, upon seeing Myungjin, rushed down the stairs to meet him. He was worried about his health because the mentor had gone quite far from the temple. Myungjin admitted that it was all thanks to Jinmu's efforts. The Supreme Elder regretted not lifting the ban on meat earlier, since it had really helped so much. As it was cold that day, the elders hurried inside the palace. Jinmu could not understand why everyone was reacting so joyfully, as if they had announced a contest for the best greeting. Jinho clarified the situation a little by explaining that Myungjin was one of the most respected masters of Mutang. Before his chakra closed, he and the Supreme Elder were students of the new generation and showed great promise. In Mutang, Myungjin was a symbol of true strength of spirit and fortitude. Everyone around him admired this man. For Jinmu, he was a man who had attacked him in the past and was now a useless old man. When the elders and disciples gathered in the hall, the meeting began. Jinmu found the event rather boring. He was annoyed that the meeting was dragging on. Mutang had acquired funds, and requests were coming in from all the palaces. But to the young man's surprise, Myungjin asked to speak. The mentor feared that the agreement with the trade guild was not the right decision. Even though Jinhe had organized everything, they didn't know much about the guild and its plans, so spending money carelessly could be a mistake. These words angered Jinhe. He did not understand what Myungjin had in mind, but he remained silent. Myungjin suggested sending the students to observe the guild under the pretext of helping. Since ancient times, there had been a tradition of sending Mutang students to the guild with which an agreement had been concluded. This way, they could show their talent and save money. The Supreme Elder liked this idea. All that remained was to choose a first-rate student with honed skills. Myungjin, without hesitation, proposed Jinwoo as a candidate. The young man was astonished to realize that his mentor had sat through the entire meeting just for this. Could Myungjin really be useful to him? Now he took back his earlier words that this old man was nothing but trouble. Jinho also happily supported Jinmu's candidacy. The other disciples were busy with their duties in the palaces. Jinmu looked at him with tears in his eyes. Could this student also be a good guy? To Jinhee's extreme disappointment, Myunggun also took their side. Myunghyun smiled. He thought it was all a good idea. To Jinmu's delight, when the opinions of the others present were asked, everyone was in favor. Now he was instructed to return to the temple and prepare. The young man rejoiced in his heart. Myungjin was worth 10 Sapa masters. Jinhe looked at the joyful Jinmu with indignation. It seemed that this arrogant student had decided to destroy what he had been preparing for so long. It was raining heavily, and some of the senior disciples gathered under a canopy by the pond. Jinhe asked Jin Kun, a student from the Ujin Palace, if he was going to leave everything as it was. He was very angry that Jinmu was going to the guild and tried to win the others over to his side. Jinsan, a student from the Cheondong Palace, acknowledged that there was logic in these words, but the elders had already made a final decision. However, Jinhee disagreed. Everyone could be wrong, and the decisions made in the palace might not be correct. He said this while pointing his finger at Jin Sun. Jin Kun sharply demanded that Jin He take back his words. But Jin He insisted on his opinion. They were all from prominent families and were competing for the position of chief disciple, who would be responsible for the next generations. Jin Mu, on the other hand, was the despised son of a peasant. He took advantage of his mentor's wealth and tricked him and his disciples into eating meat. He destroyed the centuries-old traditions of Mutang, and only severe punishment could save Jinmu's soul. At that moment, Jinho joined them and declared that Jinhe was making a mountain out of a molehill. If one only cares about traditions, how can there be any changes for the better? Jinhe recognized the student whom Jinmu had defeated and who had been in the hospital for a long time after the fight. But in response to these words, Jinho replied that he was just jealous. He reminded Jinhe that the meat had allowed Myungjin to recover, and the ban had been lifted, and everyone supported Jinmu's candidacy. Jinhe's efforts to organize a meeting with the guild only earned him a few points. After expressing his position, Jinho asked Jinku for his opinion. The Ujin Palace was responsible for relations with the guilds, so it was necessary to discuss everything with Jinkun first, rather than reporting directly to the top. Jinho put his arm around Jinhe's shoulder and asked him to slow down. The first-ranked disciple was the face of Mutang, and Mutang was not a place that could be used to promote his family. This enraged Jinhe, and he drew his sword, preparing to draw it. Jinkun immediately shouted at the disciples to stop the argument. He did not understand how the best representatives of their palaces could behave this way. He turned to leave and warned that no one should dare to discuss the decisions made at the meeting. Jinhe rushed after him and several other disciples, trying to stop them, but they left the building with an impassive look on their faces. Jinsong realized that Jinho had provoked Jinhe on purpose because he couldn't stand talking about his family. He also guessed that Jinho impressed Jinmu, which the young man did not deny. Jinsong jokingly prepared to beat Jinho for his affection for Jinmu. But Jinson sadly noted that Chonson had no intention of returning from Chonho Temple lately. He also liked Jinmu. Chonson had also been through a lot, and Jinho believed it was because of the senior students. He was accepted as a disciple of the Cheondong Palace so that they could help him cope with his heavy loss. Perhaps that is why this talented young man decided to become Jinmu's disciple. Jinhei believed that Jinmu was well suited for the role of chief disciple, which confused Jinsun. Jinsun suggested that this might indeed be the case, but Jinkun and Jinhe would not let it go. Jinmu stood out from the rest. However, a talented person could always prove his superiority. Myungjin and his disciple were returning to the temple. They had left at dawn, and it was already late evening. Jinmu helped his mentor and held the umbrella at the same time. Myungjin noticed that the young man was smiling. The student confessed that he adored his mentor. He had not asked him for anything, and despite his condition, he had come all this way. The teacher told the young man not to worry and to rest well when he came down from the mountain. These words immediately interested Jinmu. The young man began to ask if he would be able to eat meat or try wine, and what to do if girls approached him. But seeing Myungjin's reaction, he immediately assured him that he was joking, although the mentor did not think so. When they were almost there, they were met by the disciples Chan Wu and Chan Sang. The two put on capes and prepared to travel with Jinmu to accompany their teacher everywhere. They had already received permission from the elder, and Jinho even gave them some money for the trip. Jinmu angrily began to chase them away. He wanted a more worthy person as his partner. Chun Wu clung to the young man's leg, continuing to persuade him, but he calmly escorted Myungjin inside the temple. Jinhe heard these cries and pleas. He watched the conversation from the gazebo. It seemed to him that Jinmu was destroying all his family's efforts. 20 years ago, his grandfather sent the young man to Mutang. The boy was obliged to do everything to ensure that his family was recognized as warriors. Before that, the Wu family controlled the gangsters who operated on the streets of Takana. Then, his grandfather chose the path of a warrior, but he was never recognized. Jinhee had endured 20 years solely on the strength of his faith. He was supposed to become the chief disciple, and then the elder. He couldn't just leave it at that and let his efforts be destroyed. Jinhee gathered a carrier pigeon. Anything could happen on the road, and perhaps it was for the best that he was unable to stop Jinmu. Among the 10 commandments of Mutang, was one that could not be broken under any circumstances. One must not wish for the death of a comrade. However, Jinhe believed that he was not the only one breaking the rules. Before leaving Mutang, the disciples had to inform all the elders in the palace of their departure. Chunwoo and Chunsang were excited, but Jinmu was horrified at the thought of visiting palaces located several kilometers apart. At the Manhwa Palace, he was given what looked like new clothes. Jinho was very happy for him, but Jinmu did not understand why he was acting like a friend. In Yongyang, the young man had to listen to a lecture about the prohibitions for a student leaving the palace. In Ujin, he listened to a lecture on human relationships. And in Oko, he received a sword with the symbol of primordial chaos. In Zhangdong, he was given medicine. Finally, Jinmu visited the Jiso Palace to inform the Supreme Elder. Every Mutang disciple had to follow this procedure before leaving. Jinmu dreamed of simplifying this process. He had not yet left, but he was already tired. Myunghyun was pleased that Chanu and Chunsan would be going with this disciple. He considered them to be quite intelligent young men. The Supreme Elder gave instructions, and Jinmu agreed with everything, even though he knew much more about the outside world than the reclusive monks. The young man had been entrusted with an important mission, and he could not reveal that he was from Mutang. As soon as the farewell speech was over, and Myunghyun wished him a safe journey, Jinmu rushed out into the street, but he was forced to stop when he was called back. The Supreme Elder warned that the disciple should contact them once a day. Jinmu readily agreed to this condition. When all the formalities were completed, the disciples headed for the gate to leave Mutang. Once outside the gate, Jinmu felt that even the air had changed completely. Chonwoo and Chonsang rejoiced with him and enjoyed the freshness. Jinmu immediately began giving orders to his followers. He threw his sword to a surprised Chunsan, telling him to carry it. The equally surprised Chunwoo had to carry the rest of the things. Chunsan tried to object that the owner of the sword should carry it himself, since it was the most precious weapon. But since Jinmu threatened to send him back, the young man was ready to guard the sword like the apple of his eye. Their destination was 50 kilometers away. If they ran or rode on horseback, it would take a quarter of a day to get there. In order not to delay the journey, Jinmu urged his students to hurry, and they set off. They had just begun their journey with enthusiasm when they encountered the first obstacle on their way. At the foot of the stairs, a group of bandits was waiting for them, intending to rob the disciples. Jinmu was furious that these people were going to take money from the novices. It was a rather despicable act. However, to his surprise, Jinsang stepped forward and asked who they were. He was not going to let them get away with this, and promised retribution. One of the bandits, who appeared to be the leader, was not averse to a fight and stepped forward with his weapon at the ready. The others also prepared their blades. They wanted to rob the students and didn't care about Mutang. Jinmu couldn't get used to bandits. During his absence from the world, they hadn't changed at all. The young man called out to Chunsan. He told his student to deal with the enemies as quickly as possible because they had to arrive at their destination before sunset. Changsan warned the attackers that if they laid down their weapons, no one would be hurt. But these words only brought a smirk to the leader's face. Then he told the young man to go to hell and rushed at him. Chunsan was a talented student and easily dodged the attack. He regrouped, jumped up, and moved away from the second bandit. The robber's sword cut through the air where the young man had just been standing. Chongsang did not hesitate and began to strike. In an instant, he struck both attackers and found himself behind them. Then two more bandits, standing slightly behind them, joined the attack. Chonsang managed to parry the double blow with his sword. Jinmu continued to stand and watch the fight. Most of the bandits were already exhausted by this time, except for two more. Their movements seemed quite good to him. Perhaps they were the leaders. Having sent their subordinates forward, they watched and waited for a convenient opportunity. Chunsang mastered the technique of locking energy in his sword and was able to advance several steps further. He would deal with them, too. Jinmu looked at the main bandits and thought with satisfaction that they were still far from this student. He had become much stronger. But one of the bandits managed to knock the blade out of Chunsang's hand. The second one swung his saber to finish off the disarmed opponent. The blow reached its target, and the saber cut through Chunsan's shoulder. Jinmu completely forgot that this was his student's first time in Muram. Unlike in training, where everything was clearly planned out, in reality, there was no specific tactic. Everything depended on confidence and the will to survive. Such students, facing a real fight for the first time, could become confused and lose concentration, which led to mistakes. So Chunsan couldn't keep his balance and slipped. Therefore, even a weak opponent could win. At the moment of the blow, Chonsang saw the saber flying towards him and realized that he would not have time to dodge. Unexpectedly, Jinmu was able to catch the weapon between his palms. He explained to the stunned young man that he needed a little more experience for such fights. Jinmu abruptly released the saber and kicked the robber. Then he clasped both hands together, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to his enemy. The blow landed on the lower part of the head, and the opponent immediately lost consciousness. The remaining bandit watched in surprise as his partner fell. Jinmu addressed him directly. Judging by his sword skills, he was the leader. And compared to the others, his level was quite high. And that could only mean one thing. Jinmu snapped his fingers and assumed that this bandit was the one who had been hired. The bandit was preparing to strike with his knives. He raised his hand, and they flew straight at Jinmu. But the young man easily deflected the weapons. The bandit himself tried to escape, and the remaining bandits just watched him go. Jinmu guessed that the robber immediately realized that his opponent was much stronger than him, and that escape was the best option. But he did not let him go, putting out his hand and catching the fleeing bandit. Jinmu grabbed the bandit and said that no one was letting him go. Then he threw him right onto the steps and pinned him down with his foot. Twisting his arm, the young man began to ask questions about who had sent them and what their goal was. The robber just laughed and insulted Jinmu, not intending to confess so easily. This reaction amused the young man. He was a novice, but he had no intention of politely escorting the robber to prison after a couple of questions. And to prove his words, he twisted the robber's arm harder, simultaneously increasing the pressure with his foot, causing the bones to begin to break. After that, Jinmu began to twist the bandit's leg. At the same time, he calmly reasoned that people often die from violence. The bandit's words that his actions were too cruel made Jinmu smile again. Initially, he was not trying to take his opponent's life. And since this bandit was not going to answer, Jinmu was going to ask the others after he was done. He politely asked the bandit not to move while he was injuring him. The other bandits watched in horror as their partner was being punished. This novice was not at all like those they had met before. When he was done, Jinmu sadly noticed that he had stained his brand new uniform. This angered him greatly and made the bandits tremble with fear. Jinmu turned to them and asked who was next. The bandits understood that if they fell into his hands, they would not remain intact. So they rushed to tell him everything. It was the Palyon gang from Takana. Their boss, Yi Palyong, had ordered them to set up an ambush and bring 3 disciples. The 2 strongest were called the 2 devils of Sabona. Jinmu was right in his guesses, but why did they want to attack them? Mutong was weak now, but he used to be incredibly strong. If someone used the services of mercenaries, it meant they paid a hefty sum for it. Jinmu asked the bandits who had hired them, but it was clear from their confused faces that they themselves didn't really know anything. Apparently, he would have to find their boss, Pal Ryan, himself. Jinmu pointed to the crippled bandits and asked how well known they were. It turned out that they were masters of their craft and were hiding for a crime. Then the young man asked how much money they would be paid for them. They promised 10 silver coins for each one. It wasn't much, but they were still devils from Sabona, not Takana. Jinmu inquired what reward the surviving bandits had received. When they handed over their wallets, the young man let them go. Chonsang and Chunwoo couldn't believe that Jinmu would take the robber's money. Counting the coins, the young man warned the bandits that their boss must not find out about what had happened here. And if he found out that they had prevented him from meeting with Li Paoyong, they would be in big trouble. As he spoke, he bent a coin in his hand in half. Such a vivid demonstration of threat terrified the robbers. They threw themselves to the ground, bowing and promising not to commit any more evil deeds and to live like human beings. Jinmu said that this was not necessary and that they could continue to live in their back alleys. Getting money for protection and someone else's pain didn't seem bad to him, so why change anything? The bandits continued to swear that they would become good, which angered Jinmu again, and he threw the coin at them with force. He told the bandits to continue doing evil and not get on his nerves. The frightened robbers apologized profusely and tried to get away from this place as quickly as possible. Chongsang and Chongwoo were stunned and couldn't recover. Before their eyes, Jinmu not only brutally maimed these bandits, but also took their money. A novice monk was not supposed to do such things. Jinmu ordered them to drag the defeated devils away. They needed to get down from this mountain as quickly as possible. When it got dark, the disciples reached the village of Panchong in the Takana region. The crippled bandits were taken to the village administration, and Jinmu was going to talk to the chief, while Chunsan-nu and Chunwoo were told to rest. As soon as he left, the students collapsed on the ground, exhausted. They had not stopped once during the entire journey. Chunwoo asked Chunsan awkwardly if the teacher had done the right thing. He had beaten these bandits very cruelly. Chunsan admitted that, on the contrary, he admired Jinmu. Everyone hated these bandits. But would they continue to do evil after such punishment? Chongwoo couldn't help but notice their faces as they ran away. They were filled with real horror and fear. And now, they were unlikely to return to Takana. Chunsang himself lost his family because of a gang of bandits. Other villagers also became their victims. And if it weren't for teacher Myunghwa, he himself would not be here now. Myunghwa sent them to prison, but the bandits bribed their way out and continued their attacks. Chunsan had no intention of forgiving these scoundrels and planned to destroy them himself. That is why he was interested in sword fighting techniques. Jinsan and Myunghwa's mentor told him that he should suppress this desire. But Jinmu was not like that. And it was thanks to him that Chansang learned what true enlightenment was. It was when a person awakened and led others. Jinmu terrified the bandits by telling them to continue their robberies. It sounded like punishment to them if they did something wrong. And without a doubt, this idea stuck firmly in their mind. There are people who, walking the path of suffering, bring light into this world. Chansang decided to follow Jinmu on his path of suffering and obey him in everything. Chunwoo wept that he had not noticed what a great man he was. Meanwhile, Jinmu was shaking the chief administrator by the chest, trying to shake out of him a reward of more than 20 silver coins. He begged for at least one more coin, using the excuse that children had been hurt. The chief refused because the robbers' faces were so badly disfigured that it was impossible to identify them. Finally, the man couldn't take it anymore and handed over another coin. He had been in charge here for 10 years, but this was the first time he had seen a student like this. Jinmu thanked him for his generosity and asked if the chief administrator knew anything about Li Paoryong. The chief had heard about this scoundrel who constantly evaded justice. Jinmu then asked what the reward would be for his capture. If the gang leader was caught, the reward would be 20 coins. Jinmu's mood lifted. Of course, this bandit was probably a remarkable guy, but he needed more money. The chief admitted that they themselves had tried to catch this bandit many times, but he was very skilled in martial arts and knew how to hide. This surprised Jinmu. Now everything was controlled by the Ju family. They did not conflict with Sapa and were able to keep Takanu. Therefore, Sapa's influence did not penetrate here, and there should not have been anyone on the streets with skills greater than those of ordinary bandits. Jinmu left the administration, planning to find the gang leader as soon as possible. He could be in a gambling house or a drinking establishment. The young man was already anticipating a quick profit and was eager to see this guy as soon as possible. His students were already running towards him, distracting him from his pleasant thoughts. Sobbing, they began to confess their respect for him and their willingness to follow him for the rest of their lives. At first, Jinmu couldn't understand what had happened to them, but then he decided that the guys were exhausted and hungry, and that's why they had lost their minds. The offer to have dinner immediately stopped the flow of tears and caused their stomachs to rumble. Jinmu promised that today, in honor of the first day of their journey, they would taste the most delicious meat. At the Sun and Moon Hotel, the students eagerly devoured the meat. Their teacher even ordered wine. Other visitors watching this decided that Mutong had finally fallen, but Jinmu decided to ignore it and enjoy his dinner. However, they were noticed by people who knew about the task that the robbers who had attacked during the day had been given. One of the men instructed another man named Chu Sang to find Li Paoryong and find out what could have happened. Meanwhile, he himself went to their master. Their departure was noticed by others who were also dining at the inn. The man who was dining decided that the members of the Wu family were not a cause for concern and that there was no need to follow them. This was the first master of the Ju family from Takana, Ju Kalgyun. He was guarded by several warriors. Chu Kalgyun asked his bodyguards if it was true that the monks from Mutong had not been seen for a long time. Pankahu replied that after the disaster, they had been driven out by the Gu clan and had begun to live a reclusive lifestyle. Observing the hungry disciples, they were amazed that they ate forbidden meat and had wine on their table. The heart of the Ju family was in their ancestral estate on Yangdong Mountain. It also had roots into Kanayang, Yangichan, and Muha. The family had been known for over 100 years and had preserved its customs for several dozen generations. It included warriors, doctors, scholars, and servants. If you put them all together, there would be more than 1,000 people. The blood relative of the main branch of the Ju family, living in Takana, was the first lord, Chu Kalgyun. He held enormous power in his hands. Observing the students, he came to the conclusion that they were from the second generation, as they ate and drank very well. Pankahu noticed that if they behaved so freely, it was likely that there were no mentors nearby, and this could have bad consequences for Mutong. However, his master Mutang reminded him of a tiger hiding from people, and he was hungry. But if the predator came out, it was only because he was looking for prey. Ju Kalgin ordered his bodyguard to find out whether these guys were tigers or just puppies. The best skill of the second generation was filling the sword with energy. But if they were capable of more, it was worth testing them without crippling. Pankahu was going to carry out this order and not fight at full strength. He approached the students, asking what Mutong's disciples were doing in such a place. Then the bodyguard introduced himself and admitted that fate itself had arranged this meeting, for he had great respect for this clan. After these words, Pankahu offered to treat the students to wine. Jinmu angrily put his bowl on the table. This man had fallen on them like a bolt from the blue. The young man turned to the man and explained that only a true madman could make such a proposal. In his opinion, Pankahu was overacting. This student gave the bodyguard the impression that he was either the leader of a gang, or a Sapa warrior disguised as a monk. Jinmu, meanwhile, was boiling with rage. There were too many annoying people around, trying to peek into his plate. The visitors sitting at the next table, who had previously been indignant that the students were eating meat, hurried to leave the establishment. But what annoyed the young man the most were the representatives of the Zhu family. These words were heard by Zhu Kaogyun, who was watching the conversation. Jinmu couldn't understand why they didn't come over right away and admit that they wanted to conduct an inspection. This speech enraged the bodyguard, and he tried to argue with the young man, but Jinmu interrupted him, ending the conversation. The student turned to Chunsan and told him that these people wanted to know what they were capable of. Jinmu told the student to fight as before, but to such an extent that the opponent would not get up. Chunsan willingly went out to meet Pankahu. The latter was not very happy with the situation. Jinmu had outplayed him, and everything could go wrong. Zhou Kaogyun was also dissatisfied. This stupid boy had humiliated his bodyguard. On the other hand, it was now impossible to back down, and it was much easier to test the boys. Jinmu made the same impression on him as he did on Pankahu. This was definitely an unusual novice. This young man was different from the Mutang disciples that Zhu Kaogen knew, and resembled a wolf cub in some ways. Pankahu prepared for the fight. The young man had a sharp tongue, and it was necessary to check whether he was as good in battle as he was with words. Jinmu scratched his ear carefree. He warned that Chunsang only fought with swords. The bodyguard was confused. With these students, it was getting easier by the hour. He shouted that fist-fighting techniques were enough. After all, Pan Kahu himself was a first-class warrior, and his opponent was only a second-generation student. Jinmu warned that the man would regret it. He looked down on Chunsang, so he was unable to reveal himself completely. Vanity clouded his mind, and if Pankahu didn't realize this, he would lose. Jinmu commanded the fight to begin. Chunsan immediately went on the attack. His techniques lacked variety, and he only used the floating cloud sword. The blade swept right in front of the astonished bodyguard's face. Jinmu noted with satisfaction that a real storm was now raging in this cloud. Chunsang did not stop, and immediately struck again. Pankahu only managed to dodge the new lunge. Then he immediately went on the attack and made a sharp lunge with his foot. Chongsang was not ready for this, and the blow hit him right in the shoulder blade. The experienced bodyguard had already grabbed his student's sword arm and simultaneously struck him in the side. The man continued to demonstrate his martial arts skills. He did not expect the student to be so quick at the beginning, but he was still inexperienced. Pankahu struck his opponent's leg. The lower part of his body was unprotected, and the hand holding the sword was also vulnerable. The bodyguard jumped up, preparing to change position. He felt sorry for Chunsan because he had good potential. Landing on the table, Pankahu thought it was time to end this fight. Jinmu also saw the flaws in this technique and knew that his opponent had long been aware of them. But Chunsan was not so simple. He had already corrected them under his guidance and now deliberately set himself up. Jinmu was pleasantly surprised that this student turned out to be such a cunning one. Pankahu, having analyzed his opponent's weaknesses, was already flying towards him in a jump, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. But Chunsang raised his sword and parried the blow. However, the bodyguard did not lose his composure and knocked the young man off his feet with a kick. Pankahu threw his fist forward, intending to deliver another blow. He was sure that now it would all be over. But to his surprise and annoyance, the young man not only dodged, but also leaned forward with his whole body. Chongsan's target was him, and at that moment, the student attacked. This powerful and unexpected blow knocked the bodyguard to the floor. Pankahu tried to recover and asked the young man to stop, but the latter had already raised his weapon. Jinmu enjoyed the fight and the sounds it made. His student was learning everything on the fly. An angry shout came from the balcony from Chu Kao-gin. He was ashamed that his bodyguard was losing to a child. Pankahu tried to hide from Chonsan's furious blows, while his master shouted that he was useless. The man couldn't take it anymore and jumped in front of his opponent, drawing his sword. Chongsan noticed the force with which the scabbard flew away. This meant that the duel would be completely different. Pankahu was burning with rage and filled with energy. Jinmu became alert. What was happening now was not part of his plan. The Zhu family's specialty was a fighting technique reminiscent of a writhing snake's tongue. The energy did not just envelop the body of the sword, but extended beyond it. Jinmu was angry. They had almost won, and at the first opportunity, Chunsang should have beaten his opponent. The disciple began to rise from the bench. Apparently, he would have to help in this battle. However, he stopped when he saw that energy was also flowing through Chunsang's sword, meaning that the student had not given up. Chunwoo also saw the enemy's released energy and asked Jinmu for help. Pankahu smiled. The energy in the student's sword did not seem like a good idea to him. The difference in techniques was like heaven and earth. The density and power were different. But the main difference was in length. The energy released during the attack was limitless. The boy could not even imagine such a distance. The bodyguard lunged forward, releasing energy and threateningly warning his opponent to get ready. Chongsang saw a stream of energy fly past him. Dodging it, he jumped high into the air. He then landed on one of the nearby tables. But he was forced to jump again as Pankahu delivered another blow that smashed the table to smithereens. Chongsang began jumping from one table to another, which were being blown to pieces by the pursuing energy. Pushing off from a column, he changed the direction of his jumps, soaring high above the scattering debris. In midair, he prepared to strike and filled his sword with energy. Pankahu swung his weapon, cutting through the air and deflecting the attack. Chongsang put his sword out and tried to hold back his opponent's energy. A new blow knocked him over, but the young man managed to regroup and lean on his arm. Jinmu watched his student and was pleased with him again. Chongsang tried to close the distance between himself and his opponent and find a gap in his defense. Of course, these actions could not be called an attack because the boy was nowhere near the bodyguard's level of skill. Chongsang's gaze was filled with determination. It was worth paying more attention to his training, and then he would not be ashamed to walk alongside this student. Chongwoo didn't have time to react before Jinmu disappeared from the bench in a single leap. He covered Chunsan by appearing in front of him and suggested that Pankahu fight him now, since he was a master of his craft. The bodyguard tried to chase Jinmu away so that he would not interfere with the fight, and Chunsan shouted loudly that he could still fight. He called Jinmu a teacher, which was clearly heard by everyone present. The teacher held his sword in front of him, promising to show how to tear his opponent to pieces. This inspired Chongsang because Jinmu would personally demonstrate his fighting techniques. He had only heard about the fight with Jinho from Chunwoo, and the fight with the bandits could not be called a battle. It was a real beating. Moreover, Chunsan was curious to see what Jinmu would use against the released energy. Pankahu heard everything and laughed. This young man was too bold for a novice. Perhaps becoming a first-level disciple at such a young age allowed him to afford it. But wasn't it too arrogant? Jinmu replied that the bodyguard was fighting like a little child. This greatly angered his opponent, who was already ready to attack. The disciples shuddered. These words sent a chill down their spines. Chongwoo did not understand why Jinmu was provoking Pankahu. The latter was eagerly anticipating the upcoming fun. Jo Kalgyun tensed up. This was no longer a battle to determine who was stronger, but a battle to the death that could lead to conflict with Mutong. Despite the fact that the clan had weakened, it was part of the faction with Chungwan, and suddenly, this could lead to war between Mutong and the Ju family. Ju Kalgyun shouted with all his might, trying to stop the fight. But the fierce bodyguard did not hear his master. He was focused on his opponent. Pankahu released the energy from his sword, inviting the monk to test the difference in their strength. A powerful stream of energy rushed straight at Jinmu. Chonsang and Chunwoo froze in horror. This attack was nothing like the previous one, but Jinmu stood calmly in front of the approaching whirlwind. He could see everything perfectly. The young man repelled the attack. Simply being strong was not enough. It was more important to know how to use one's abilities. The blow sent boards flying from the roof of the hotel. The night sky stared down at those present through the hole that had formed. Until then, it had seemed impossible to resist the unleashed energy. Pankahu's anger was out of control. He shouted at the young man, asking how much more he wanted to humiliate him, and directed another stream of energy at him. It flew from all sides toward the focused Jinmu, but the young man grinned and began to block the streams again. Chongsang opened his mouth in amazement. Jinmu's actions were magnificent. He was able to repel the attack with the edge of his sword. At the same time, he did not attack or defend, but used the difference in energy. Chonsang realized that he had seen another way to use the energy in the sword. At one point, Jinmu's blade flew right in front of Pankahu's face. The next blow still hit the bodyguard in the face. Another hit Pankahu's shoulder, who did not expect such a turn of events. After that, Jinmu threw away his blade and knocked his opponent to the ground with his foot. Pankahu fell to his knees, and the student grabbed him by the hair. Jinmu decided that this was enough to end the fight. He raised his fist above his opponent, intending to secure his victory. Tears rolled down the loser's cheeks in fear. Chunsang and Chunwoo closed their eyes so as not to watch the beating. Jo Kalgyun watched in disappointment as his foolish bodyguard was defeated. The servants asked him what to do, but their master told them not to interfere and jumped off the balcony. There, Jinmu, who was in a rage, continued to strike the loser. After landing, Ju Kalgun gathered energy in his hands. He rushed forward to grab his student's bloodied hand. But to his surprise, he grabbed only emptiness. Jinmu had already moved and cheerfully asked what he was doing. The young man thought that this representative of the Jew family was a scholar who knew nothing about martial arts. These words from the insolent young man enraged Chu Kalgyun. If you asked people about this family, they would say that they were scholars. But because of the large number of enemies in Merim, the Jew family was a military clan. Chu Kalgyun realized that Jinmu most likely knew this and deliberately wanted to anger him for fun. Coming to this conclusion, he became even more angry, and energy sparkled around him. He was not going to give this student any leniency and wanted to punish him for his arrogance. Jinmu just waved his hand invitingly and promised to repay him in full. For Chu Kalgyun, it was a humiliating situation. Pan Ka-hu had lost, and the other bodyguards looked at their master. He pushed off, trying to put all his strength into the attack. The goal of this fierce attack was simply to grab Jinmu by the wrist. The young man realized that it would be an exciting battle and prepared to use the water element technique. The opponent's hands collided in the first strike. Chu Kalgyun continued his attack, but Jinmu calmly parried all the blows. At one point, he managed to grab the young man by the sleeve, but Jinmu immediately shook off his hand and pushed it away. Then he grabbed Chu Kalgyun's wrist. Then he delivered a powerful blow straight to his opponent's jaw. Chu Kalgyun was furious. He couldn't understand how it had happened. He threw out his energy-filled hand, trying to grab Jinmu. The strike was called the Attack of the Suffering God and was a legacy of the Chu family. All his strength was concentrated in his 5 fingers, but for some reason, it didn't work. Jinmu dodged it with ease. The technique was useless in this fight. Chu Kalgyun really wanted to hit the insolent student at least once. He decided to use another technique called the Divine Attack of 1,000 Worlds. This was supposed to multiply the power concentrated in his right hand. Gathering his energy, Chu Kalgyun aimed a blow at his opponent. Jinmu was still calm and focused and prepared to repel the attack. He threw his arm forward and the young men collided. The collision of energies was so powerful that splinters flew around. Due to the dust that rose, Chon Sang and Chon Woo could not find Jinmu. The bodyguards tried to help the defeated Chu Kalgyun get up. He was furious. He couldn't even move the student. It was a real disgrace. Jinmu added fuel to the fire when he approached and said that he had fought quite well. Chu Kalgyun asked the young man to introduce himself. He knew that if the student was from the first tier, his name had to start with Jin. Since the young man was in no hurry to answer, the loser completely lost his composure and began shouting, ordering him to give his name. Smiling, Jinmu introduced himself and asked him to remember his name. After all, in the future, he would be the head of the United Political Forces. Chu Kalgyun promised the young man that they would definitely meet again. He and his bodyguards were already heading for the exit, but Jinmu asked them to stop. The young man pointed to the debris left after the battle. Surely the representatives of the Chu family would not simply leave after destroying someone's home. Chu Kalgyun asked his student not to meddle in other people's affairs and was going to compensate the hotel for the damage. But that wasn't enough. Jinmu asked if he was going to pay for the interrupted dinner and reward him for his bravery. The young man saw nothing wrong with this, since the representative of the Jew family had a lot of money. Chu Kalgyun was confused. It seemed like extortion, but since he no longer had the strength to argue, he simply threw the bag of coins at the insolent novice. Jinmu poured the coins into his palm and complained that there were only silver coins and not a single gold coin. Was Chu Kalgyun really that poor? He was struck by such insolence and turned to leave, but Jinmu grabbed him by his clothes and asked him to wait. He pointed to Pan Ka-hu lying on the floor, whom Chu Kalgyun had conveniently forgotten about. But in the eyes of this representative of the Jew family, the loser was useless. And together with his bodyguards, they left the hotel. Jinmu was stunned. It turned out that this man was worse than he was, and by far. But before he could get far away, Chu Kalgyun began coughing up blood. The bodyguards rushed to his aid. He had suffered internal injuries during the fight, but it was good that he hadn't coughed up blood right in front of this insolent student. Chu Kalgyun thought he was facing a wolf cub, but it turned out that he was facing a real tiger cub that was already using its sharp claws. Someone like him could only have come down from the mountain for one reason: to seize the trading rights in Takana. Because of this, the Jew family could suffer greatly. Chu Kalgyun ordered his bodyguard, Gil Pyong, to follow this student and find out everything: where he would stay and who he would talk to. Wiping away the blood, he thought to himself, could Mutong really have gained enough power to get what he wanted? Chu Kalgyun couldn't let that happen. The next day, trade was in full swing in the center of Takana. Changwu's eyes darted from side to side at the abundance of all kinds of delicacies, but Jinmu was more annoyed that everyone was staring at them because of their clothes. They were relatively new, but constant fighting had turned them into dirty rags. Everything would have been worse if he hadn't been able to get money from the Jew family. However, now they would have to spend it on clothes. Jinmu decided to head to the street with the fabrics and find out something there at the same time. At the entrance to the shop, they were greeted by the friendly owner. But when the students started grabbing and examining the fabrics, his cap flew into the air in indignation. He immediately shouted angrily for the boys to take their hands off his fabrics. The shop owner was completely sure that the monks could not afford his goods. Jinmu began tossing a bag of coins that made a distinctive jingling sound. The man immediately realized that there were silver coins in the bag, which sounded like music to his ears. His behavior immediately changed, and he began to offer his help to the respected master. Upon learning what Jinmu needed, the owner began to praise his shop and merchandise. The young man was ready to believe the merchant and place an order. The man tried to clarify who the clothes would be made for. In response, Jinmu made a broad gesture indicating the number 3. He was ready to order a pair of outfits for all 3, which brought the shop owner to indescribable delight. While the disciples thanked Jinmu, the merchant wept with happiness. The baker had predicted that he would become rich, and now he wanted to reward this messenger. Jinmu knew that money gave power and loyalty. If you destroy, destroy completely. And if you spend, spend to the fullest. While the merchant was taking measurements from Chansan, Jinmu asked him if he knew Li Paoryong. The young man believed that the leader collected tribute from this street, so the merchants might know something. Jinmu was going to find out who was behind the ambush at the foot of Mutan. The merchant said that many people were looking for this scoundrel. Yesterday, the Yu family asked about him. Hearing the familiar surname, Jinmu wondered why this family needed Li Paoryong. It turned out that they had come several times, but no one had any idea where the gang leader was hiding. Jinmu wondered. It couldn't be that the Yu family had their eyes on his 20-coin prize. When the measurements were finished, the young man ordered the clothes to be sent to the main trade guild, and he and his students left the shop. Meanwhile, a conversation was taking place at the residence of the Chu family in Takana. Jokal-jun recounted the incident and told of the first-rank apprentice, Jinmu, and 2 others from the second rank. However, his interlocutor had never heard of them. Jumu Lin was the head of this family from Takana, and he became curious about who this Jinmu was. Jukal-gyun admitted that although this student was young, he could be called a real tiger cub. Jumu Lin understood that these words meant the victory of the first-tier disciple, and became enraged. Jokal-gyun added that Pan Ka-hu had been sent to check on these disciples and find out why they had appeared here after so many years. However, he did not admit that he had personally fought with Jinmu, and if this came to light, there could be problems. To change the subject, Jukal-gyun said that the disciples had gone to the trade guild, and it seemed that a deal had been made between Mutang and her. But these words only made Jumu Rina laugh. To make a deal with a guild that was involved in smuggling, one would have to be out of their mind. It was unlikely that Mutang supported the smugglers. Most likely, they simply didn't know about it with their reclusive lifestyle. Besides that, it was strange how these novices looked. They ate meat, drank wine, and clearly had money. Jumu Ran laughed at these words and decided that Mutang had finally fallen. However, Chu Kalna was concerned about something else and wanted to share it. In Punchan, he had seen warriors from the Wu family, and it seemed that they were watching these novices. Jumu Ran thought about it. The son of the Wu family, Jin He, studied in Mutang, and the student who went to the trade guild was named Jin Mu. He understood the connection between the guild, the Wu family, and Mutang. It was a small fly whose bite would kill a cow. Jukal-jun listened to the reasoning and did not understand what these flies, cows, and the capture of Mutang meant. Jumu Ren gave 20 warriors to Jukal-gyun to watch over the students. If they did anything illegal, they were to be brought here. Jukal-jun understood the assignment, but it was also a great opportunity for him. 20 warriors from Changha University were directly subordinate to the Ju family. None of the heirs had ever used their services before. Jukal-jun could well become the chief heir, chosen from among those who had made the family more prosperous. If Mutang disgraced himself, he would be thrown out of Takana, and Jukal-gyun could help with that and become the main heir. It all came down to Jinmu. And besides, the future heir was eager for revenge. Before leaving, Jukal-gyun promised to follow all of his father's instructions. Towards evening, the students arrived at the main trade guild. Chunwoo and Chunsang trained under Jinmu's guidance. He watched the boys closely and threatened to deprive Chunwoo of dinner if he made a mistake. Guild chairman Kim Chok-san was away on business, and Jinmu was forced to pass the time training the students. The 3 of them were given an entire mansion with a courtyard, garden, and gazebo. Jinmu was surprised that the guild earned more than he thought, but that was great. The bigger the fish, the better for him. At that moment, Kim Chok-san appeared with his bodyguard. He was happy to see Mutang's students. Jinmu was well aware of the chairman's plans to put Jin He in the position of supreme elder and subjugate Mutang. But a man who voices his thoughts shows weakness. So Jinmu also greeted Kim Chok-san cheerfully. While they were exchanging pleasantries, Jinmu planned to find out everything and win favor first, and then suck all the juice out of the guild. The chairman noticed the condition of Jinmu's clothes. The young man admitted that they had been attacked by bandits on the way, but since everything ended well, there was no need to worry. The fact that someone dared to attack Mutong's students angered Gimchok-san so much that Jinmu's eardrums nearly burst from his scream. The chairman, dissatisfied with the situation, grabbed the young man and promised to assign bodyguards to them so that no one else could harm them. He was touched by the students' gratitude. The guild and Mutong became one family, and if the boys needed anything, all they had to do was ask. While the students were here, they could pay for purchases on behalf of the trade guild. These words made Jinmu truly delighted. The young man immediately admitted that they had ordered clothes, and the chairman was going to ask Li Chi-sun to pay for their order. Chun Sang and Chun Woo just watched this dialogue in bewilderment. Since it was the students' first time outside of Mutong, the chairman suggested showing them Takan, and since an excellent dinner awaited them, the students agreed. So they agreed. Gimchok-san had a couple of errands to run, and then he was going to return to the students right away. Jinmu watched as the chairman and his bodyguard walked away, and he had the feeling that they were behaving as if they had known each other for decades. The concern was excessive. Usually, there were ulterior motives behind such behavior. The chairman instructed Li Chi-sun to contact the Wu family and report that the novices had arrived at the guild. In the bodyguard's opinion, this was too risky. The students' clothes showed that this was the result of an unsuccessful skirmish with the Wu family. If it failed again, the guild could suffer. But the chairman said that all responsibility lay with the Wu family and advised them to remember that he and Li Chi-shan knew nothing about it. Using Jinhe was beneficial for Gumchok-san. Unlike Jinmu, they could be controlled and blackmailed in the future. But there were other matters that needed to be dealt with urgently. The gunpowder smuggling was due to arrive in 5 days. It was strictly prohibited, but brought in huge amounts of money. And that was more important than some students. But the administration was watching the guild, and they had to be careful. A message from the trade guild was delivered to the Wu family estate. Seats had been reserved on the Muval waterfront, and the warrior was going to prepare mercenaries who could keep their mouths shut. The head of the Wu family, Wu Moon-hyun, wondered if the situation with the devils of Shibona would repeat itself. This time, the mercenaries were more experienced and well-known, but if they failed, Gon Sa-chok himself would take care of it. He was the leader of the Sachok gang, who possessed the snowstorm technique. He was known throughout Takan. He had a huge staff of subordinates, and there were rumors about his connection to the powerful Black Doom gang from Sapa. Gon Sa-chok volunteered to help when he learned that the Wu family was looking for his cousin, Lee Paoryong. It was not yet known how much he would have to pay for his services. Wu Moon-hyun, on the other hand, was planning to destroy Gon Sa-chok and pin all the crimes on him. Everything would be staged to look as if the gangsters from Sapa had killed Mutong's student. The Wu family would pretend to seek revenge, and Jinhe would get closer to her goal. The entire future of the Wu family depended on him. Anyone who stood in Jinhe's way had to be wiped off the face of the earth. Wu Moon-hyun was determined to destroy Jinmu, the first-tier disciple, at any cost for the sake of the Wu family's future. The students' day ended at the Takana embankment. Passers-by turned around in surprise at the loud cries. It was a confused Chunwoo trying to fight off 2 girls who found him endearing. The same situation was happening with Chon-san, and he was also trying to fight off the female attention, remembering that they were novices. Jinmu ordered the embarrassed students to take their hands off the girls. They were supposed to have dinner with the chairman on another street. Gimchok-san apologized for his mistake. He had forgotten that this route passed through the red light district. He urged them to hurry, as there was only one place that served excellent wine. Jinmu knew that everything this man said was a lie. They had already passed all the decent establishments, and Red Light Street was rigged to cloud their judgment. They were being lured somewhere. Jinmu thought it sounded like nonsense. He had only just arrived at the guild, and they already wanted to get rid of him. But since he was curious about what they had in mind, the young man decided to play along. And so they arrived at Muval, located on the waterfront. Gimchok-san asked the students to go inside. Jinmu looked around the place thoughtfully. The place was so far away that no one would even know if someone died there. It was convenient for dirty work. The chairman opened the doors and asked if anyone was inside. A deep-voiced old man came out to greet the guests. Gimchok-san replied that they had reserved a special room, and the old man invited them inside. Jinmu was surprised. Was this old man the owner? He looked as if he would fall apart at any moment. It was quite strange. As he climbed the stairs, the young man also noticed that there was not a single fly around, and there was a thick layer of dust everywhere. It was hard to believe that meetings with important guests were held here. Chun Sang and Chun Woo looked around in awe. They had no idea, because they knew nothing about the outside world. The old man pointed to the young man and said that he would accompany them further to the room. The young man introduced himself as Go Wool and asked them to follow him, but the dried calluses on his hands did not belong to someone who welcomed guests. This meant that the guy knew how to fight, but everyone followed him. Go Vol opened the doors, inviting the guests into a special room. There, the table was already set, and musicians welcomed the guests. The students' mouths watered at the abundance of food, but not Jinmu's. There were also several girls in the room who were supposed to share dinner with them. Lee Chi-sun had to wait for the chairman outside. As soon as they heard the invitation to the table from Kim Chok-san, Chunwoo and Chunsong rushed to the food. The chairman told the girls not to stand around, but to pour wine for the young guests. The girls approached each of the students to fill their glasses. One of them sat down next to Jinmu, preparing to pour wine into his cup. The young man watched the drop fall and thought that this work was like jewelry making. However, he noticed a difference in the color of his drink and that of the chairman. It was barely noticeable. Unfortunately, Jinmu couldn't do anything about it yet. At that moment, Lee Chi-sung returned and reported an urgent situation. The bodyguard began whispering something in the chairman's ear. Something was wrong with the item delivered last time, and it concerned a certain Mr. Ji-hyun. Kim Chok-san apologized, but he had to leave to resolve the issue. Jinmu asked the chairman not to worry about them since the matter was so serious. Kim Chok-san hurriedly took his leave and asked them to begin without him. Jinmu easily saw through this pathetic excuse to get away quickly. They were in a confined space with only one door leading outside. Something had been mixed into the wine. The young man had another suspicion, and under the pretext of swatting a fly, he slapped the girl sitting next to him on the arm. Underneath her clothes were strong muscles that the fabric could not hide. The two musicians also did not inspire confidence in the student. Calluses were characteristic of a skilled warrior, and blue fingers appeared with frequent use of cheap poisons. All these people around the students were hired assassins. But Jinmu did not understand why he had displeased Kim Chok-san so much. Was he really so afraid that Jinhe would not get the position of chief student because of him? Wasn't Jinhe a decent person? Otherwise, he was the one behind it all. The girl offered Jinmu some wine, but he was Mutong's apprentice, and if she was that stupid, she should have done it herself. She tried to refuse, but the young man insisted that she drink from the cup if she didn't want him to help her with that. At the same time, they could check if anything had been mixed into the wine. The girl didn't know what to say or how to act in this situation. Chong-sang heard this conversation and became alert. The musicians and the other girls realized that this student had noticed something was wrong. The girl angrily splashed wine at Jinmu. If he was going to drink, he should have done so without saying anything. The young man managed to grab her hand, and the liquid spilled onto another girl's clothes. The clothes smoked where the wine had spilled, and the girl screamed in pain. Chun-sang realized that there was poison in it and shouted a warning. Jinmu, holding the mercenary's hand, shouted to a student that there was danger behind him. Another mercenary took out a sharp weapon and tried to attack Chun-sang from behind, but he turned around in time and managed to grab her arm with the weapon. The blade was pressed directly against his neck, and he tried to hold the girl back. With his other hand, the young man managed to find a plate of food. Grabbing the dish, he swung it at the mercenary's face. Having eliminated his opponent, Chun-san immediately drew his sword. Meanwhile, the enraged girl came to her senses and wiped the food residue from her face. Suddenly, a blade sprang from the sole of her shoe. She immediately struck the unsuspecting Chun-sang and slashed his chest. Then she deftly jumped away from the student. The mercenary knew martial arts and froze in anticipation. Chong-woo looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening, but the third girl had already raised her blade above him to strike. Blows rained down on him one after another, and Chong-woo shouted for Jinmu to save him. But Jinmu had no time for his foolish student. Two mercenaries attacked Jinmu at once. He managed to grab the weapon from one of them. After that, he was able to parry the second girl's blow. Then he swung his arm and threw the first girl away with force. She fell onto a table, which broke from the force of the throw. The dishes flew in all directions. Along with it, jugs of poisoned wine flew into the air. Jinmu noticed this and shouted a warning to Chun-san. While he caught one jug with his foot, the other was caught by Chun-san with his sword. Mutin's disciples deflected the jugs with their dangerous contents, repaying the mercenaries' debt. They flew straight into the musicians, who were still sitting with their instruments. However, they managed to jump out of the way, and the jugs shattered when they hit the floor. Now, armed men joined the fight. One of them threw a scattering of sharp knives at the disciples, but they did not lose their composure and kicked the table up with their feet. Using the broken table as a shield, Jinmu hoped it would help. The weapons flew past their cover without causing any harm. But they hit the unprotected mercenaries, who also happened to be in his way. Chong-woo tried to crouch down and cover himself, but several arrows still hit him. Chun-sang noticed this and rushed to his friend, kicking the table away. He grabbed Chonwoo and urged the boy to come to his senses. Jinmu was pulling the arrows stuck in the table and heard their conversation. Chonwoo was saying that he couldn't feel anything. The arrows were dipped in poison and simply paralyzed the student. Jinmu ordered the arrows to be pulled out, after which everything should return to normal. After that, the students approached the mercenaries. Jinmu was disappointed. If they had chosen such a profession, they should have improved their skills. One of the opponents asked how he was able to figure everything out. Jinmu replied that they had missed too many details and he was too lazy to list them all. But that wasn't the main thing. What was more important was that Gim Chok-san was behind it all. Perhaps he had also hired the bandits from Palyan. The second mercenary, whom no one had seen yet, took out vials of poison. They did not sell information about their clients, and since the mercenaries did not want to reveal who hired them, Jinmu decided to silence them forever. The mercenary with the poison collapsed, and the second was stunned. This disciple was very quick and attacked without warning. He did not understand who this monk was, and prepared to fight him with needles. But the sword strike didn't even give him time to throw them at the disciples. After receiving several more blows, the mercenary fell to his knees. Right in front of his face was the naked blade of a sword. Chonsang warned the mercenary not to even think about moving. The young man asked Jinmu what to do with this man. Jinmu decided to scare these mercenaries and ordered Chonsang to quickly kill the criminals. The apprentice grabbed the frightened man by the hair and raised his sword. The man still couldn't believe that they were really monks. At that moment, the door to the room flew open. The man who burst into the room blocked Chunsan's sword. Then he grabbed the shocked mercenary by his clothes. With one movement, he carried the man, who couldn't believe he was still alive, behind his back. It was Go-wol who had accompanied them to this room. Jinmu immediately recognized this young man and thought he was different from the others. Go-wol began to accuse the guests of being real monsters and not even sparing the girls. Jinmu tried to explain that they had done nothing and that everyone was alive, but the young man refused to listen. He had already taken a fighting stance and promised them a painful death. Jinmu became angry. He had just explained to Go-wol that it wasn't his doing. The young men stood facing each other, staring intently. Go-wol considered the students to be completely inhuman creatures and challenged Jinmu to a duel. The young man easily determined how weak Go-wol was and decided that if he fought him himself, it would be considered a disgrace. Deciding that in this case, it would be more useful for the other students to gain experience, he turned to Chunwoo. He suggested that the frightened boy take a chance and fight his opponent in a fistfight. Go-wol, filled with energy, was already flying towards them to strike the first blow. Chunwoo was scared to tears and could only grab his cheeks. But Jinmu didn't give him much time to think and kicked him forward. Chongwoo was sure that if he did something stupid, the teacher would get angry, and he fell face down on the floor. The situation was terrifying, but disappointing the teacher was much worse. Jinmo tried to cheer up his frightened student and told him that he would definitely win. Then, in tears, Chonmu thought about it. He remembered the episode with the stone and the fight with Chunsan. It happened right after those words. Although the student didn't even think he could win, it was all because of his constant self-doubt. But Jinmu had believed in him for a long time. Chunwoo was also ready to trust his teacher and prepared for the fight. The boy took his stance. If Jinmu said he would win, then he was definitely capable of it. Jinmu liked his student's attitude and cheered him on even more. Chonwoo rushed into battle. He immediately blocked Go-wol's first blows, but his opponent managed to grab his wrist and strike him with his knee. Gasping, Chonwoo quickly recovered and attacked Go-wol. The fight was fierce, with blows raining down one after another. At one point, Chonwoo swung his arm and struck with such force that Go-wol had to hold him back with both hands. The young man was even thrown far back. Go-wol was surprised by Chonwoo's abilities. Despite his physique, he was very fast, and his weight protected him from blows. He was also very strong, and after each blow, it seemed to Chonwoo that Go-wol's bones were cracking. Jinmu was pleased. Under his guidance, his student's fistfighting technique had improved significantly, especially the sharpness of his attacks and his destructive power. And if Chunwoo became more confident in himself, with such abilities, no one would treat him with contempt anymore. The mercenary whom Go-wol was defending thought doomfully that they were in big trouble. But he found a way out and took a poisoned dart from his sleeve. Everyone was watching the fight closely, but not him. The vigilant Chunsang flew towards the man and prevented him from throwing the weapon. Go-wol saw his master wounded and screamed in horror. For Chonwoo, the moment had come, and he gathered all his strength and rushed towards his opponent. His incredibly powerful blow hit Go-wol right in the jaw, who did not have time to block the attack. As he flew through the air, he only had time to think that he had made a fatal mistake and lost his concentration. Chonwoo did not stop there. He used the blue dragon strike. The unfortunate Go-wol's mouth gushed blood. The loser flew through the door and landed on the floor. Jinmu watched as his student finished what he had started. Go-wol was unconscious. Suddenly, Something alarmed the young man. A bright stream of light flew down the corridor, straight towards Chunwoo and Cole. Jinmu shouted a warning to alert the boy. Chunwoo barely managed to grab the loser and jump aside. A huge hole gaped in the floor where he had just been standing. Whoever had attacked them was not using ordinary weapons. Mutin's disciples prepared to attack. Only a master of Tanji's level could do such a thing. But until now, there had been no hint of such a person. An old man stepped out of the corridor to meet them. He should have noticed earlier that he was dealing with professionals. There were 3 stages of released energy. For the first, Hyungi, an object was used. Most masters were at this level. The next stage was called Tanji. Energy was released like a bullet at a specific target. Those who reached the Tongi level were outstanding masters. They were elders and those close to them in status. Now Jinmu had reached the second stage. But in his past life, he had been at a higher level. Even though the old man was just standing there, he inspired a chilling fear. Only a master of the Youngi level could achieve this. And if this man had reached the state of Kong, then the disciples' affairs were very bad. Jinmu wondered how much Gimchok-song had paid for this. Stroking his beard, the old man remarked that they were true masters of their craft. He had never met anyone like them before. Jinmu was furious and shouted at the old man to shut up. He possessed unique skills and could have become an elder, but instead chose the path of a mercenary. The old man was puzzled by this speech. He had done nothing wrong. Then Jinmu pointed to Go Volya and asked if he was in cahoots with them. The master scratched his head thoughtfully. He had only used these people, but whether he was in cahoots with them was unclear. Jinmu's patience was rapidly running out. He urged the old man to make up his mind and answer whether he was with the mercenaries or not. He looked at the hunched old man and assumed that he was already senile. But who had gone against him after all? Finally, Jinmu couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at the old man again, which only made him laugh. The old man smiled and said that the guys with evil energy had even crossed the Jew family. And what had the novice done to make so many enemies? Jinmu could not understand what this mysterious man meant. Meanwhile, the old man stretched out his hand and made a proposal to the disciples. He pointed to Go Will, who was needed, alive. If they gave him the boy, he would pretend he hadn't seen the disciples there. Negotiating with a mercenary was not in Jinmu's rules, but if there was a chance to avoid a massacre, it was worth taking. And since the young man was not alone, it was impossible to take any risks now. Jinmu agreed to the deal. The young man ordered Chunwoo to put Go Volya on the floor. After that, Jinmu turned to the old man with a proposal to switch places. The exit was right behind him, and it was safer for the students. They moved. Chunsang held his sword at the ready. Jinmu said goodbye to the old man as he hoisted Gowol onto his shoulder. In response, the master uttered a few parting words, and energy flashed from his hand. The disciples scattered in different directions. Jinmu shouted to the others to be careful, but it was too late. A powerful stream of energy was already flying in their direction. It rushed straight at Jinmu, who prepared to repel the attack. The young man began to use the air matter technique. A real energy vortex swirled in his hands. He collided with the released energy and redirected it to the side. The impact sent boards flying to the sides and left a deep mark on the floor. The old man was surprised that Mutang used this technique. If the young man had tried to resist his energy, he would hardly have survived. Jinmu used a tornado-like wind, condensed it, and redirected the flow of energy, which allowed him to survive. The ancient master was sure that the student standing before him was better than 3 herbivorous old men. This technique cannot be used successfully without proper experience and a perfect understanding of martial arts. The old man asked where Jinmu came from, but the young man wanted to ask him the same question. A man with such powers must be quite famous. Jinmu could not remember him, neither in the political alliance, nor in Sapechan, nor in Ilwan Magyu. In the end, Jinmu simply asked the old man who he was. But the old man had no intention of revealing his name to someone who was destined to leave the world of the living. Jinmu raised his sword sharply, deflecting invisible blows. Neither Chunwoo nor Chonsang saw anything. There was only sound. Jinmu realized in time that it was an abstract attack. This old man could hide and transform energy as he pleased. The mercenary was surprised that a young man of such age could sense an abstract attack. It had taken him many years to learn this skill, but still, he had to take Jinmu's life. The young man immediately ordered his students to run away. He realized that the master had reached the level of Kanga. If the old man used his abilities, everyone around would die. And even if Jinmu couldn't defeat him, the main thing was to buy time. The young man jumped forward, deflecting the energy daggers. He was responsible for the lives of his students. The old man grunted and waved his hand, directing a new stream of energy. The released energy easily overcame Jinmu's defenses. One of the beams grazed his cheek. Mutin's disciple had no intention of giving up. His sword was also filled with energy. With his weapon, he blocked and redirected the streams of rays. Seizing a convenient moment and deflecting the attack, he jumped towards the old man. The blade flew right in front of the old man's face and even grazed his beard. Immediately after this strike, Jinmu tried to block the old man's arm. He aimed his weapon at the master again and again. In one of these attacks, the old man used Jinmu's sword as a support. Standing on the sword with Govol, the master praised the young man for his sober assessment of the situation and his attempt to buy time for the other students. But the outcome was a foregone conclusion, and the young man was doomed to die anyway. Angering the young man with these words, the old man easily jumped to the ground. Nevertheless, Jinmu was glad that Chonsang and Chonwoo had listened to him and managed to escape. He gripped his sword tightly. It was quite possible that this would be his last battle. This old man was too strong, and Jinmu was like an ant to him. But even among these insects, there were those who could cause harm and who had a large amount of poison inside them. Jinmu gathered his energy and launched a decisive attack. The old man calmly held Go-Will on his shoulder and watched the streams of energy. He noticed that the energy released by the young man had now reached a higher level. Perhaps it was just a diversionary tactic. The master stretched out his arm, gathering his strength for a counterattack and defense. Then he released his energy. The goal was to see what the young man had in mind. Jinmu was at the very epicenter of the energies, holding his sword. The blade could not overcome the energy barrier created by the old man. Unable to withstand such tension, the sword began to melt and bend. Jinmu couldn't take it anymore and swung his blade angrily, trying to cut through the barrier. The old man laughed. He had figured out the young man's plan. First, Jinmu tried to blind him with the released energy and then launch a double attack. Suddenly, a thin beam cut through the space and turned blood red. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. His forehead was cut. He couldn't understand what had happened and how it was possible. Jinmu revealed his secret. Before attacking with his sword, he released a beam of energy as thin as a hair. All old men had the same habits. After repelling the attacks of their young opponents, they began to lecture them. That moment was the perfect time to attack. Grinning, Jinmu asked the old man if he liked the feeling of defeat. Instead of answering, the master gathered his energy and directed it at the young man. Jinmu barely managed to shield himself with his hands from the powerful stream. The old man had no intention of stopping. The energy only grew strong. This destructive stream knocked Jinmu off his feet and threw him far back. As he flew through the air, Jinmu was angry that no one would attack without preparation and that such a technique did not exist. The old man was surprised that the young man was blocking the attacks and thus senselessly delaying his own death. The master remembered how he had struck Jinmu's arm with his energy, but the young man began to spin like a top to minimize the force of the blow. His reaction was lightning fast. The old man fired another beam of energy at his student. Jinmu did not have time to block this blow and only thought that the old man was too annoying. Still, he managed to flip in the air and deflect the attack. But there was too much energy, and it threw the young man far into the street, where he fell straight into the water. Struck down, Jinmu sank deeper and deeper. The old man, still holding Go-Will, stood at the opening in the wall and watched. Looking at the water's surface, he thought that this guy was incredibly talented, but he had to destroy him because difficult people were involved. The old man raised his leg to strike. Now was the best moment to cover all traces and disappear. The blow sent a pillar of energy deep into the ground. This talented novice was very lucky. The building exploded, and debris from the roof and walls flew everywhere. Chongwoo and Chongsang, wet and in tears, called for their teacher. Jinmu came to his senses. They managed to pull him out of the water. Strangely, it seemed to him that the old man was running on the moon. But who was he, anyway? This nasty old man evoked a sea of negative emotions in him, but he fought very well. Meanwhile, the worried students tried to help the injured Jinmu get up. He felt terrible and didn't think that Gimchok-san would turn out to be such a bastard. Only Jinmu decided that they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible, as they had been spotted. A huge man with a sword on his shoulder approached them. Those who tried to deal with the students were idiots, but nevertheless, they beat them up well. But even in that state, they couldn't catch the novices from Mutang. Jinmu thought that a fight was probably inevitable, but perhaps it was for the best. To the young man's surprise, the stranger admitted that because of Paul Ryong's failure, they had returned the money. But if everything went well, the Wu family would pay well. The young man did not understand what was happening. There were too many enemies. Could they all have been pursuing the same goal? He hadn't even dealt with one group when this strange gang appeared. Behind the leader stood a crowd of bandits. Jinmu was not in the best shape, so he was unlikely to be able to deal with them. Compared to the leader's power, the crowd was insignificant. He was clearly above Hyung's level. This stage was the highest for first-tier students. Jinmu wiped the blood away irritably. Takan was like honey spread for various scoundrels. The young man stood up and ordered Chun-san not to interfere. Jinmu thought that if he managed to survive, he would tear Gimchok-san to pieces and turned to the leader. The young man admitted that he was not in the mood and advised this fool to get out of there nicely. He was trying to provoke the leader. The man was stunned by this insolence. Only a madman would speak this way to Gonsa from Takane. But Jinmu did not calm down. He said he didn't care and that he forgave everyone and would let them go in peace. Gonsa couldn't believe that Jinmu didn't know who he was. But in response, the young man just boiled over and replied that he wasn't obliged to know everyone. Then, Jinmu suggested that the man drop the subject and attack. The student's self-confidence made the robbers laugh out loud. Gonsa made a mistake and turned away from Jinmu. This was the perfect moment to deliver a surprise attack, which Jinmu did immediately. His sword whistled past Gonsa neck. The leader was surprised by this unprovoked attack. Monks did not act this way. Jinmu was dissatisfied with his weak blow. He was going to take Gonsa life with one blow. The leader did not hesitate for long, and his axe flew straight at the disciple. Jinmu managed to react and block the attack. However, even this lunge was difficult for him. He felt sick inside, and his head was spinning. Chunsang and Chunwoo rushed to his aid, but Jinmu ordered them not to come near. Gonsa prepared to attack. This novice attacked without warning and spoke disrespectfully to his elders. The leader was determined to teach him a lesson and good manners. Jinmu tried to block the blows and did not expect it to be too easy, but the attack was too powerful and too fast. He missed one of the blows. His shoulder was cut, and Gonsa without hesitation, swung for the next one. Jinmu put his sword in the way and tried with all his might to hold back the weapon. Gonsa sped up and began to press the student. Jinmu was too weak and found himself pinned against a tree. The leader was pleased. Finally, he had caught this puppy. Wanting the disciple to die immediately, he began to press down on the sword even harder. Jinmu understood that if this continued, he would not last long. He urgently needed to come up with something to get out of this situation. And then he remembered the old man's words about the guy with evil energy. So the master was talking about Gonsa, not the Jew family, and perhaps because of her, they let him go and didn't finish him off last time. Jinmu managed to jump away from the tree and avoid being hit by the axe. The axe cut through the tree that was supporting him. Jinmu assumed that this family was unlikely to build relationships with gangsters. According to his calculations, they should have appeared here too. And indeed, Ju Kaljun and his bodyguards arrived at this place. Jinmu rejoiced. He had found a way out of this dead-end situation. But when he saw them, he turned away from Gonsa. Without hesitation, Gonsa swung his axe and was about to attack. The leader was furious and was going to destroy this boy. However, Jinmu managed to dodge the blow. A moment later, the young man, with a cunning look on his face, was already rushing towards the leader. Jinmu sheathed his sword. He explained to Gonsa that he should look around him further than the end of his nose. The leader did not understand why the boy had relaxed so much and put away his sword. It looked suspicious. Jinmu pointed with a smirk at the approaching representative of the Ju family. Gonsa did not expect to see Ju Kalgyun and the Chanhwa warriors here. Jinmu waved at them cheerfully and remarked that they were late and that he could have really been killed. Gonsa watched the dialogue in horror. Could it be that Jinmu and the Ju family were acquainted or on friendly terms? The leader began to think hard. Mutong could not turn to the Ju family for help because they were in conflict over profits. It was strange. Gonsa decided that they had formed a political alliance as representatives of Chongpa. And perhaps that was how they wanted to deal with Sapa. After reaching this conclusion, the bandit became even more terrified. These guys were deadly dangerous. He didn't know what to do. If he challenged the young Master Jew, he would be torn to pieces. But if he let the novice live, he would have to hide from Mutong for the rest of his life. Jinmu watched Gonsa struggles with a sneer. It was clear that he was very uncomfortable. But the young man also understood that the Jew family would not help. They were too vindictive and most likely thirsted for revenge. Gonsa, however, could not know these nuances. Therefore, it was time to make a move, and Jinmu ordered Chanwoo and Chansan to leave immediately. He shouted at Zu Kalgyun to take care of everything and hurry up and leave with his students. Ju Kaljun found this amusing. He decided that the novice did not know that they had come just to observe. His father had ordered him to watch the students and report any illegal activity to the administration. He came here because he heard about the dinner with Gimchok-san, but instead, he found himself here with Gun Sachok. Even the Jew family had heard of this bandit, and the fact that Jinmu was with him proved that they were up to something illegal. And it was connected with the Black Doom gang from Sapa, which was very good news for Ju Kalgen. He even blushed with dreams of catching Mutong's disciples and becoming the main heir, until one of the warriors distracted him. The bodyguard thought that the novices and the bandits had clashed with each other. Ju Kalgen decided that they had not divided something up as agreed, given Jinmu's character, but the warrior was sure that the disciples were being pursued. Most likely, the novices pretended to be close friends of the Jew family in order to hide as they were losing. It became clear to them that the Jew family was not on the same side as Gongsa, and now The disciples were already far away. Jukaljun flew into a rage. They had taken advantage of them and tricked them. It was unimaginable and impossible. The disciples reached the hotel in the center of Takana. Everyone was exhausted, and Jinmu almost died because of those scoundrels. Chunsang brought his teacher some water and asked him to drink. He could see how he was feeling. However, the student did not understand why they had come to the very center of the city and had not tried to hide in the mountains. Jinmu explained that their enemies would try to find them, but it was unlikely that they would think to look for them in the center of Takan. It was more likely that they would search in secluded places or on the road to Mutang. As they say, it's darkest under the lamp. Jinmu was furious. These jerks he'd never heard of dared to threaten his life, and he wasn't going to let them get away with it. The young man shouted at his students to take the Yosandan and ordered them to lay out everything they had. The Yosandan had been given to them before they left Mutang. They were pills that restored the body. Taking out the medicine, Jinmu noted with regret that there were only 10 pills, but then he swallowed the whole handful of pills in one go. It didn't matter to the young man how much medicine there was. He had to recover as quickly as possible and defeat Gonsa-chok. He knew perfectly well how those who belonged to Sape thought. They would search for the disciples for only a day, and if they didn't find them, they would simply run away. Jinmu's energy was at 0 due to his injuries, and there was not enough time to recover. But there was always a way out. Now it lay in a method of crazy energy circulation, in which it was as if an explosion occurred inside, and then the body strengthened. Jinmu didn't care what complications there might be, or what kind of energy he would get after that, negative or positive. He mentally ordered his enemies to prepare. Soon, they would no longer be able to see the light. Meanwhile, at the Ju family residence, Ju Kalgin's head was being smashed with crockery. This was how his father vented his anger. These novices had to be destroyed, but his foolish son had managed to help them. He ordered him to hide, but Ju Kalgun fell to his knees and begged for another chance. The young man swore to find these scoundrels and wait for Gonsa-chok to deal with them. Jumu Rin was so angry at his son's foolishness that he slammed his fist on the table in anger. Did Ju Kalgun really hope that Gonsa-chok would destroy these disciples? Or, in other words, he was willing to help a bandit destroy Mutan's disciples. Jo Kaljun realized he had made a mistake and began begging for forgiveness again. But his father couldn't take it anymore and slapped his son hard, telling him to shut up. After Ju Kaljun cringed, Jumurin loudly called Moteju. The head of the family ordered his son to be escorted to his chambers. The young man continued to beg him to listen, but his father refused. He warned Ju Kalgun that if he took even one step out of his chambers, his legs would be broken. Jumurin was indeed a cruel man. The young man remembered that he had made 2 mistakes. The first time, he had been humiliated in a duel by Mutan's disciple. The second time, he was simply used by the same person. Because of this, he lost the trust of his father, which he had worked so hard to earn. And the only person to blame for all of this was Mutang's disciple, Jinmu. As the young man walked away, he heard his father scolding him again. This was the last voice Ju Kaljun wanted to hear right now. Because it belonged to Chu Kalgak, the elder master of the Chu family from Takana, Jo Kalgun bowed in greeting to his older brother. Jo Kalgak was surprised that his brother hoped to achieve something so easily. Despicable people always tried to take the easiest path. Patting the young man on the shoulder, he suggested that he leave his family and join the Taoists. Moreover, they would gladly accept him once they learned that Ju Kalgin had saved Mutang's disciple. However, that was the end of the joke. The older brother pushed his younger brother away in irritation and went to his father. Zu Kalgyun heard him invite Zu Kalgak to come in from behind the door. He clenched his fist in rage. Did all brothers of the same blood always want to destroy each other? The younger brother stared at the door with hatred. Someday, he would sweep Chu Kalgak out of the way and become the first heir. At his estate, Gonsa-chok was furious that so much time had passed and there was still no news about the students from Mutang. One of his bandits reported that they had not yet been found. This caused his leader to fly into a rage. The order was to capture all of Mutang's disciples, regardless of whether they knew martial arts or not. Was it really so difficult for them to catch 3 children? The bandit began to justify himself, saying that they had recruited everyone possible, including pickpockets, thieves, and vagrants. Gonsa-chok did not want to listen to excuses and pushed the bandit away with all his might. The leader thought that he had been quite cleverly deceived. The warriors of the Ju family had no intention of fighting and helping the disciples. They simply turned around and left. This insolent rat had simply decided to play a trick on him, but the disciples had to be found before they reported what had happened to the elders. Otherwise, the monks from Mutang would descend on Takana in droves and pursue the criminals until they were punished. In that case, nothing would help. Even if Gonsa-chok was connected to the Black Doom, they wouldn't help now. It would be more profitable for them to hand him over to Mutanga than to conflict with him. He needed to find and destroy these disciples. The leader, called Kwak Ki, He ordered him to go immediately to the Wu family and tell them that the novices had escaped. The leader hoped for help in the search. If Gonsa-chok suffered, the Wu family could also be in danger. Kwaki had to hurry, and he rushed to carry out the task as quickly as possible. Approaching the gate, the bandit ordered the guards to open it. But at that moment, the gate flew apart, scattering people in different directions. Jinmu and the other disciples stormed into the estate. Finding Gonsa-chok turned out to be quite easy. The young man turned to the leader because he wanted to see him, but now, for some reason, he was waiting. Gonsa-chok was immensely grateful to these disciples for coming to him themselves and ordered the bandits to finish off the novices. Jinmu told his disciples not to interfere and calmly watched as his opponents approached. He prepared for battle, even though he felt a terrible disturbance of energy in his lower abdomen. The disciple knew that he had not yet managed to heal completely. His chi had only recovered in the upper part of his body, but now he was going to use the method of crazy energy circulation, and therefore his strength was higher than usual. Jinmu began to move. These sensations chilled him to the bone. The young man was like a whirlwind that sucked in the bandits. He used Mutong's attacking technique called soul-devouring tornado. Stunned, Gonsa-chok sat next to the dead bandits. The wavelength of the released energy was incredible. He realized that Jinmu was no less powerful than himself. Moreover, this disciple was much stronger than the leader. Gonsa-chok tried to escape. At first, he wanted to run away and then reunite with the Wu family. But the enraged Jinmu did not let this happen and hurled energy at the fugitive. A powerful beam of energy flew straight at Gonsa-chok. The stunned leader realized that this attack was no less than Tang's level. The bandit was unable to repel the attack and was thrown far back. He looked at Jinmu approaching and couldn't believe that he had been given the order to destroy him. If this boy was at Tanji's level, he could not be defeated in a direct attack, and there was no escape. But if he got close, the bandit had a chance to escape. Gonsa-chok secretly pulled out his weapon. It was called the King of Needles. Inside were gunpowder and needles. If he pulled the fuse, hundreds of needles would fly out immediately. It was impossible to dodge such an attack, but to use it, he had to attract attention. So Gonsa-chok fell to his knees. He begged the bandit for mercy and said that money had blinded him. He was sure that since Jinmu was a monk, he would believe him and try to set him on the right path. Gonsa-chok watched his student's feet closely, hoping he would come even closer. And when that happened, the robber pulled the wick, and arrows flew at the young man. However, Jinmu was incredibly fast and was already behind him. With a kick, he knocked the King of Needles out of the robber's hand. He grabbed the stunned Gonsa-chok firmly by the hair. Jinmu was well aware of the tricks of such scoundrels and knew that he could not be deceived. Gonsa-chok tried to wriggle free, not understanding when Jinmu had managed to move. But the young man told the robber to be quiet. He ordered him to grit his teeth and prepared his fist to finish the job. After several blows, a bucket of water was poured on Gonsa-chok to bring him to his senses. The robber's face was unrecognizable. He tried to mumble something, but Jinmu told him to be quiet. He was going to ask the leader a few questions, and he had to answer honestly. Gonsa-chok nodded in agreement. Jinmu asked him to answer with nods because it was unclear what he was saying. The young man thought that the person who had made a deal with the bandit was Kumchok-san, but Gonsa-chok shook his head. He nodded in agreement when asked if it was the Wu family. Jinmu thought for a moment. The people from this family seemed to be good warriors, but why were they so eager to destroy him? He really wanted to figure it all out now. But he couldn't, because the effect of the crazy circulation was ended. Therefore, he had to destroy the main trading guild first, but Chonseng asked him to wait. He whispered anxiously to his teacher that the guild had many warriors, and Jinmu had not yet recovered. But the young man scolded his student and asked who told him that they would attack the guild. Laughing, he added that their Gonsa-chok would have to do it. He then suggested that the bandit talk to him face to face. A little later, problems began in the guild, which were reported to Li Chi-san. The problems were that Gonsa-chok's gang had attacked the guild. The bandits broke through the perimeter and destroyed everything and everyone. Li Chi-san watched in horror and couldn't understand how it had come to this. In the end, the survivors were tied up and brought before Jinmu. The bandits reported that they had turned everything upside down and dragged out everyone they found. Jinmu smiled and praised the bandits for a job well done. Even Gonsa-chok received praise for carefully selecting his subordinates. Li Chi-san was furious. Even if Soppa's bread was betrayal, how could he fawn over the one he was supposed to destroy? Finally, Jinmu shifted his attention and turned to the manager. He began to ask questions. He was interested in where Gimchok-san himself was and why there were so few warriors left in a day. Li Chi-san replied that it was none of his business, and since the young man was a monk, he should not meddle in worldly affairs. After that, he immediately received a kick from the lisping Gonsa-chok. The leader struck him and warned him not to dare to be insolent to his master. Li Chi-san realized that Gonsa-chok was determined and serious. He was proving his loyalty and was ready to destroy him. Screaming in pain, the manager did not understand what had happened to this robber, how he had changed so much in just one day. It turns out that Jinmu promised Gonsa-chok not to send a message about the attack to Mutong if he helped him at least once. That was why the bandit was so determined. If he did this job, he could continue to be a bandit in the back alleys. He was afraid that he would become an outcast who would be forever pursued by Mutong. And as he struck another blow, Gonsa-chok thought about how he would now repay such kindness. Jinmu stopped the leader just in time before he completely destroyed the manager. The young man came closer and repeated his question, this time advising him not to delay his answer. In any case, he could ask someone else. The people behind Lichi-san might know where Gimchok-san was. The manager wanted to survive, so he replied that the chairman was now involved in smuggling. It was a dangerous business, so he took his warriors with him, leaving few behind in the guild. Jinmu realized that if he hurried to the place where the deal was taking place, he could get his hands on the money and goods. But for now, he continued to ask questions. He was interested in whether the deal was with people from Goyang. Why didn't he send his subordinates? And what kind of deal was it? Lichi-san hesitated to answer, and Jinmu threatened him with Gon-sa-chok. After that, the manager admitted that the subject of the deal was gunpowder. At these words, all the students froze in amazement. To make such a deal, one would have to be completely out of one's mind. During celebrations, people used gunpowder for fireworks. But for the palace, it was a weapon that was forbidden to trade, even in small quantities, without the administration's knowledge. And according to the decree, Murim representatives were forbidden to even touch gunpowder. It was forbidden to harm people, engage in conspiracies, or touch gunpowder. But if the rules were broken, Murim could be destroyed by millions of soldiers. Chonsang warned that since gunpowder was involved, they had to report it to the administration. Jinmu was forced to give up everything. Upon learning where the deal was taking place, he rushed there and ordered Chonsang to warn the administration. They had little time before the deal was completed and they could catch the smugglers. But Chonsan managed to grab his teacher by the shoulder. He was going to go with him. Jinmu was badly injured protecting his students and could not be left alone. But the young man asked Chonsan to trust his teacher. Jinmu wanted to go ahead and detain the smugglers, and his student needed to bring soldiers from the administration. In Chonsan's eyes, his teacher was following the true path of Taoism, not sparing his life. The student clenched his fist, determined to carry out Jinmu's orders. The young men hurried to carry out their plan. Chonsan hurried with all his might so as not to leave his teacher alone for long. Jinmu wanted to be there before the administration arrived to collect payment for moral damages. At the northern reservoir of Tikana, smugglers led by Gimchok-san were moving through a reed field. The buyers were not yet in sight. There was an hour left until the appointed meeting. Smuggling gunpowder was the deal of a lifetime for Gimchok-san. They had 5 boxes, and it took several months to get them. He had to give up other deals, and the price was now much higher, but it should all pay off handsomely. Gimchok-san planned to sell the gunpowder for 11 times the price. The profits would go toward buying shops in the center of Tikana, and he would finally be able to create a real guild and stop smuggling. One of the warriors noticed something in the distance and brought it to the attention of the guild chairman. Spoons with lit torches were moving across the water. The buyers had arrived and were sending a secret signal. Gimchok-san ordered all his subordinates to be on alert. Finally, the boat reached the shore and ran aground in the sand. Rows of warriors representing the buyers and sellers stood facing each other. One of the arrivals, apparently their leader, asked to see the goods. Gimchok-san's subordinate began to untie the boxes. When everything was done, the guild chairman announced that everything was ready and asked about the money. 2 warriors from the buyer side brought a heavy chest. The lid was lifted, and Gimchok-san made sure that everything was in order. The chest contained 40 kilograms of gold. After that, the chairman declared the deal complete. But a voice came from the reeds, ordering everyone to stay where they were. Jinmu, accompanied by Chanwoo and Gonsa-chok, came out to meet the smugglers. Smiling, the young man asked if Gimchok-san's affairs had improved after he tried to get rid of him by leaving him in a deadly, dangerous place. The chairman was furious. This boy should have been dead long ago, and it was unclear why Gonsa-chok was standing next to him. But Gimchok-san still tried to remain calm. 20 guild warriors were with him now. They stepped forward with their swords drawn, and the chairman advised the uninvited guests to pretend they had seen nothing. Then he gave the order to destroy the students and the robber. Jinmu turned to Gonsa-chok. He knew what to do. The bandit swung his axe, and his warriors began to emerge from the thickets. The guild chairman certainly did not expect such a turn of events. Gonsa-chok swung his axe furiously, destroying his opponents. His men kept up with him. One of the warriors tried to strike the bandit in the back, but the leader threw him far back with a counterattack. The warrior fell with all his might, right on top of the guild chairman. Gimchok-san's frightened horse disappeared into the bushes, and he himself hit his head hard on the ground as he fell. He looked around. People were fighting everywhere. His warriors were being pushed back, and if this continued, everything would collapse. All his plans would collapse like a house of cards, and his relationship with Mutong would certainly be severed, and the guild itself would cease to exist. The best way out of the situation was to take the money and run away alone. However, Gimchuk-san did not have time to carry out his plan. He was stopped by a sword held to his face. It was the buyer. He was canceling the deal and was going to take his gold back. The chairman tried to persuade him to join forces and defeat Jinmu, after which the deal could be completed. But it was too suspicious. People appeared in the middle of the exchange. Gimchuk-san could have been in cahoots with them to stab the buyers in the back. These buyers would not risk their lives unless they were sure of what was happening. Suddenly, Jinmu swept the buyer aside with a single blow. Gimchuk-san couldn't believe what was happening. Could this novice really be saving him? But his expectations were not fulfilled, as Jinmu knocked him away from the chest of gold with a single blow. Now, it was all his. And if the smugglers didn't want to lose their lives, they had better get out of there quickly. The buyers were not happy about this and drew their swords. Jinmu was determined. The buyers needed to leave while they were still being asked nicely. But if they wanted to fight, he didn't mind. Suddenly, a multitude of arrows appeared in the air. An army of government soldiers, led by their commander, appeared. He ordered the shooting to stop. Chunsang was standing nearby. Then the commander gave the order to arrest everyone immediately. While Chunsang was looking for his teacher, the latter was indignant that he had arrived so early. The administration would confiscate the gold when it found it. The buyers ran to the boats, cursing. Jinmu was at a loss. They had to be stopped, but there was no time to hide the gold either. Deciding he had no other choice, the young man grabbed a heavy chest. He shouted at Chanwoo to come to him immediately. Jinmu handed the chest to the boy and told him to run away immediately. But since the boy began to ask questions and delay, the young man lost his temper and pushed Chanwoo away. Now the student understood everything and ran straight into the bushes. Jinmu watched him anxiously. Of course, it was dangerous, but there was no other way. He had to rely on Chanwoo. But there was still one more issue to resolve, and the young man shouted to stop Gimchuk-san, who was crawling into the reeds. Warming up his hands, Jinmu asked where the despicable smuggler who dared to take his life was going. The time had come for punishment for his action. After receiving his full punishment from Jinmu, the guild chairman was covered in bruises and blood. At that moment, Chunsang and the commander arrived and praised the young man's work on the smuggler. Chunsang was so confused that he said, "Good job." The commander was so amazed by the monk's cruelty that he repeated these words after his student. At that moment, a government soldier reported that they had detained everyone, including the smugglers and Gansachok's bandits. The leader turned to Jinmu. He hoped that Jinmu would say he was innocent, because they had an agreement, which is why he did not resist the soldiers. Jinmu whispered to the commander, asking how much. He was interested in the reward for Gansachok's head. He had not prepared in advance, but it amounted to 100 silver coins. And before the astonished bandits' eyes, Jinmu took confirmation that he was entitled to a payment that he could receive from the administration. The commander thanked the young man, because thanks to him, they were able to catch both Gansachok's gang and the smugglers at once. The robber's eyes filled with tears of disappointment and betrayal. But Jinmu had no reason to be kind to someone who had hunted him down. Gansachok reaped what he had sown. The commander was about to leave, but the young man stopped him. He hoped that there would also be a reward for capturing the smugglers. The commander promised to report to his superior. Gimchuk-san had long been suspected and was finally captured, and the guild's property would now be confiscated. And since it was huge, Jinmu would probably receive a reward. Jinmu was so worried that he didn't have time to grab anything while he was in the guild, that he pretended to have a stiff neck. While the commander was trying to help him, he decided to be content with what he had. With tears in his eyes, he said he would wait for his reward. The criminals and bad guys were arrested, and only one thing remained. The dissatisfied man whose door the student was banging on asked who was there so late. But he couldn't even finish his question before the students knocked him down and ran into the building. The man was sure that gangsters had come to visit him, even though they looked like monks. Jinmu put his feet up on the table and demanded that he bring them 3 cups of green tea. The man told them to get out. This was a bank office, not a tea house. In response, the disciples placed a chest of gold on the table. The banker was stunned when he saw the amount of gold bars. They earned almost that much in a year's work. In his eyes, the bandit and insolent monk Jinmu turned into His Excellency. The man introduced himself. His name was Don Rim, and he was the manager of the Iola Bank branch in Takana. That morning, the disciples became the first monks in the history of Mutong to use the bank's services. Jinmu opened accounts for Chon-san and Chan-woo. This was supposed to keep them quiet. Now it was already dawn, and the young man was very pleased. Moonhye was informed about the arrest of the smugglers and Gon Sa-chok's gang. They did not know the details. They only knew that the guild had tried to pull off a deal and that everyone had been caught in the process. The head of the Wu family could not understand why Gong Sa-chok had gotten involved in the guild's affairs. 2 days ago, Jinmu was supposed to be caught in a trap, but instead, the perpetrator was arrested. Wu Moonhyun wanted to know everything that had happened, but since there was still no information, he slammed his fist on the table in anger. They were in big trouble. If the robbers revealed the Wu family's involvement, everyone would find out that Jinhee had attempted to kill his comrade. And if that happened, the young man would be expelled and crippled by having his tendons cut. This could not be allowed to happen, and Wu Moonhyun was going to meet with the head of the prefecture. Meanwhile, the warrior needed to contact Jinhee so that he could keep an eye on developments in Mutan. It was also necessary to cover up all their tracks. One could even say that Jinhee was unaware of the family's plans, and that they did everything without his knowledge. But in this case, Wu Moonhyun had to kill Gon Sa-chok and Gyum Choksan before they could say anything unnecessary. The disciples arrived at the prefecture's main office, where they learned that Li Paoliang was among those captured. The bounty for both of them was a little less than 200 coins, but the clerk added the rest himself. Jinmu was pleasantly surprised that even among the administration workers, there were good people. However, the reward for capturing the smugglers could only be obtained by meeting with the head of the administration, so Jinmu was sent to him. The students were beaming. Before coming here, they had stopped at a shop to buy new clothes and received many compliments from the merchants. Jinmu was already dreaming of a reward for leading a righteous life, even if not for very long, when the employee noticed Mr. Yu. The young man became alert. It was this man who had ordered his Gon Sa-chok. Wu Moonhyun was also surprised to see 3 Mutong novices who had come down to talk on here. So this is what the first generation disciple Jinmu and his companions looked like. But why were they destined to meet here? The head of the Wu family decided to pretend he didn't know the disciples and asked who these young men were. The servant happily explained that these disciples had helped arrest smugglers from the merchant guild and bandits in a secret location. Wu Moonhyun thought about it. So it turned out that one of Gim Chok-san's subordinates had told them about the deal and the location. Jinmu heard the servant praising his achievements, and that now the local merchants were praising Mutong. He continued to watch Wu Moonhyun closely. The young man had had doubts before, but now he knew for sure that he had never met this man. What was the reason for his hatred? At that moment, the employee remembered that Wu Moonhyun's son was also Mutong's student. These words made Jinmu wary and angered Wu Moonhyun. He did not want to disclose this information at all. The head of the Wu family hurriedly prepared to leave, but the servant remembered the name of his son, Jinhee. The servant remembered that the head of the Wu family had said that his son would soon take the place of the chief disciple. This was said at a very inopportune moment. Wu Moonhyun glanced at Jinmu and realized that he was in an awkward situation. The young man put on a friendly face, hurried to introduce himself, and pretended to be very pleased to meet him. He asked permission to accompany Wu Moonhyun, as he also needed to see the manager. This game misled the head of the Wu family, and he thought that Jinmu knew nothing. But he still couldn't understand whether the young man was lying or not. The manager thanked the students for their good work. Wu Moonhyun came to find out if the prisoners had talked about his family during the interrogation. At that moment, it became clear that Gon Sa-chok had confessed who had ordered him to kill Jinmu. Wu Moonhyun was named as the person who had ordered the killing. The young man smiled maliciously. He had already heard about this too. Wu Moonhyun realized that he had been outplayed. Now, everything was over. But to his surprise, Jinmu began to defend him, saying that these words were absolute lies, uttered to save their own skins. Wu Moonhyun couldn't believe his ears. Why would Jinmu suddenly take his side? Gim Chok-san claimed that Jinmu had used him for profit and demanded that the money be taken from the novice. Although Mutong was a model of selflessness, the leader was sorry that he had upset Jinmu with his words. But Jinmu assured him that everything was fine. Meanwhile, the prefect wanted to express his gratitude to Mutang and offered him a place to stay at the main office. But Jinmu refused. He claimed that he was helping for the sake of public welfare and did not want to cause any inconvenience. Besides, the unexpected meeting with his friend Jinhe's father was very timely, and he would like to stay and live with Mr. Wu. Wu Moonhyun couldn't understand what this bastard was up to. Jinmu clenched his fists in hatred for this family. Taking their lives would be too easy a punishment for them. Therefore, they would have to obey all his orders, even on the path to becoming the chief disciple. He was going to squeeze every last drop out of this family. Later, Wu Moonhyun reflected that there was no need to destroy Gim Chok-san and Gon Sa-chok now. They had already spilled the beans. He also remembered Jinmu's expression. It was the kind of expression that people who had known everything for a long time and pursued certain goals had. The man grabbed his head and bit his nails. He had no idea what to do now. At that moment, his servant began to call him, and Woo Moon-hyum lost control. But standing in the doorway, besides the soldiers, was Jin-moo, who, according to them, had unceremoniously broken into the house. The young man was going to tell the owner of the house something important and suggested that he dismiss the guards. Woo Moon-hyun decided to play dumb and offered the guest some tea, but Jin-moo made him choke by admitting that he had Gonsa-chok's account book. If the administration or Mutang saw it, the truth would come out, and there would be consequences. Of course, one could not forget the fact that Jin-he was aware of what was happening. Jin-moo was satisfied. Gongsa-chok was too stupid to keep an account book. And in the office, he was lucky enough to find out that Jin-he was from the Woo family. But if the scoundrel Woo Moon-hyum was slightly intimidated, he would immediately believe that he was in a losing position. The head of the Woo family asked Jin-mo what exactly he wanted, and the young man admitted that he needed the position of Mutang's chief disciple. He demanded a promise that Jin-he would help him achieve this goal. Woo Moon-hyun slammed his fist on the table in anger. These words were complete nonsense. He had put everything on the line for Jin-he to take the position of Supreme Elder. But Jin-moo interrupted his angry speech and asked him to listen first. In return for Woo Moon-hyum's help, he promised to give Jin-he the position of Supreme Elder. Jin-moo himself was satisfied with the position of Chief Disciple and needed nothing more. His main goal was to master the dual energy technique, and it would be good to have a submissive Supreme Elder. Woo Moon-hyun couldn't understand why this was necessary. Why take the position of Chief Disciple and not intend to become the Supreme Elder? The head of the Woo family considered these words to be lies, but Jin-moo made it clear that he had expressed himself quite clearly. The young man did not need the help of the Woo family and did not want any unnecessary trouble, but Woo Moon-hyum had no choice, because if he refused, Jin-moo would immediately wipe out the family. Woo Moon-hyun yelled at the young man, calling him a pathetic braggart, but he stopped himself when he felt the destructive energy of his student. It enveloped the man like the coils of a snake and instilled terror. Fear took his breath away. Although Moon-hyum himself was at the level of Hyung, could this guy really be at the level of Tang, or perhaps even higher? Jin-moo asked him what he thought had prevented Gonsa-chok from dealing with the disciples and forced him to go to the main trade guild. The fact was that he had failed. People were telling the truth. You won't know until you try it yourself. The energy rings tightened around Woo Moon-hyun, making him scream. He couldn't understand what was happening, what it was all about, and who was this novice Mutanga standing in front of him. Woo Moon-hyun saw an indifferent gaze that seemed to speak of countless wars and ruined lives. But why did such a young novice have such a look? Jin-moo approached the man and whispered that he was waiting for help from Jin-he. Then, as if nothing had happened, he left the Woo family's house, waving goodbye to the owner. Woo Moon-hyun tried to catch his breath. This guy was definitely not a novice. But Jin-moo, who was walking away, was not his enemy either. The warriors rushed to the head of the house, asking if he was all right, but Woo Moon-hyun asked them to bring him writing materials. The next day, the disciples returned to Mutang. A joyful Jin-he ran up the stairs to meet them. He immediately embraced Jin-moo, who was very unhappy with such behavior. Jin-he was delighted. After all, Jin-moo had been able to show everyone the true spirit of Mutang. Chun-woo and Chun-sa-nu also received praise. They had worked hard and had grown during that time. They had to hurry. All the elders and students were waiting for the students to return. Once in the main hall, the young people knelt in respectful greeting before the Supreme Elder. It turned out that the head of the Takon headquarters had informed Mutang about Jin-moo's activities. For this, he was praised. While the elders thanked the student for his exploits, he wondered why Jin-he was staring at him so viciously. By this time, Moon-hyum should have already told Jin-he everything, but he was still provoking Jin-moo. The Supreme Elder continued his speech. Now, they could not use the guild's money. They had to send it back. Myungjin heard that Jin-moo had received a reward for capturing the bandit. The mentor was sure that the young man had acted selflessly and had done it for the sake of his clan. Jin-moo already suspected where the old man was going with this. He prayed silently that the old man would not ask him for a reward and that everything would turn out differently than he had expected. But to his horror, the mentor asked him to give all the money to Myung-sun. And since he could not resist his teacher's will, he was forced to agree. Not far from Chunho Temple was the Samgon Shrine. No one came here, and Jin-moo used the cave as his personal meditation room. He had to become even stronger to become the chief disciple and secure a political alliance. Jin-moo still remembered the mysterious and powerful old man about whom he still knew nothing. He was impressed by the technique used by this master. With the help of gravitational force, he collected energy and increased the pressure to make it explode. This technique completely ignored the principles of martial arts and used amazing movements. Jin-moo gathered energy, trying to repeat the old man's movements. He trained and directed it in different directions in waves. When he had accumulated enough energy, he directed the beam to the side. The flying clot was similar to the one he had seen in the fight with the old man. But after a while, his concentration waned, and the energy dissipated. Although Jinmu practiced hard, he was still unable to achieve the desired result. He could repeat the technique, but it didn't quite work out the way he wanted. In the past, when the young man was still Hyuk Renmugan, he became great with the help of Sappa's techniques. But now, he could not apply these skills. He lacked chi energy. The core of Janpa's martial art was enlightenment. After overcoming the Wall of Tears, his chi energy increased sharply to maintain enlightenment. But if enlightenment was not achieved, then the chi energy did not increase. In the past, Jinmu had already reached the level of Kong, so he could not do more than that. In essence, it was possible to use Mutang martial arts, but there was a limit to them due to a lack of energy. The double energy technique was the only way out of this situation. But until he learned it, he had to go out to prepare food for his mentor. It was better to spend all his time during training replenishing his chi energy. That was the best thing Jinmu could do right now. As he climbed the stairs, he overheard a conversation between Chun Wu and Chun San. Chun Wu believed that the elders would be very happy with the money that the disciples had deposited in the bank. He thought they could withdraw funds from the account Jinmu had opened in their name. But the young man did not let him finish his thought, knocking him down with a flying kick. Jinmu began to yell furiously at Chun Wu, telling him not to dare take what did not belong to him. Too much had been invested in this money, and the thought of someone trying to take it away made the young man truly furious. Jinmu, oblivious to his surroundings, tried to teach his foolish student a lesson. Therefore, he did not even notice his concerned mentor approaching, trying to find out what was going on. Now Jinmu had to somehow explain this to Myungjin. Chanwoo tried to say something, but Chonsan's elbow prevented him from doing so. Chonsan explained to the mentor that Jinmu was trying to teach Chanwoo something. Jinmu began to persuade Myungjin to go back inside quickly so he wouldn't catch a cold. But the mentor surprised everyone by taking pheasants out of a bag. He caught them himself, and each student was to receive one bird. Myungjin admitted that he felt calmer when he saw that Jinmu was full of energy. When the students returned, he was tired. Jinmu was touched because it was difficult for the mentor to move, and he had gone hunting for him. But what brought tears to his eyes was the fact that Myungjin still ordered him to give the money to the elders. That was the reason for the young man's despondency. Their conversation was interrupted by Jinho, who was in a hurry. Judging by his appearance, he was in a great rush. He said that there was a real commotion on the mountain. To understand everything, they needed to go with him. A large crowd had gathered in the training square at Jiso Palace. People sitting at tables were writing something down. Some measurements were being taken. It was unclear what was happening. The Supreme Elder noticed that they had arrived and came over to greet them. Everything that was happening in the square was thanks to Jinmu. It seemed that he had been blessed by the heavens. The elders decided to order a new set of clothes for each student, and headgear and shoes as gifts. Jinmu understood that the elders were foolishly spending the 200 silver coins they had earned. But it turned out that all this was absolutely free. The merchant said that if it weren't for Jinmu, the bandits would have taken all the money. And that was not all. At the Takani smithy, they said they would make weapons for everyone. And the money that had been received from the guild and transferred to the administration was returned to them. When Jinmu heard that they had received a total of 500 coins, he almost boiled over with rage. Several guilds wanted to renew their relationship with Mutang. So the first generation of disciples, together with Jinkun, came down from the mountain. Everyone praised Jinmu, but he was indignant. Why did Mutang get all the gratitude for everything they had done? He looked at the elder and wondered why. If he had received 500 coins, he couldn't give him back 200. The mentor's joy knew no bounds, and he embraced his student tightly. Everyone wanted to hug him, but in Jinmu's eyes, they were vile thieves who had taken his money. The thought of getting his precious coins back brought tears to the eyes of the student, who was locked in the embrace of the grateful elders. 2 months had passed since the students returned from Takana. Jinmu was focused on accumulating chi energy. Chunwoo had almost achieved perfection in the art of fistfighting. Chunsang was able to master the released energy. It was amazing, and even Myungjin was impressed by this disciple's abilities. And even though he was still far from Jinmu, Chunsang could become a reliable support for Mutang. The mentor believed that all this was achieved thanks to his student's skill. But that was not the case. Jinmu had never really taught him. Moreover, Chunsang had no memories of his past life, which Jinmu possessed. He only made a couple of comments to his students. Therefore, Chunsang achieved such success only through independent training. Perhaps he was even more talented than Jinmu. Later, he would grow up and stop listening to him. Would Chunsan become a threat to the young man in the future? Jinmu did not like any of this. In the future, he planned to interfere with his student's training by keeping him busy with physical labor. Quite unexpectedly, the Supreme Elder arrived, accompanied by the others. Jinmu was sure that they were going to rob him again, so he hid behind his mentor's back and cautiously inquired about the purpose of the visit. Winking, Myunghyun joked that he could tell how upset the student was that the elder couldn't visit him earlier. In fact, it turned out that he needed to talk to Myungjin and Jinmu alone. Everyone gathered around a round table But the young man continued to worry about the gold in the bank office. Finally, Myung-hun announced that at the meeting, they had decided to rebuild the destroyed Oryong Palace. This news stunned Myung-jin so much that he even asked again. Jimu watched as his mentor wiped away tears. It turned out that he had given up hope of ever seeing this place again. The young man could not understand the reason for the tears. What was so special about this palace? Myung-hyun noticed his student's confusion and decided to explain everything to him. There are 8 palaces in Mutang. The main one is Jiso. Youngin was responsible for enforcing the commandments. Ujin was responsible for external cooperation, and Jeongdong was responsible for the production of medicines. Oko Palace was responsible for keeping track of weapons. Wanhwa was responsible for internal organization. Oryong was the guardian angel of Mutan. He was responsible for its protection. Its head was Hyun Oh-ja, and Myung-jin was his disciple. But the palace was burned to the ground by the vile Hyukrin Mugen. When he invaded, Myung-jin and other disciples of Oryong stood up to defend the palace of Jiso. Jinmu was confused by the words the Supreme Elder used to describe Hyukrin Mugen, who he was in his past life. The losses suffered by Oryong were too great. Therefore, the elders decided that all palaces would perform the function of protection. Therefore, once restored, it would retain its name. But in fact, it would perform the role of the Namam Palace. The Supreme Elder suggested that Myung-jin take on the role of head of this palace. While the mentor was thinking, Myung-jin added that he believed he could handle it. But Myung-jin turned to Jinmu and said that it would suit him better. At the moment, Mutang's financial situation did not allow for this, but Myung-sun was going to cut costs and allocate funds. The Supreme Elder wished Myung-jin a speedy recovery and hoped that in the future, the number of students at the Oryong Palace would increase. Jinmu would now have more work to do. He was to become the leader who would guide Mutang. But it was time for the elders to head back. Jinmu was able to breathe a sigh of relief. He was very glad that the monks had not come for his money. Until that moment, his heart had been in his mouth with fear. His mentor distracted him from his thoughts. He called out to all the students. Myung-jin said he wanted to go somewhere with his students. Later, they came to the ruins of the Oryong Palace. Jinmu remembered this place. He knew it well because he himself had burned it down. Myung-jin sadly said that this palace had been the guardian of Mutang for generations. And if Oryong was the shield, then Namam Palace was Mutang's sword. The strongest warriors were gathered there, and conflicts were resolved. Only these students in all of Mutang were allowed to take the lives of enemies. Jinmu was very good at martial arts and was perfect for the Namam Palace. Now the young man understood what his mentor had meant at the meeting. In the future, when the palace was restored, Jinmu would be able to enter it as a student of the Oryong Palace and the Sword of Mutang. There was a lot of work ahead, so the young man would have to work hard, which did not make him happy at all. Chun Woo and Chun Sanu also had work ahead of them, but they took these words with enthusiasm. Jinmu clutched his head. These elders had decided to exploit them for free. He already didn't have time to train, and now this. He began to think hard about how to get the Supreme Elder to change his decision. Perhaps a mask and a chase would work. But suddenly, he heard Chun-san say that if Myung-jin became the head of the palace, Jinmu would have the right to become the chief disciple. It turned out that anyone could become the chief disciple, but traditionally, it was always a disciple from Namama. Jinmu immediately approached his mentor to learn more about the right to become the chief disciple. Myung-jin noticed that the young man really liked this idea, although with his talents, it wasn't bad to dream about such a thing. To become the chief disciple, martial arts skills were not enough. In each palace, there was a person in charge who performed a number of duties. He also had to have a good reputation among the other brothers. And if he received the recognition of all the elders, Myung-hyun would make the decision at the meeting. Jinmu was amazed. The strongest did not become the chief disciple. Who does that? He thought he already had the position in the bag, but now it turned out that he had to do responsible work and become the face of his palace. It turned out that he hadn't taken a single step toward his goal. Life had become so difficult with these rules. They even took his money. And of course, Jinmu began to blame his foolish mentor for not telling him about this right away. Chun Woo and Chun Sang were no better. They didn't tell him anything, even though they knew. And Jinmu, feeling upset, hurried to leave. At that time, Jinhe was rereading his father's letter, in which he said that Jinmu had reached the level of Tangi, and that a secret agreement had been made between them, as a result of which he was to become the chief disciple, and Jinhe the supreme elder. Jinhe reread the letter several times, but still did not understand. How could a person reach the level of Tangi in a year? Most likely, it was a trick. Burning the letter, the young man thought that this vile disciple, who was disgracing the name of the novice, would not be able to make him the supreme elder. He didn't care about this secret agreement. If he took Jinmu's life, everything would fall into place, and nothing could stop him. The fight between Jin-He and Jin-Mu was not over yet, and the latter should not have hoped for victory. The 7 first-generation disciples were entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring the smooth operation of Mutang. 2 of them were traveling. It could take several years to restore the Oryang court, and during that time, someone else could take the place of the chief disciple. Jin-Mu clutched his head. Even a fool could see that it would take a decade just to raise the funds for the palace. He couldn't use the gold in the bank either. If Mutang took the money again, there was no guarantee that the position would be his. But luckily, Jin-Mu remembered that he had his friends. The young man had a great idea, but he needed to go down to Takana for a short time. Jin-Mu hurried to inform his mentor. In order to leave the temple, he needed to obtain permission from the main palace. But the student did not think about the fact that he would have to explain the reason to all the elders. Myung-jin had already decided that the young man was planning to spend the evening drinking wine with someone, and conspiratorially asked him to bring a bottle for him too. The mentor surprised the young man. He explained that he was now the lord of the palace in name, and Jin-Mu was a responsible disciple, so no permission was required. Everything was going quite well. Jin-Mu hurried off, promising to return soon. It didn't take him long to get ready. Of all his belongings, he only needed his sword. The young man ran up the stairs, intending to quickly turn around and come back. Moonhyun watched as clouds gathered in the sky, but suddenly, his ears began to itch. His bodyguard returned and asked him to follow him. They arrived at the Sachok organization's gambling house. After the entire gang was beheaded, he was left unattended. Their cash fund also turned out to be ownerless. It was surprising that no one had confiscated these funds yet. Among them was more than 1 chest of silver. But that was not all. The bodyguard also managed to find the secret cash fund of the main trade guild. And, to the delight of Woo Moonhyun, the night pearl, Iminju. It was a rare and valuable pearl that glowed even in the dark. It was difficult to find even in the imperial palace. In the future, when Jin-He becomes the supreme elder, it will be very useful in the fund for raising the clan. The Iminju pearl was in the chairman's office. Woo Moonhyun handed the payment for the job to the bodyguard. After he moved everything to the Woo family's house, he could rest with the others. The head of the Woo family felt that he was starting to slide downhill because of the scoundrel Jin-Mu. By the way, Jin-Mu had to fulfill his promise and make Jin-He the supreme elder. But how would he do that? Woo Moonhyun went into the room and was surprised to find Jin-Mu waiting for him inside. The young man pointed to the chest of money and remarked ironically that Woo Moonhyun must have been an excellent tactician to have earned so much. Jin-Mu had a request for the head of the Woo family, which he hoped would not be too burdensome. Woo Moonhyun still couldn't understand what the young man was talking about. Jin-Mu said that he was going to restore the Oryang Palace and needed him to chip in some money, enough to cover the entire restoration. Woo Moonhyun estimated how much it would cost. The palace was located in a mountainous area, and its restoration was no easy task. Listening to Jin-Mu, Moonhyun thought that any fief was far from this young man. Was he really an apprentice? In the end, the young man asked the man not to be foolish and to think carefully. After all, he was investing money in his son. If everyone found out that the Jin-He family was covering all the costs of restoring Oryang, then their attitude towards them would be appropriate. The name of the Woo family would be engraved on the outside and maybe even inside the palace. Generations of students would see it. Just imagine how the elders would admire Jin-He. His reputation will grow several times over compared to what it is now. Woo Moonhyun noticed that there was some truth in the young man's words. But did the end justify the means? Jin-Mu did not give up and continued to persuade the head of the Woo family. The young man's patience was running out, and Woo Moonhyun continued to procrastinate. Never before had the chief disciple not become the supreme elder. In desperation, Jin-Mu suggested putting the agreement on paper and signing it. This was just what was needed, and the head of the Woo family rushed to get everything necessary. Since Woo Moonhyun was in a position where he had to obey Jin-Mu's orders, it was worth securing proof of the deal. Guarantees were never superfluous, and the head of the Woo family began to prepare the contract with great concentration. Jin-Mu grabbed a handful of coins from the chest, to which Woo Moonhyun did not even react. The main thing was for the young man to sign. The student also wanted Woo Moonhyun to put in a good word for him when he made the donation. It would be good for his reputation. Finally, the man finished writing the contract. He was not even distracted by Jin-Mu's arguments about saving his family from disgrace. He turned to the young man so that he could sign, but he was already gone. Only the open doors remained. A month had passed since the Woo family donated the money, and the restoration of the Oryang Palace began. Construction was in full swing, and many people were involved. The foundation was laid where the palace would be built. The mentor and Jin-Mu watched the progress of the work. Myung-jin couldn't hold back his tears. He asked his student to never forget the kindness of the Woo family. Even if Jin-Mu wanted to, he couldn't forget, because he had made a deal. Besides, their name would be engraved on the column. Myung-jin was worried that the builders, who were not used to monastic food, would not be able to do their work. But Jinmu had prepared enough meat. The young man tried to persuade his mentor to leave the street so that he would not catch a cold. But Myungjin abruptly pulled his hand away. He did not want to leave. The mentor wanted to see this historic moment with his own eyes. But if he got sick, Jinmu would have to do all the work himself. Myungjin changed the subject and asked his student to look at the scroll. When the palace was built, new students would arrive. The mentor compiled a list of techniques that could be taught to them. Jinmu had to go to the storeroom and bring all the books on martial arts according to the list. Suddenly, Myungjin felt ill, and the young man rushed to his aid. He tried to find out what had happened and what was wrong with his mentor. However, it turned out that Myungjin had simply forgotten to add 10 Golden Dawn and a few more techniques to the list. Running faster than the wind, the mentor shouted that he would quickly make an additional list, and Jinmu had to run to the storage room. The young man began to doubt that Myungjin was really sick. His energy was overflowing. Could it be that the construction had cheered up the old man so much? But it was nice to see that the mentor was inspired. It was interesting whether Jinmu's emotions were due to Dodon's memories or his own feelings. It was difficult to say at the moment, but perhaps Jinmu himself was gradually beginning to change. For now, they had to go to the storage room. If Jinmu was not mistaken, Yongyan Palace was responsible for it. Myungyang, the head of Yongyang, looked at the list in bewilderment. It was unimaginable that all of this was necessary. Jinmu was glad that he wasn't the only one who thought his mentor had gone mad. But Myungyang's eyes lit up. The list was correct, and he was ready to provide all the books. Jinmu realized that this elder had also lost his mind. The head of Yongna called for the student in charge, who was Jin Hee. The young man left the room when he heard his teacher calling him. Myungyeon handed him the scroll and told him to go to the repository with Jinmu to help sort everything out. Jinhee reluctantly told Jinmu to follow him. Jinmu could clearly see from Jinhe's expression that he was still hostile. This was not surprising, as he was prepared to destroy his brother. It would be much easier if Jinhee finally understood everything. At least for now, they were talking to him nicely. Mutong's hideout was located in a rocky gorge, and only those connected to the Yongyang Palace could find their way there. And since the path ran along a steep trail, there was no need to guard it. There was not a single guard. And if someone disappeared here, it was possible that no one would ever know. Jinmu felt a murderous energy that suggested things were about to get pretty heated. As Jinhe, who was following him, continued to stare at him, Jinmu joked that he must be in love. Jinhe learned that Jinmu knew Tang Yi, but in his opinion, these were ridiculous rumors. Among the first generation of students, only 2 had achieved this. The first was Jin Kun, the older brother from the Wu Jin Palace, and Jin Myung, the older brother who was now wandering. Jin Hee had seen their abilities with his own eyes, but people like Jin Mu were unable to achieve such mastery. However, he was able to cleverly deceive his father, from which only one conclusion could be drawn. Jin Mu cleverly used magic to deceive people. This speech made Jin Mu laugh until he cried. After all his deliberations, Jinhe could only come up with this. If he himself couldn't do it, then others couldn't either. Jinhe became angry and demanded respect for his elder. Jinmu asked him not to make him laugh. He could hardly call someone who tried to destroy him his older brother. It was easy for him to read Jinhe as if he were an open book. He assumed that Jinhee was thinking of getting rid of him here and telling everyone that he had accidentally fallen into the abyss. But if he did decide to do that, he would fall down himself. Therefore, Jinmu advised Jinhe to think carefully about his plan. If Jinhe crossed the line, he would die. Despite the deal and all his father's efforts, he looked at Jinmu and was truly shaken, feeling as if his heart had been frozen with ice. He couldn't believe that he was really scared. And because of whom? Because of a scoundrel who spits on hierarchy and devours meat with both cheeks. A despicable boy who disgraced the name of monks and looked more like the leader of a band of robbers. How could he, Jinhe, be frightened by the gaze and voice of such a person? There was definitely witchcraft or similar tricks at work here. Jinhe's suspicions were confirmed. Jinmu had learned dark magic, but it was beyond his capabilities. In his opinion, Mutong would be better off without such a scoundrel. Jinhe gathered his energy and attacked the young man. Jinmu smiled as he watched the flow. In the end, the fool chose this path. The energy of the sword is the use of the energy invested in the sword. But this technique could also be used without a weapon. If you put it into your fist, the technique would be called fist energy. Jinhe attacked on a thin suspension bridge high above the gorge. Jinmu smiled and easily deflected the energy flow. Then he blocked the arm with the energy. Jinhe used his leg to strike, but his opponent dodged, and stones fell from the cliff from the impact. He launched one unsuccessful attack after another, never reaching his target. Jinhe struck again, but Jinmu managed to jump away, and the spot where he had just been standing was destroyed. Jumping through the gap, Jinhe rushed after Jinmu, who was running away. He mockingly asked why someone who had reached the level of Tangui was constantly dodging. Apparently, that was his true skill. But now, Jinmu would not be able to escape his fate. With these words, Jinhe began to prepare for an attack. Waves of energy surrounded him and approached Jinmu. It was a technique called Mu Yon Shin Nasu. Its basis was speed. The attacker's movements became so fast that even a shadow could not keep up. Jinhe knew that Jinmu would not be able to constantly dodge on the narrow bridge, which was rotten in places. Jinhe was going to simply grab the young man and throw him into the abyss. But during the next attack, Jinmu, who was standing in front of him, simply disappeared. Leaning against the wall, he mocked his opponent. How could anyone be so slow using this technique? Jinmu even got bored, literally hovering above the cliff. Jinmu assumed that Jinhe had only recently mastered this fighting technique. Jinhe was truly amazed. He couldn't understand when the young man had managed to dodge. And on top of that, he was leaning against the rock with one foot, as if he were standing on a horizontal surface. Jinhe again came to the conclusion that his opponent was using witchcraft. In response, Jinmu called him a fool. Just because he didn't know how to do it didn't mean that others couldn't. And it was one of Mutong's techniques. After that, he began to descend rapidly toward Jinhe. Reaching striking distance, the young man swung his arm. The opponent's hands clashed in hand-to-hand combat. Jinmu struck with unimaginable speed, and Jinhe didn't even have time to block them. The young man realized that Jinmu had planned from the beginning to strike at specific points rather than simply attacking. Now, because of the blocked blood flow, he couldn't move properly. Then, Jinmu grabbed his opponent by the hair and swung his other arm to strike. After that, Jinhe realized that his end had come, because Jinmu was holding him at arm's length, right over the precipice. But he continued to hurl insults and demanded to be released. Then, Jinmu began to strike him hard in the face. At the same time, he said that one cannot be so crazy. He was given only one chance, but Jinhe still tried to destroy him. A talentless person like him should have bowed down to him for the opportunity to become the supreme elder, but now he was of no use to him. Today, the first-generation disciple Jinhe would stumble on a narrow bridge, a very poor end for someone who had aimed for such a high position. Jinhe thought it was all too strange. It was as if the person standing before him was not Dodun, who had been taken in as a child, but a completely different person. Since when did Jinmu have such a look in his eyes, as if it cost him nothing to crush a person to dust? Jinmu said his farewells and began to unclench his fists, but Jinhe shouted for him to stop. He begged for mercy and promised to be loyal to Jinmu. Jinhe asked for one chance. But Jinmu was indifferent to his pleas and continued to unclench his fingers until Jinhe promised to do anything. He was willing to give up not only his position as chief disciple, but also his position as supreme elder in exchange for mercy. Then Jinmu finally smiled and agreed. He threw Jinhe onto the thin bridge with a swing. Jinmu unblocked Jinhe's blood flow, and now he could move freely. He thanked him, terrified, thinking he had escaped death. Jinmu warned that this was his last chance, and if he did something like this again, there would be consequences. And this time, it would affect not only Jinhe, but also his father. Jinhe nodded in horror, saying he understood and that it would not happen again. Once the lesson was learned, Jinmu kicked the young man to get him to carry out his mentor's instructions. On the way, Jinhe remembered that he had become part of Mutong at the age of 15. At 25, he became a student of the first generation of Myeonggyo. And now, at 30, he was one of Mutong's best disciples, with a bright future ahead of him. He lost a fight to the one who was Dodong just a year ago, and now he would have to obey unconditionally. Jinhe wept and lamented his fate. How did he ever get mixed up with this scoundrel? Jinmu began to lose his temper due to the slow progress and yelled at his defeated opponent, causing him to panic. Finally, they managed to reach Mutang's treasure trove, located in a rock. After studying the list, the keeper, Ungon, said that it was indeed large and would take at least a month to copy. Noticing that Jinhe looked very disheveled, he asked him why. Jinmu helped him out of the situation by explaining that Jinhe had almost fallen into the abyss, but he had helped him by pulling him out by his hair. Ungo noticed that Jinmu's giggles sounded like the laughter of the despicable scoundrels from Sapa. The old man began to literally scan the young man. Jinmu didn't like what the old man had in mind. For a moment, he even felt as if his body had been pierced, and of course, he noticed the glow. Ungon thought. The power in Jinmu's body was definitely Mutong's energy. Perhaps something had happened while he was away. The guardian let the students go, promising to contact them when he was done. On the way back, Jinmu reflected that the name Un was not used in the Mutong generations. This meant that he was not a disciple who had received a temple name. He didn't know what exactly, but there was something about this old man. He could only hope that he would not interfere with Jinmu's plans. Due to the reconstruction of the Orion Palace, Jinmu now had to appear at the Jiso Palace every day as the person in charge. Jinso reported that a reply had arrived from Jin Kun, who had gone to Takana. A dispute had arisen between the trade guilds over the right to use the canal, and Jin-kun had asked the Supreme Elder to send his disciple. Jinho noted that the right to use the canal was one of the most pressing issues for the guilds. The Takan waterway was the main transport route for the guilds. It was safe when patrol ships were in operation, but at other times, this was not the case. It was a dangerous place, and every year, the guilds determined the order of use and set the price. That was the right of use. Jinmu dreamed that it would all end soon, because it had nothing to do with him. Jinho continued to argue it would be logical for the guilds to form an alliance with Mutong. Usually, such issues were resolved by them after a general meeting, but this time, it seemed that the guilds could not agree among themselves. The place where the conflict with the Ilhi Guild, with which Mutong had relations, occurred was the Isan Guild. Isan was one of the 3 largest guilds in Takana, and it was completely unclear why they were acting this way. Jinso asked Jinhe for his opinion on the matter. After all, he knew better than anyone what was going on in Takana. Jinmu joined in with this request, hoping that Jinhe would make this boring meeting end soon. According to Jinhe, the Isan Guild would never agree to negotiations because the Ju family was behind it. Mutong received fewer donations than the Ju family, so small companies had no choice but to turn to the monks. Over time, the Ju family realized that their position had been shaken, and the Isan Guild took the initiative. This led to the collapse of small companies. The main task was to show what the consequences could be if they turned away from the Ju family. It was an effective way to prevent Mutong from coming to the forefront. The Ilhi Guild faced either ruin from competitors or robbery by pirates. If that happened, the guilds would turn away from Mutong again and join the Ju family. Jinhe smiled slyly. There was only one way to avoid this. Mutong had to accompany the guild according to its schedule and then defeat the pirates by an overwhelming majority. The disciples had to go, but without a large number of people. And if the plan worked, the guilds would once again turn to Mutang for protection. And the only person who could be trusted with this task was Mutong's sword, Jin Mu. Jin Mu did not expect such an ending to the speech, and the atmosphere was somehow strange. In the Ilhi Jinkung Guild, he was indignant that only one first-generation disciple had been sent. The matter was very important, as he had stated in his message. The fact that he was accompanied by 7 second-generation disciples did not improve the situation. Jinmu himself was indignant. With these disciples, he felt like a mother duck. They were of no use anyway. And it was all the fault of the scoundrels Jinhe and Jinho. They had praised him to the elders in every way possible. When he returned to Mutang, he would shake the life out of them. Kang Yu, the head of the Ilhi Guild, wiped away his tears. Mutong didn't care about them, even though they had trusted him to protect them. Jinmu wondered what kind of show this crybaby was putting on. Jin-kun tried to comfort him. Kang Yu's tears flowed even more freely. If he announced that he was hiring warriors, no one would support Mutong anymore. Everyone knew that the Ju family was behind the Isan Guild. To comfort the leader, Jin-kun announced that he would also go with him, which nearly drove Jinmu into a rage. As an alternative, Jin-kun suggested sending another letter to Mutong if Kang Yu changed the schedule, but that was impossible. The guild members would leave tomorrow with the goods as planned. Accompanying Jinmu were 7 second-generation disciples. This was his direct responsibility as Mutang's sword and the person in charge of Oryang. If a problem arose due to his older brother's interference, he would have to report it. With that, Jinmu finished by making Jin-kun angry. He repeated what had been said once more, and this time, the guards were on Jinmu. Jin-kun asked Kang Yu to leave them alone. He was here as a representative of the Yujin Palace and was responsible for external cooperation. When it came to requests for help from the Takana guilds, only the first-generation disciples, who were well known in trading circles, could provide it. The Takana pirates were experienced warriors and proudly carried their name in Sapcheon. They were much stronger than the gangs from the back alleys. Even with Jin-kun's support, it would be difficult to defeat them, and Jinmu dared to boast and call himself the Sword of Mutang. The Mutang sword was the pride of the right wing of the Muram clan, and this name had special significance for monks who had revered the principles of Taoism for thousands of years. People said that because of Sapachong's attack, Mutang's sword was broken, and so he ceased his external activities. The revival of the Mutang sword is much more important and difficult than the vanity of one person. Jinmu had to take responsibility for daring to say such a thing in front of outsiders. Jin-kun was confident in the young man and did not intend to help, but if he failed the mission, neither his mentor's life nor Oryang's would be safe. This rule had to be followed by everyone who called themselves Mutang's sword. Jinmu was angry. Jin-kun dared to treat his mentor's life so carelessly because of some lousy assignment. He asked what his older brother would do if everything went smoothly. Since he dared to say such things about his mentor, Jinmu wondered if Jin-kun would have the courage to kneel before the young man and ask for forgiveness. Jin-kun was taken aback by such insolence and asked what the cheeky student had said. He clenched his fist furiously. His older brother wanted to resolve everything amicably, but this young brat apparently did not understand his words. How dare Jinmu compare the matter on which Mutong's fate depended with the life and dignity of one person? He rushed towards Jinmu, intending to teach him a lesson. Jin-kun was said to be a first-generation disciple who had reached the level of Tong, and he was the main contender for the position of Supreme Elder of the next generation. A huge stream of energy rushed towards Jinmu. It was Mutong's devastating blow. Chunwoo and Chunsang screamed in fear. It was very dangerous. Jinmu smiled. The attack was terribly illiterate. It felt like his opponent was a wild pig. The young man waved his hand gracefully, preparing to repel the attack. To do this, he was going to use Water Typhoon. The energy in his hands swirled like a whirlpool. It absorbed Jin-kun's energy and redirected it into the ground. The second-generation disciples froze in admiration. Jin-kun was also impressed. This disciple had repelled his devastating blow using the Water Typhoon technique. Jinmu did not wait and went on the offensive. The younger disciple's blows began to envelop Jin-kun from all sides. Trying to block them, Jin-kun made a sharp lunge with his foot. The disciples froze. It looked as if Jinmu had lost the fight, but that was not the case at all. Jinmu skillfully parried the attack. A moment before the blow, the young man blocked the attack with his elbow. The elbow was considered the strongest bone in the human body. The toes could not withstand this blow, despite repeated training. After this clash, the opponents moved away from each other. Jin-kun was even more surprised. The young man easily parried the attack of an opponent of Tong's level, and his responses in hand-to-hand combat were very skillful. Was Jinmu's skill really so excellent that he could rightfully call himself the Sword of Mutong? Jin-kun smiled wryly. It seemed he had serious problems. He couldn't miss the opportunity to study his younger brother's skills and was going to show him what real combat was like. Jinmu realized that he was overcome by a familiar feeling. The young man understood that when he last came to Mutong in his old body, Myungjin, who was defending the palace, reminded him of Jin-kun today. He had the face of a true warrior. Perhaps he was even beginning to like his older brother a little. They stood facing each other, moving cautiously in a circle. Jin-kun warned that he was starting and rushed forward toward Jinmu. But the battle ended with bandages and bruises for his older brother. When Jin-kun came to, his students were crying beside him. They were afraid he wouldn't survive. Jin-kun himself remembered nothing from the middle of the fight. He was surprised to learn that he had been unconscious for a whole day and that Jinmu and the others had already left with the guild. But then he laughed heartily. He hadn't been beaten like that in a long time, and he was glad that another talented person like himself had appeared in Mutang. Now, there was nothing to worry about. Not for him, not for the guild, and not for Mutang. This guy could single-handedly defeat all the pirates and revive Mutang's sword. The ship with the guild merchants and apprentices sailed down the river. People enjoyed the wonderful weather. Jinmu and the others rejoiced in the sun and this journey. Kang Yu couldn't understand this cheerfulness. Pirates could appear at any moment, but Jinmu was as carefree as the leader of some gang. To the annoyance of the guild leader, Jin-kun never showed up, even though he had promised to go with him. He had previously seemed like someone who kept his agreements. Kang Yu banged his fist on the railing in frustration. He shouldn't have resumed his relationship with Mutong. It was a huge mistake. Jinmu asked Chunsan where they were now. He replied that the ship was approaching the Western Gorge. Jinmu looked into the distance. They had already left the territory under the protection of the Takana administration. Now, pirates could attack them at any moment. They called themselves the Sky and Water Shield. Their leader, Donektong, tore his enemies' backs apart. Because of his cruelty, he was nicknamed the Merciless. Jinmu dreamed of a meeting. He hadn't seen anyone from the Sapa elite in a long time, and his appearance puzzled Chunsan. However, in order to become Jinmu's chief disciple, he had to sacrifice these pirates. If he managed to catch and neutralize the Sapa guys, rather than simple thugs from the back alleys, his reputation in Mutong would grow significantly. Jinmu intended to punish the pirates and earn another achievement on the way to his goal. Chunwoo and Chunsang watched as he called on the pirates to show themselves quickly. Chunwoo cautiously asked if something good had happened to the teacher. Everyone was very worried, but only Jinmu behaved differently. Chunsang put his hand on the boy's shoulder reassuringly. Their teacher was no ordinary person, and surely had a plan. But Chunsang himself was also worried. This would be the first battle where he could use the technique of released energy. The young man gripped his sword tightly. He had mastered this technique thanks to his teacher. Pirates and bandits were useless trash. They had destroyed his family and the rest of the villagers. Thanks to his mentor's kindness, Chunsan managed to get into Mutong and become a student. But there was a reason why he tried harder than others to master martial arts. It was revenge. Chunsan had waited a long time for this day, so that those who had died at the hands of the bandits would not wander restlessly. The young man was going to destroy them all, and he looked so menacing that he frightened Chonwoo. Even Jinmu noticed the young man's gaze and his dangerous energy. The young man understood the reason and did not intend to stop the young man thirsting for revenge. Jinmu ordered everyone to look around carefully, frightening the merchants. Chonsang thought that the enemies were already there, but this place was just perfect for an ambush. The path ahead was hidden behind a rock, and it would be easy to hide a ship there. As was usually the case, pirates like to appear unexpectedly during a carefree voyage. At that very moment, as Jinmu had expected, they appeared and demanded that they stop. Several pirate schooners appeared in front of their ship. The captain demanded an explanation as to how they dared to cross the gorge without his permission. To Jinmu, these threats sounded like music, a real balm for the soul. Kangyu began to cry in terror. Now, they were definitely doomed. The pirates dropped a rope with a hook, intending to pull the guild ship closer. Now it was trapped on both sides. A third pirate ship blocked the way. The guild leader watched the pirates in horror and prayed that the novice would do something instead of just standing there. After all, he was right not to form an alliance with Mutang. Kanyu started running across the deck. He had no choice but to defend his guild himself. To the amazement of those around him, he took out a chest and, sobbing, placed it in front of the pirates. Kangyu fell to his knees and greeted the pirate, calling him the hero of Kansong. The chest contained money. The guild leader assured them that due to the rush, he had not had time to obtain permission, but he was ready to offer compensation. Dunabdong laughed. It turned out that the guild leader was well versed in tradition, but to Kangyu's horror, Jinmu intervened, calling the words about traditions complete nonsense. The head tried to persuade the young man not to get involved, since he had already almost solved the problem himself. But the stubborn novice, not mincing his words, told Dunaktong to listen to what he had to say. Jinmu announced that in the name of the Mutong sword, there would be no mercy for the pirates. Kangyu realized that this young man was truly insane, and that it was the end for all of them. The pirates shared the same opinion. Now, they were going to break their necks instead of letting them pass. Jinmu turned around and ordered Chonsan to move some of the disciples to the left side of the ship. Chonwoo and the rest were to defend the right half. Jinmu kept the center of the ship for himself. After giving his orders, the young man shouted for everyone to attack. The students immediately rushed at the stunned pirates. Chonwoo used his elbows for maximum effect. Dunatong was puzzled as to what kind of monks these were who attacked without warning. One of the pirates tried to calm the captain down. They had dozens of men, but at that moment, the pirates began to be thrown overboard. Chongsang struck his opponents with unleashed energy. Dunatong became nervous. The young man was a master swordsman, but why were these monks so cruel? On the other hand, Chonwoo struck everyone with his fists. His blows were fast and powerful. His opponents did not even have time to dodge or block the attacks. Watching what was happening, Dunakdong roared with rage. He ordered those standing next to him not to stand like statues, but to stop these scoundrels. But while he stood with his back turned, Jinmu had already jumped. Landing lightly on the deck, he asked where everyone was going. Had he spoken so quietly that they hadn't heard him? Clenching his fists, the young man warned that the central ship would not leave just like that. Opposite one student on the field stood a group of pirates who did not understand what was happening. The distance between the ships was about 15 meters. It was impossible to cover it in one jump. Was it possible that this student was using the legendary technique of floating above water? This was not easy even for Dunaktung, who had reached the level of Tanji, and the young man looked about 25 years old. The pirate was angry because he had stepped onto the deck. Jinmu arrogantly replied that asking permission to step aboard a ship was too boring. And did Dunaktung really have no other words to say? After these words, Jinmu drew his sword. This enraged the pirate even more. He was going to make sure that this insolent man, who did not look like a monk at all, would never dare to be rude to anyone again. After these words, Dunatong ordered the pirates, who were standing like statues, to attack. Jinmu waited calmly. He didn't have to worry about the flanks. On one side was Tonsang, who had reached the level of Hyung. On the other side was Chan Wu with his impeccable fist technique. That was enough, and now he could focus on the center. To begin with, Jinmu raised his leg. It was time to deal with the pirates. He stepped hard on the deck, sending the boards flying in all directions. The force was so incredible that the ship even tilted. After that, Jinmu easily soared into the air. Because the ship tilted, the pirates lost their footing, and the young man jumped as the ship returned to its original position. Jinmu understood that there was no need to waste his strength on minor figures. His goal was Dunaktong. The sword whistled right in front of the ship's captain. The pirates realized that the boy was acting like one of Sape's men. They couldn't allow their leader to be attacked and were going to defend him. Jinmu landed right in front of them and began to throw them off balance by taunting the pirates. One of the robbers grinned. Jinmu's bravery was commendable, but coming alone was a big mistake. The young man scratched his head. He was going to quickly deal with Dunaktong, But an annoying fly appeared on the horizon. He continued to taunt them, calling them useless idiots who could only talk big. The young man had to deal with these pirates quickly, and, as a teacher, not lose face. This surprised the pirates. Not only did the young man use the released energy, but he was also a teacher and looked very young. At that moment, Jinmu's leg flew straight into his face, knocking him off his feet. The others immediately rushed to attack, aiming at the spot where their opponent should have been. But the young man easily dodged the blows, using his weapon as a support for his next jump. A powerful kick caught the next pirate. After that, Jinmu prepared his fist to finish off the enemy. With one powerful blow, he was able to take out 2 of them. All this happened very quickly, and only 2 pirates remained standing. Jinmu pushed off and leaped from his improvised weapon support. The pirates stared in amazement at the empty space where the young man had just been, and wondered where he had disappeared to. Suddenly, a powerful gust knocked them off their feet. Jinmu quietly appeared behind them and launched a powerful attack. Dunnock gritted his teeth. The young man tore the elite of the Sky and Water Shielders to shreds without using the released energy, relying only on his fists. But he was not going to give up so easily. The released energy ran through Dunnock's weapon. Jinmu continued to taunt him. Where could the guys from Sapa, who didn't even know how to fight, be useful? Preparing his sword, he described a couple of ways the pirate could defeat him, but perhaps he really didn't know how to fight. Jinmu's taunts achieved their goal. Dunotong lost his temper and delivered a powerful blow. The young man stood calmly. The pirate only attracted his attention with a powerful vertical blow. Dunnock used a technique called crucifixion. While the opponent blocked the first blow, the second horizontal blow was supposed to cut through his back. Jinmu's sword cut through the attacking vertical stream. Dunnock laughed loudly. The boy had fallen into his trap. He swung for the second and final blow, but Jinmu was already rushing towards him through the first stream. The young man concentrated his energy in his palm and aimed straight for the pirate's head. The blow hit its target. Dunnock howled in pain. A powerful stream of energy threw him far away, destroying part of the ship on the way. Jinku and 2 other second-generation disciples stood on the shore. There had been no news from the disciples and merchants, even though it had already been 3 days since they had sailed away. Those who remained were worried and hoped that Jinmu would not fall into the hands of the pirates. Jinkun worried that he had made a mistake by not following them as soon as he came to his senses. It seemed to him that if Jinmu and only 7 second-generation disciples defeated the pirates, it would cause a stir and elevate the name of Mutang. He acted like a monk, blinded by profit, and decided to sacrifice the talented younger bat. Looking at the water, Jinkun prayed for the disciples to return safe and sound. At that moment, the disciples were piling up the defeated pirates on the ship. After a while, Jinkun realized that he could no longer wait. He had to send a carrier pigeon to Mutang to send a rescue team. But their conversation was interrupted by guests. It was Ju Kalgak and the deputy head of the guild, Isin Duok Gi. Ju Kalgak apologized for his late arrival. He had been unable to come earlier due to a heavy workload. The guest noticed that the Ilhi Guild's ship had not yet returned. He pretended to be concerned about this fact. Jinkun thanked Ju Kalgak for his concern. Duok Gi said that their guild had acquired the rights to use the waterway, and that it was unclear why the Ilhe Guild had sent its ships. Jinkun knew that these words were a blatant lie. After Jinmu's departure, the young man came to the pier every day and never once saw the Ison Guild's ship leave the port. Jo Kalgak talked about what a bloodthirsty villain Dunotong was, and wondered why the Ilhe Guild had left without waiting their turn. Jinkun saw that the young man spoke without a shred of sympathy. They had come to disgrace Mutang in front of the others. The apprentice clenched his fist. These people did not know the meaning of shame. Everyone knew perfectly well that behind the Ison Guild, which constantly interfered with the Ilhi Guild, stood the Ju family. And this spectacle was staged for the 2 other guilds that had also formed an alliance with Mutang, so that they would think that they too could suffer. Jinkun's blood ran cold at the thought of what might have happened to the younger one. Jo Kalgak offered his help if it was needed. After all, they were all part of the United Political Forces Alliance. Jinkun was grateful, but Mutang was capable of handling the situation himself. Ju Kalgak considered the young man to be a simpleton who clung to his pride to the end, but he confirmed his willingness to help aloud. At that moment, to the amazement of those gathered, the apprentice reported the arrival of the ships. They had received the long-awaited message from the Ilhi Guild. The merchant ship on which Jinmu had set sail had safely reached its destination. Upon hearing this news, Jo Kalgak did not look as happy as Jinkun. Jinmu, invincible, alive, and unyielding, safely escorted the ship along with the other disciples to Jeonju. But that was not all. The message said that Mutong's disciples had arrested Dunatong and received a decent reward from the Jeonju administration. Zhou Kaogak pounced on the disciple, accusing him of lying. But the message said that Dunatong and 30 pirates had been captured alive. Jin Kun thought with admiration that Jinmu was a real bastard. He just wanted him to stay alive. But how could a guy who broke so many rules elevate Mutong like that? As Zhu Kalgak continued to express his dissatisfaction, Jin Kun asked him why he had become so gloomy. Was he really unhappy that Mutong's pride, Jinmu, had captured the pirate Dunaktong? Jin Kun didn't need an answer, and a disappointed Zhu Kalgak left the pier. The people standing nearby heard Jin Kun praising Jinmu's feat quite clearly. The news that only 8 of Mutang's disciples had dealt with Dunaktong spread rapidly. Jin Kun added fuel to the fire. He had heard that the Zhu family had been trying to capture the pirate for a long time. If they had turned to Mutong right away, they would have been helped. Apparently, they sent weak warriors, since even his younger brother was able to defeat them. Most likely, they were not interested in commerce in Takana either. Jin Kun apologized for having to leave, but he had a lot to do. He knew the guys would be fine, but it took them a long time to send the message. As soon as the student had walked a short distance away, Zhu Kalgak turned to Il-sun. He demanded that a carrier pigeon be sent immediately to Jeonju to verify that all this was true. Later, at the Zhu family residence, the young man gave vent to his emotions. Jingong dared to laugh at him in front of everyone. The plan devised by the young man was perfect. The Isan Guild was to obtain the right to use the canal. The other merchants were forbidden from buying goods from the Ilhe Guild. But Kong Yu decided that in order not to lose money, he would go up into the mountains and ask for help from Mutong, who would face 2 problems. If they sent the older generation of disciples, they would be laughed at. The second problem was that it would be a complete failure if they failed the task and turned to the Zhu family. But it was not enough for them to safely reach their destination, so they decided to capture the pirates as well, and all with the strength of only one first-generation disciple and the second-generation family. Zhu Kalgak's thoughts were interrupted by his younger brother. He noticed that his brother was not doing very well. Zhu Kalgak was always compared to Jin Kun, but the former always treated his disciple with contempt. A box flew at Zhu Kalgak. His younger brother always meddled where he wasn't asked to. The enraged older brother warned that if Zhu Kalgak didn't leave immediately, he would not miss his next shot. The younger brother hurried to take his leave. He understood that Zhu Kalgak had some kind of problem, and even though he had been kicked out, he was glad that he had won the verbal exchange. After the younger brother left, Il-sung came to Zhu Kalgak. The man realized that everything he had heard earlier was the absolute truth. After repelling the attack, the monks captured the pirates. Zhou Kalgak still did not believe that some brat from Mutong, who still had milk on his lips, could have done it. During the arrest, Dunaktong said that this student might have reached the level of Tang. It certainly sounded like nonsense. Moreover, the representatives of Sapa liked to exaggerate the abilities of their opponents. However, according to Jinmu's report, he proclaimed himself the Sword of Mutong. It would not be superfluous to verify this information. If you think about it, all the problems were because of Jinmu, and Zhou Kalgak made a mistake by not finding out everything about this disciple. A young student who had reached the level of Tanji was a unique case, and the buds had to be cut off before they blossomed. Zhu Kalgak needed to meet with the commander of the Amchong squad. In Il-sun's opinion, this was going too far. This squad was directly subordinate to the Zhu family, and everything could become known to his father. But Zhu Kalgak assured him that he was only going to conduct a small test, and if Jinmu was indeed Mutong's sword, that would solve the problem. The next day, there was a real celebration at Ilhe's guild. Chongsang enthusiastically recounted how Jinmu single-handedly defeated 5 pirates. Chanwu helped him with this. Together, the students reenacted the entire fight. Jinmu smiled and enjoyed the attention and admiration. Then he remembered that Jinkun should kneel and apologize, and why Kongyu was thanking him since Jinmu had done all the work. Jinkun believed that Jinmu was upset that his older brother did not praise him aloud. Of course, he would have liked to do so, but too much attention was harmful. It was the elder brother's duty to ensure that the younger brother did not stray from the true path. Mentally praising Jinmu, the older student smiled, causing the young man to be puzzled. Later, the young man went for a walk in the suburbs of Takana. He did not want to continue this monotonous activity with the monks. Enjoying his drink, he admired the beautiful view. Jinmu remembered the fighting technique that the dangerous old man had used on him. Perhaps it would be a good idea to use it on Mutong's head. At the moment of his previous body's demise, the herb of life saved him. Much time had passed since he awoke in Mutong and became a disciple. He couldn't figure out what mistake the Reaper had made, but now it didn't matter. Living in this body wasn't so bad, except for the inability to use certain combat techniques. He had to take care of his position as the chief disciple. He had to earn a reputation, train disciples, and achieve accomplishments. Suddenly, the thought of having to do so much made him extremely angry. He tried to calm down. He was only 20 now. Soon, he would become the chief disciple, master the double energy technique, and regain his combat skills. Then he would take over the entire Mutang. But the thought that the Chongpa clan alone was too small for him. He was the great Hyukrin Mugen and could get not only the entire Chongpa, but also Sapachan. He would be able to get all his money and his concubine back. Sapachan was the best place where strong guys gathered. As soon as Jinmu develops his strength, he will be able to control both Chongpa and Sapachan. Surprised that he hadn't thought of this before, Jinmu continued on his way, but something alarmed him, and turning around, the young man threw the jug. The shards scattered near the man who was following him. Jinmu asked how long this man intended to follow him. He approached closer, trying to find out what the man wanted, but the man said that it was his first time seeing Jinmu. The man claimed that he had no intention of following him. Jinmu advised him not to play the fool if he valued his life. At first, he was followed by a passerby, then by some drunkard, and now a vagrant. This man had been following him since Jinmu left the Ilhi Guild. He just changed his appearance. Jinmu began to ask about the reasons for the surveillance and who had ordered it. The man took off his mask, revealing a completely different face. He thought that his task had become more complicated. All he had to do was check the monk's level and return. But things did not go according to plan. Not only did the young man notice the best masquerader in the Amchong squad, but pure energy was spreading everywhere. He realized that they would not let him escape. As a warrior, he assumed that this monk was at the Tong level. Jinmu latched onto these words, so the goal was to find out his level. All that remained was to find out who had ordered the hit. The young man beckoned the warrior over to ask him a couple of questions. However, the man was unlikely to answer them, and perhaps it would be better to beat him up first. The warriors standing on the other side of the wall heard the noise. One of them was younger and asked if he should go and check. The older man thought about it. He felt an unusual impulse, even though he was standing far away. But they had to continue the investigation and could not afford to make any mistakes. Therefore, the senior officer, Na Bi-hyun, said to leave everything as it was. He and the warrior Ilwi would go to the place where the noise came from. When they approached, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered, wondering who had made such a noise. Of course, Jinmu was at the center of the action. Na Bi-hyun was surprised to recognize Mutong's distinctive clothing. At that moment, Jinmu told his opponent that he was using his flying technique quite well. But Jinmu had another move in store for his opponent, one that he would have to deal with. The young man's blow sent stones flying, but the warrior had already managed to move out of the way. Bi-hyun watched closely. Judging by his clothing and fighting technique, it was safe to say that he was Mutong's student. But why was this young man damaging private homes? And his martial arts skills were quite unusual, and his level of martial arts skill was quite high. It seemed like he was just hitting, but his movements clearly showed the characteristics of Mutong's style. He simply cut out parts of various martial arts, but made Mutong's style more effective in combat. Seriously, this young man was a very interesting monk, but his opponent was no slouch either. He dodged all attacks. More precisely, he himself thought that he was simply dodging, and the monk seemed to be just playing with him, and he could knock out his opponent at any moment he wanted. Jinmu turned to the warrior. Considering that he did not reveal who had hired him, one could conclude that the man was quite brave. But Jinmu was already getting bored again. This phrase alerted his opponent. The young man noticed that it would have been better for the warrior to answer the question when he was given the chance. And now, he was just going to finish him off. The observers froze in amazement. The Mutang clan did not use this type of palm strike. Bi-hyun realized who had used a similar fighting stance before. Ilvi did not have time to recover before the elder had already disappeared from where he had been standing a second ago. Na Bi-hyun approached Jinmu with a swift jump. He managed to strike the young man's arm before he could strike. Jinmu stared in amazement at the hand that had grabbed him, and so they froze under the moonlight. The opponent on his knees, the student, and Na Bi-hyun trying to stop him. He looked piercingly at Jinmu and asked how the young man, who looked like Mutong's student, knew this technique. In response, the young man asked if that was all the men wanted to know. But suddenly, Jinmu recognized the person he was talking to. The man was given away by his hunched back and the smell of poverty, and that ghostly grip on his wrist. There could be no mistake. He was one of the strongest men in the current Marima clan. In addition, he was a man with the most mystical past, the clan of beggars, Silent Rain Yang Sobang. When Jinmu was still Hyukrin Mugen, this man stole a scroll containing the secret of evil from him and caused difficult times. He was always meddling in other people's lives and running away when they tried to catch him. The man repeated his question. Where did the monk learn this technique? Jinmu shook his hand, throwing off the brush that was holding him. He replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about. He didn't even know the man's name, so the man should just leave. His relationship with this man was not the best, and he should have left this place as quickly as possible. but his plan was disrupted. Ilwi drew his sword and, holding it to the young man's neck, ordered him not to move. Jinmu was already tired of them, so he asked if they were in cahoots with his enemy and if the hat was part of their uniform. Nabi-hyun noticed that more and more people were gathering around, but they needed to keep their mission secret and not let themselves be found out. But the palm strikes showed that the young man was somehow connected to those they were looking for. This clue could not be overlooked. They had been chasing them for a long time and finally picked up the trail. Ilwi was confused because he did not expect such a proposal. Nabi-hyun turned to Ilwi. He suggested stopping there. Then he turned his attention to Jinmu and asked his name. The disciple was as insolent as ever and had no intention of revealing his name to someone he didn't even know. Nabi-hyun noticed that this young man was too rude for a monk, but he was sure that they would meet again soon. And at that moment, he quickly disappeared, leaving only falling leaves behind. Jinmu looked at the empty space and realized that things were not looking good. The young man clutched his head. Of all people, why did he have to get involved with Yang Sobong? Now, it was only a matter of time before someone noticed him. But there was no choice, and first, he had to finish the job. He needed to vent his pent-up anger, and he had an enemy at hand who was unwilling to answer questions. Sometime later, Jukao-gak learned that one of the Dark Sky Squad had been captured, and when the second warrior confirmed that Juhok had been caught while on reconnaissance, he became even more enraged. It wasn't a difficult task. Jukao-gak thought intently. They were suddenly notified that the Jigal family was behind one case. The main family blamed his father for many things, and the Jigal family ran around to prevent rumors from spreading. He began to nervously bite his nails. If they found out that he had been following the first disciple without permission, it would end badly. Under no circumstances could this be allowed to happen. He had to bring Juhok back before anyone found out that he was from the Jigal family. The warrior tried to express his opinion and began to talk about the approval of the head of the family, but that was out of the question. The Dark Sky Squad was supposed to infiltrate the One Sun Trade Association at midnight, and they had to be there in full force. Jinmu returned to the Ilhi Guild with a prisoner on his shoulder, where a worried Chun Sang was already waiting for him. The young man asked who the beaten warrior was, but Jinmu asked him not to worry about him. Everyone else was already asleep, which was very convenient. The young man needed Chun Sang to do something. The warriors moved cautiously, staying close to the wall. Surely everyone was already asleep, and the main goal was to rescue Juhok as quickly as possible. But something forced the warrior in front to stop abruptly and raise his hand. The others were forced to freeze in place as well. The leader had a feeling that someone was lying in wait. At the same time, he sensed the incredible energy of the masters. He sensed that there were at least 10 people lying in wait. If they were Mutanga monks, how did they know about their arrival? But on the other hand, he had never heard of the monks of Mutanga acting this way. In any case, they didn't have time to save Juhaka. The warriors prepared their weapons. They had to act immediately. The leader jumped and threw the knives in the opposite direction. It was a skillful throw, and the knives flew straight and in the right direction, but they did not reach their target, and, as if deflected, began to fall down. An armed man appeared from the bushes. His hat was similar to the one worn by Nabi-hyun. It was a reconnaissance group from the Chul Gulge clan of beggars. They were surprised to conclude that someone else besides them was watching Jinmu. The most famous beggar in the Central Plains had given orders to find out everything about Jinmu, a first-generation disciple. That is why hundreds of beggars everywhere were gathering information about this young man. The uninvited guests were dressed in night gear and masks, and the beggars could not tell who they were. Perhaps they were monks who had come to defend the disciple. Suddenly, a batch of knives flew at them, but the leader deflected them in time. He realized that it was definitely not the Mutong clan, as the weapons were characteristic of assassins. The beggars rushed into the attack. They were not going to let these bastards go just like that, and they started the fight. At that time, Jinmu was sleeping peacefully in his room. He wanted to sleep, but the sounds coming from outside prevented him from doing so. The young man began to toss and turn and try to cover his ears with his hands. Finally, his patience ran out. He didn't know what kind of idiots had decided to practice with swords in the middle of the night, but they were disturbing him. Jinmu, in his pajamas, threw open the door and rushed outside. He began to turn his head from side to side, looking for the culprits. There was no one in the front yard or garden. The sounds were coming from behind the wall. There was a battle in full swing between beggars and assassins. It was the clanging of weapons that woke the tired student. At one point, the opponents moved away from each other to take a break. There was no clear winner. They were evenly matched. The warriors also understood that they were facing masters who had undergone rigorous training. Then everyone noticed Jinmu watching intently from the wall. The young man asked them to ignore him and continue. It was an interesting sight because everyone in front of him was a master. When his stunned opponents uttered his name, the young man was surprised that these guys knew him. He was even embarrassed by such fame. However, it was good, because now he had become widely known. Jinmu jumped off the wall. The fact that they knew him and were armed and wearing masks proved that something was wrong. Suddenly becoming serious, the young man asked who they were. The beggars and assassins were confused. Everything was not going according to plan. They decided to retreat and rushed away. Jinmu thought that they were simply tired of fighting. It was exactly what you would call fishing in troubled waters. Jinmu alarmed everyone, but he gained something useful for himself. Snapping his fingers, he directed streams of energy toward the fleeing figures. No matter how fast the warriors moved, the energy clumps caught up with them. In the end, they caught up with them, wounding one beggar and one assassin. Both men who fell into Jinmu's clutches turned out to be the leaders of their groups. It seemed that the warriors were going to fight for their leader. Jinmu wondered why the youth of today had become so rude. After all, he had asked them who they were, but received no answer. When asked a question, they were supposed to answer him. With these words, the young man went on the offensive. One of the assassins tried to strike, but Jinmu deftly dodged the knives. He immediately responded with a blow to the stomach, sending the unlucky assassin flying. Jinmu raised his head when he heard the characteristic sound of an attack. Another opponent was flying towards him, but his weapon also cut through empty air. The disciple had already disappeared from where he had been a second ago. Jinmu seized the moment and grabbed his opponents by the heads. Then he spun them into a whirlwind, supplementing his effort with energy. He threw them straight into the wall, causing stones to fly in all directions. The leader of the beggars, watching what was happening, thought that this disciple was very strong and on a completely different level. He couldn't even believe that Mutong had such a strong disciple. The commotion was stopped by Ji Kun's cry, demanding an explanation of what was happening. Jinmu had completely forgotten that monks get up early in the morning. Now, they would have a worse opinion of him because of this commotion. Jin Kun turned to the young man again and repeated his question. The disciple was confused and hesitated. How could he explain what was happening? But to his surprise, Jin Kun was angry for a different reason. He was worried that he had arrived too late and did not know that the younger man had been ambushed. Jin Kun barked an order for everyone to drop their weapons immediately, which they all hastened to do. The young man ordered everyone to be tied up and brought inside. It was not for nothing that he was called the Azure Cloud Dragon Sword. The disciples rushed to carry out the senior disciple's orders. Jin Kun himself and a couple of other disciples hurried to Jinmu to check on his condition. Jinmu was indignant. The senior student dared to make it look like it was his doing, even though all he did was sit inside. And now he dared to ask if Jinmu was all right. Could this scoundrel really be concerned about him? That couldn't be. Not with this club. Soon, all the prisoners were tied up and brought before the senior disciples. Jin Kun sternly ordered the prisoners' masks to be removed. The disciples hurried and began to tear off their cloaks and masks. Jin Kun recognized one of the prisoners when he saw his face. Before him stood one of the 5 best disciples of the Beggars clan, Chul Galgay. While Jin Kun was asking questions, Jinmu realized that it was most likely Yang So Bang who had ordered everything to be found out about him. The senior disciple was equally surprised to recognize another one. It was Yu Wigan. Jinmu did not know this man. Yu Wigan was a martial arts master of the Ju family. Who had given him the order? The Ju palace? Or the head of the Ju family, Ju Murina? Yu Wigan hastened to assure Jin Kun that the head knew nothing about what was happening. The whole situation with the Ilhi Guild was absurd. But who exactly dared to give the order to attack Mutong's disciple? The young man announced his intention to climb the mountain and report to the elders about the actions of the Beggars clan and the Ju family. Yu Wigan tried to stop him, but only angered him. Turning around, the young man barked that he should not even dare to justify himself. He was in a real rage. How dare they attack Jinmu, Mutong's sword? The captives were shocked to learn that this young man was Mutong's sword. It even crossed their minds that he was more like Mutong's fist. Jin Kun called one of his disciples named Chun Gang. He had a task for him. The young man was to send a letter to Mutong, describing what was happening and asking Elder Myonggon to come here urgently. Let the elder himself decide what to do with the people who were targeting Mutong's disciple. There had been cases when disciples left the mountain and died. If it was because of a conspiracy or an ambush, Mutong never left the offender alone. The order would be given to all the clan's disciples, and Mutang's large-scale retaliation would follow. That was his fury. Jin Kun ordered the prisoners to be locked up and closely watched. Jin Mu, on the other hand, enjoyed watching the senior disciple rage. Suddenly, Jin Kun approached and ruffled his hair. He was concerned that Jinmu had not slept well and sent him to rest. Jinmu felt that everything was out of control. But how dare this man pat him on the head? But whatever it wasn't so bad. Later, when Jumurin heard the news, he slapped his eldest son hard across the face. Ju Kalgak dared to use the power of the Amchong squad without permission and disgraced the family name. The young man tried to apologize, but received another blow in response. This time, with a foot. An apology alone was not enough. They had just received a letter from the head of the family asking them to be more careful. And then this happened. It was unclear how things would proceed, but if word of the attack on Mutong's students spread, it would inevitably lead to a battle between the clans. On top of everything else, there was also the incident in Takana. All of this would definitely not end well. Jumu Lin explained that if their conflict with Mutong becomes a problem, the Muram Guild will not stand idly by. This battle was bound to happen. If the Muram Guild gets involved, they will have the advantage. The Mutong clan has been ignored by everyone until now. This time, we need to show the world that it is better to cooperate with the Jew family than with the monks from the mountain. The next day, an important meeting was held at the Il-He Guild. The master of the Palace of Enlightenment, Elder Myung-chun, asked for an explanation of what had happened then. Ju Mu-rin, head of the Jew family from Takana, was to answer. On the other side was Yang Song, head of the Beggars clan. Myung-chun asked if the clan admitted to attacking Jinmu. Yang Song immediately shook his head in denial. That was not how it happened at all. But if that was not the case, why were the people from the Beggars clan wearing masks? Young Sangha did not know how to explain that they had to act secretly. It was Zhu Mu-rina's turn to answer why Amchong's squad attacked Jinmu. The head of the Jew family asked him to be careful with his words and asked who had attacked him. In his opinion, there was clearly some kind of mistake here. He asked everyone to listen to him carefully. Ju Mu-rin was not here to apologize. He pointed to Jinmu and said that while patrolling Takana, they saw this young man attack an innocent master. Therefore, the head of the family was here to hear an apology. Jinmu became angry. How could someone lie so brazenly? Every person had to have a limit to their audacity. Myung-chun was outraged by this response. The head of the Jew family was surprised that he might have been mistaken. Ju Mu-rin decided to ask his soldiers something. He asked if they had climbed over the wall of the Il-He Guild. Yu Wigan replied that, of course they had not. Ju Mu-rin smiled. Perhaps they were the ones who attacked Jinmu's disciple first. He received a negative answer. The Amchon warriors were fighting the Beggars clan, and it turned out that Jinmu had gotten involved in their fight. Ju Mu-rin asked Chul Galge for his opinion. He replied that his interlocutor was not lying. It turned out that while on patrol, the warriors of the Jew family noticed suspicious beggars near the Il-He Guild and engaged them in battle. Based on everything that had been said, it appeared that Jinmu was the only one who had made a mistake here. Myung-chun was outraged by the nonsense that Ju Mu-rin was saying. That is, during the patrol in the middle of the night, it was necessary to wear masks. And why was it necessary at all if Mutong's disciples were nearby? Takana was a territory controlled by the Jew family, and there was nothing strange about inspecting it. Jinmu understood that the word shameless did not adequately describe the head of the Jew family. After all, he had stated outright that Takana belonged to him, and they could not argue with him. Jimu Lin used words to turn the situation to his advantage. It was obvious that Yu Gan was watching over the Il-He Guild. Technically, it was all true, and Jinmu couldn't say anything in response. Jimu Lin arranged for Yu Gan to answer only his questions. Myung-chun noticed that it seemed as if Jimu Rin considered the Mutong clan to be some kind of joke. Using the Isan Guild to take away water rights and violating the Il-He Guild's right to trade showed how foolish he was. In response, the head of the Jew family picked up a cup of tea and calmly asked Myung-chun to be careful with his words. All he had heard were rumors. And those who spread groundless rumors surely wanted to harm the Jew family. But if they didn't believe him, Ju Mu-rin, they could go to the Isan Guild and check everything. He had cut off all ties in advance, and there was no evidence. Looking at the Mutong monks, the head of the Jew family thought with satisfaction that they had lost their ability to speak. The man smirked. That was the difference between the monks hiding in the mountains and the Jew family. Now that they were on the home stretch, Ju Mu-rin was going to crush their spirits a little more and turned to Jinmu. The head of the Jew family had heard about the young man's exploits and praised him for his zeal. The young man was still so young, but he had already achieved so much. It was quite shameful that a conflict had arisen between the clans, and this made Ju Mu-lin worry about Jinmu's future. Jinmu, on the other hand, was beginning to rage and was already thinking about beating all the nonsense out of this eccentric. If they were in Sapcheon, he would already be half dead. At that moment, Jin-kun put his hand on his shoulder to calm him down. He asked Jinmu to calm down, but Jinmu shook his head. The Palace of Enlightenment was responsible for all external negotiations, but even it could do nothing about these treacherous scoundrels. Jinmu looked at the head of the Jew family and wondered how he dared to lie with his insolent tongue. The young man had to find a way to do something about it. Just in time, he remembered a familiar voice calling him. It was the voice of Chun-san. The younger disciple was covered in someone's blood. He interrogated Juhak and found out who he was. The prisoner was Juhak. from the Amchong squad of the Ju family. Jinmu made the right choice by handing the interrogation over to Chansan. If he had done it himself, the warrior would not have survived. Thanks to this, he was able to turn the situation to their advantage. They would cut out the bastards' filthy tongues and preserve the reputation of the Mutong clan, which had lost the war of words. The young man turned to the elder Myungchun. He wanted to say something to Jumurin and received permission to do so. Jinmu stepped forward and asked if the head of the Ju family would take responsibility for his words that they had not been watching Mutong. The man immediately and decisively agreed. Jinmu confessed that when he was outside, he was ambushed. He wanted to take a walk to enjoy the air and the river market when he sensed the ambush. The person following him was very well disguised. Yu Wigan broke out in a cold sweat. He had completely forgotten about it. At the end of the investigation, Jinmu found out that the spy's name was Juhak and that he was a member of the Amchong squad of the Ju family. This news made everyone present open their mouths in amazement. Yu Wigen trembled and became even more frightened. Jumurin lost his composure and shouted at the young man to shut up and stop talking nonsense. He had not received any report about this investigation. The head of the Ju family demanded proof, and Jinmu had it. The head of the Beggars clan had seen this man. Myungchun asked Young Song if everything he said was true. He hesitated and did not rush to answer, but Jinmu knew the truth and prayed silently for him to confess quickly. At that moment, a voice asked not to put so much pressure on the student of the Beggars clan. To the surprise of everyone gathered, Yang Sobang was standing in the doorway. He apologized for being a little late. The representatives of Mutang were amazed to see the most mysterious and authoritative master. Little was known about his whereabouts, and now the quiet dog Yang Sobang stood before them. The members of the Beggars clan immediately fell to their knees in greeting. The rest of those present bowed their heads respectfully. Without exception, everyone respectfully greeted Elder Yang. But Jinmu was indignant. He did not understand what this old eccentric, who had not been invited, was doing here. Yang Song was quite enough. Yang Sobang told his disciples to get up. They had already suffered a lot because of him, but they apologized for not completing the task. Then he greeted Myungchun and Jumurin, whom they had not seen for a long time. Then he saw Jinmu and recognized him as the scoundrel who had caused a commotion the night before. The young man was forced to apologize. Now he had no choice but to be polite. Yang Sobang admitted that he had given the order to follow Jinmu. However, Jinmu claimed that he had been ambushed, even though it looked like the opposite. He had his own reasons for following the young man. In any case, Yang Sabang hoped that all the misunderstandings between them would be resolved. Jinmu grumbled. Was it really going to end like this? After receiving a first-hand confession, Yang Sobang overheard that some kind of dispute had arisen between the Mutong clan and the Ju family. Jumu Rin stammered and confirmed this. The mystical master noted that, judging by all appearances, only the Zhu family was to blame. He asked Jumu Lin if he was willing to back down for his sake. The man thought hard. Everyone in Takana already knew about the conflict, and if they backed down now, it would mean defeat. Jumu Lin cautiously addressed Master Yang Sobang. He admitted that he also did not know that Juhak was following Jinmin. But besides that, Mutang accused them of something they did not do. How could they retreat when they had suffered undeservedly? Yang Sobang wondered what they should do now in this situation. Jinmu stepped forward again and asked permission to say something. The young man noted that there had long been disputes that could not be resolved with words, and when that happened, fists were used to help resolve all issues. This was an unchanging tradition of Mirim. Yang Sobang clarified whether he understood correctly that the young man wanted to put everything on the line, including his pride, and resolve the issue with a duel. Jinmu confirmed this. Whichever side lost would have to retreat, Yang Sobang pondered. With the level of skill he had witnessed the previous night, the Ju family would lose badly. Jinmu was pleased. He had offered the perfect solution at the perfect time. The old man was not only strong, but also smart, thinking carefully about his answer. The Beggars clan decided that Mutang's disciple, Jinmu, would not pose a major problem. His recent actions showed that he had a strong sense of justice, and it could be ruled out that he was connected to the person who was being pursued. The incident with the gunpowder in Takana and the traces in the Moon Pavilion, Jinmu's skill, which they had seen with their own eyes. All of this showed that he was an unusual person who raised many questions, but this time, Yang Sobang would allow himself to be used. Jumu Rin also had no objections. Since everyone in Mutong was proud, Myungchun would not be sent. Perhaps Jin Kuna, or better yet, Jin Mu. Myungchun didn't know who to send to this duel, but the proposal came from Jin Mu, and he agreed too. Now, each clan had to field a warrior, but it was forbidden to take the lives of opponents. Jinmu stepped forward on behalf of the Mutong clan, terrifying the elder. Jumu Lin called forward the leader of the Blue Fire squad, Mo Ixan. He was a Tong-level master, and his name had been well known in Hubei province for the past 10 years. Myungchung panicked. Only a few Mutong elders could handle him. so how could Jinmu do it alone? But Jin-kun asked him not to worry. After all, Jinmu was strong, a master of Oryong and the sword of Mutong. Jin-kun also hastened to warn the elder that things might not be quite as he imagined. Mo Ixan smirked. He couldn't imagine that Jinmu would be his rival. He was hot-tempered and ignorant, like all young people. But the honor of the Ju family was at stake, and he could not back down. Jinmu noticed that he was talking too much and drew his sword. He threw it away, leaving only the scabbard in his hands. He said that if his opponent was lenient, he would still be grateful. Mo Ixan began to get angry. It seemed that in Mutong, they did not teach children to be polite to their elder. Jinmu thoughtfully tapped the scabbard. Let those who need to pay attention to it. And immediately after these words, he rushed into the attack with a smile. His opponent barely had time to raise his weapon. Jinmu was very fast. The young man rushed past, glancing at the scabbard, and struck his opponent's arm, which was holding the weapon. The blow caused Mo Ixan to move, which surprised him greatly. Jinmu noticed the surprise and began to tease him. Mo Ixan stared in amazement at the weapon, which bore marks from the scabbard. What was happening drove him into a rage. He immediately lunged forward, attacking Jinmu. But the young man deftly dodged the blow, and the stick flew over him. Mo Ixan caught the stick, deftly spinning it in the air. He aimed it right between Jinmu's collarbones, who was still in the same position. But he failed to defeat the young man, who was no longer there. To avoid the attack, Jinmu used the dragon retreat technique. Mo Ixan assumed that the young man was shameless, but he did not think that he would use such a dirty trick here. Jinmu did not hesitate and kicked his opponent straight in the back. He was thrown far away toward the students. The young man mocked his opponent, who thought he would just roll around on the ground. Mo Ixan was indignant. How dare this student use one technique to retreat and create another attack? And he even kicked him in the back. Jinmu smiled as he brushed the leaves off his clothes. He had already heard these words about the scoundrel and how he dared. They kept saying the same thing over and over again. In his opinion, weaklings had something in common. They were all full of pride. Such insolence finally drove Mo Ixan out of his mind, and energy sparkled around him. Everyone was frightened. Yang Sobong was also outraged. He had clearly said not to use techniques that could be deadly, but Jinmu was calm and satisfied. Now it seemed more like the truth. Mo Ixan, in a rage, directed the released energy at his opponent. Jinmu did not lose his composure and confidently ran towards him. Yang Sobong had to intervene. Attacking with such a concentration of chi energy meant certain death, but he did not have time to do so. A clump of severed energy flew over him. Jinmu countered the attack by deftly breaking the flow of energy and deflecting it in other directions. He easily covered the distance to Mo Ixan and pressed the scabbard against his opponent's throat. Everyone present realized with amazement that this young man had cut through the sword of chi energy. If he could do that, it meant that Jinmu's level was higher than Mo Ixan's. Could it be that the young man had already reached the level of Yin? The young man believed that this was enough to determine the winner. He whispered in his opponent's ear that they should stop while they still had their hair. But this only made Mo Ixan even more furious. He spun around sharply. In doing so, he crushed his energy-filled weapon into pieces. He aimed these sharp fragments at his opponent, intending to destroy him on the spot. Zhu Mulin shouted. His warrior had committed an unacceptable violation of the rules. Jinmu began to fend off the dangerous shards flying towards him. He shouted at the others to be more careful. The radius of the attack was too large. The shards were rapidly approaching the second-generation disciples, who would not be able to repel this attack. Myungshun tried to prevent this, and began to form a cluster of energy. But Chunwoo and Chonsang appeared in front of the frightened students. With their swords and fists, they deftly deflected the dangerous debris. The rescued students rushed to them to see if they were okay. Myungchun wondered in amazement how these students had repelled the attack of a Tong-level master. Chunwoo and Chunsang tried to recover. The elder was truly amazed. How could this be possible for second-generation disciples? Jinmu turned to his opponent. His mood did not bode well. The young man even thought about letting Mo Ixan go. But how dare he touch his students? Yang Sobong watched the young man in amazement. This swirling energy spoke of the level of Ying. It was amazing that a 20-year-old novice had reached the level of Ying. This had never happened before. Mo Ixan had no intention of stopping. Who was this insolent person to decide when to stop? The opponent's hands collided in a powerful blow. Jinmu began to squeeze Mo Ixan's wrist. This technique was for rude guys who forgot their place. The force of the squeeze was incredible, and the fist began to deform. Mo Ixan cried out in pain. He couldn't resist Jinmu, and a fist was a great way to get through to those who didn't understand. After these words, Jinmu's fist slammed right into his opponent's nose. So Jinmu continued to strike. He held Mo Ixan with one hand and did not let him escape. Jumaren covered his eyes. He couldn't watch what was happening. Yang Sobong froze in amazement. When his opponent had almost no teeth left, Jinmu let him go. He unclenched his hand. Mo Ixin's hand continued to tremble. Jomu Rin stared in amazement at the warrior who had collapsed at his feet. Mo Ixin no longer resembled a master of his level. Meanwhile, Jinmu turned to the head of the Ju family and asked if he would accept the results of the fight. Jumu Lin looked at the warrior at his feet. Mo Ixin not only used a deadly move on his student, but also lost to him. It would be more accurate to say that they had lost. The Ju family had lost to Mutang. Jumu Lin announced that the Ju family would take responsibility for everything that had happened. This was excellent news, and joyful cries rang out. Myungchun ordered Chunsan and Chunwoo to be quickly taken to their rooms and a doctor to be called. Jinmu was called, and he turned around in irritation. A joyful Jinkun rushed towards him. Jinmu cringed. It couldn't be. Why did they all like to hug so much? Jingon grabbed the young man. The student had done well. He was the true light of Mutang. This flood of emotions was interrupted by Yang Sobang, who also turned to Jinmu. He told the student to follow him and wanted to talk to him about something. When only they, Myungchun, and Jinkun remained in the room, the monk from the Beggars Clan asked Jinmu where he had learned these techniques. The young man pondered. The question was absurd. The disciple could only learn fighting techniques from the clan itself. He asked the master what techniques he was talking about, but the master sternly asked him not to play dumb. But Jinmu really didn't understand what Yang Sobang was talking about. Since becoming Mutang's disciple, the young man had not used the Sapa technique. The master lost his temper. He saw how the young man used their technique, and he demonstrated by throwing his palm forward, as the old man had done. This technique was familiar to Jinmu, because he had seen the old man use it in the pavilion. Yang Sobang flew into a rage, realizing that the young man was indeed familiar with them. Jinmu did not understand the reason for the anger, or how the master knew that the technique belonged to the old man. The young man tried to explain how he had mastered this fighting technique. Yang Sobang couldn't believe his ears. Jinmu simply repeated the strike. It was impossible to simply repeat the lightning strike. The lightning strike was a technique from the central regions that they used. Yang Sobang himself had spent 3 years to repeat it and was not going to believe Jinmu. But the young man's eyes said he was not lying. The master had an idea of how to find out if his student was telling the truth. He began to demonstrate the technique to see if Jinmu could repeat it or not. Myungchun shouted, trying to stop Yang Sobang, but the master probably didn't hear him and continued to perform the movements. At a certain moment, he instantly moved to another place. Yang Sobang's palm was positioned in a similar way. Jinmu realized that this crazy old man was going to use the heart-cutting technique. The young man tried to block the attack. This technique was capable of crushing the heart. It had no form, just like water. The more force was put into it, the more deadly the blow became. The master's palm came very close to Jinmu's chest. Jinkun noticed with excitement that energy enveloped his hand. Jinmu realized that the blow did not contain enough force, meaning there was no intention to destroy him. Perhaps it was some kind of test. Since not all of the energy had been put into the strike, he had a chance to stop the master. But if he made even the slightest mistake, he would break all his ribs. Jinmu began to make circular movements and twist the energy. He needed to relax and feel the flow of the blow. And at the moment when the flow of energy reached its limit, if Jinmu redirected the blow in the opposite direction, Yang Sobang realized that the student was using the energy of the crushed heart. It was normal for the energy to dissipate as the flow changed direction. Jinmu was pleased. He showed that old nutcase something. The master was amazed again. The student managed to fight back and disperse the energy. He clenched his fist and asked who Jinmu was. Then he delivered a powerful blow that sent Jinmu flying backward. Jinkun and Myungchun cried out in alarm. They hadn't expected this attack either. It seemed that even Yang Sobang did not understand what was happening. Jinmu flew into the wall and, hitting it, collapsed to the floor. Myungchun angrily turned to the master. What did he think he was doing? Jinkun was lifting the young man off the floor at that moment. Myungchun's cry echoed throughout the room. Yang Sobang was frightened. He was sure he had only lightly touched the student. Jinmu, lying on the floor, smiled slyly. It was his plan. While Myungchun was scolding the master, Jinkun managed to lift the young man. Yang Sobang stared at his hand in shock. He had no intention of hurting this student. He just wanted to show him the technique of the Beggars Clan and see if the young man could repeat it. Could he have used too much force? Jinmu joined the conversation. Yang Sobang was one of the elders of Murim. Could he just beat people up like that? The master asked the young man to stop. First, his innocence had to be confirmed. Only the strongest could dispel the energy of his technique. He asked Jinmu to repeat the technique he had just seen. The young man realized that he was still under suspicion. Then Myungchun intervened. He accused the master of first attacking the student and then asking him to repeat the technique. He himself admitted that Jinmu was a very talented student, but how could anyone repeat a technique after seeing it only once? Jinmu joined the conversation and asked why he had to repeat the technique. It would be proof that he wasn't lying about repeating the lightning strike after seeing it just once. But there was a chance that Jinmu wouldn't be able to do it. In that case, Yang Sobang was going to put him in prison and torture him until he got an answer. So now he just had to repeat the crushing strike technique. For Jinmu, it was easy. He bent his wrist accordingly. In the past, the young man had seen something similar several times. Repeating this technique was much easier than the lightning strike. Things would have been completely different if he had really been a young monk, but Jinmu was not one. Yang Sobang watched the flow in amazement. Could this young man really repeat a technique he had seen only once? At that moment, Jinmu shouted that he was starting. He rushed towards Master Yang Sobang. Yang Sobang was taken aback and tried unsuccessfully to stop him. Jinmu's hand came dangerously close to the elder's chest. Yang Sobang pushed off the floor, trying to avoid the blow. He began to retreat, moving away from Jinmu, but the young man kept up and easily caught up with the dodging master. A stunned Yang Sobang realized with bewilderment that the opponent standing in front of him had just disappeared. Suddenly, Jinmu's hand approached his head from the side and knocked off his hat. The master tried to dodge. He did not expect the student to be so fast. Dodging, Yang Sobang realized that Jinmu was not only repeating, but also modifying the technique. To the elder's surprise, he noticed that the young man had left a cut on his cheek. He couldn't even remember the last time he had experienced something like this. Yang Sobang put his hand right in front of Jinmu. The young man did not expect this, and apparently did not have time to parry the attack. He was thrown back in the opposite direction, under the stunned gaze of the others. The young man hit his head against the door with full force. The elder broke out in a sweat. He had unconsciously launched a counterattack. This time, Jin Kun screamed. Jinmu was only doing what he was told, and there was no need to go that far. Jinmu was Mutang's precious ray of light, and the senior student demanded an apology. Myungchun panicked when he saw the student coughing up blood. It seemed that his internal organs were damaged. Yang Sobang had doubts. He had struck the shoulder, but internal organs had been damaged. The body instinctively dodged. The elder made an unforgivable mistake. Not only did he test the monk, but he also caused him to suffer, and he apologized. Jinmu turned to Yang Sobang. He asked if he believed him now. The question caught him off guard, and he answered in the affirmative. But to Yang Sobang's horror, the young man immediately vomited blood. After that, Jinmu smiled. He did not know why he had been suspected, but he was glad that everything had been settled and felt relieved. The young man was going to go and lie down for a while. He felt that his insides were seriously damaged. Yang Sobang pondered. The boy could have been offended, but he behaved calmly and politely. To think that he had managed to wound such a decent young man twice. The elder came to the conclusion that he had made a huge mistake. While the master was tormented by the agony of bringing Jinmu down, he walked away with a smile on his face. He was sure that this monk from the Beggars Clan would dance to his tune. Now he was at Tanji's level and could not compete with Yang Sobang. And there was no choice but to play dirty. He could easily have dodged the last attack, but he deliberately chose not to. He deliberately flew away from the elder's light touch. He even managed to pretend to cough up blood, but in return, he dispelled all suspicions and gained a new puppet. One of the most influential elders of the ancient Marima clan, Yang Sobang would undoubtedly be useful to him in the future. Jinmu cunningly planned to drain the master very slowly until he was finished. The door was carefully guarded by 4 second-generation disciples. Chonsang kept a close watch to make sure no one fell asleep. They had no way of knowing when the Ju family would decide to attack Jinmu. The caring Chunwoo brought his teacher dinner on a tray. He boasted that it was Jinmu's favorite food. Chonsang immediately opened the doors and ordered it to be brought to the teacher immediately. Entering the chambers, Chunwoo announced that he had brought food that would surely cheer Jinmu up. The young man sat up in bed and thanked his caring student. The food really looked appetizing and smelled delicious. Jinmu ground a piece of meat with his chopsticks, shocking Yang Sobang, who was standing next to him. He thought that in Mutang, people did not eat or drink alcohol, and was even more astonished when he learned that the elder had allowed Jinmu to do so. Watching the student devour his food, the master thought that for a sick person, he had a very good appetite. Jinmu asked why he wasn't leaving. Upon learning that the master wanted to visit Mutang first, the young man was puzzled. Myungchun replied that it would be an honor for the monks to welcome Yang Sobang to Mutang, but what business would take him there? There was no particular reason. The master had simply finished his business in Takana and thought he might as well stop by Mutang. Jinmu was sure that Yang Sobang had just looked at him. He wondered what the old man was up to. The disciples in Mutang climbed onto the fence and the roof, looking out for the returning travelers. Finally, one of them saw him and told the others that Jinmu's older brother was coming back. A group was returning to Mutang, which included not only the disciples and the elder, but also Yang Sobang. The younger students admired Jinmu. his unkempt hair, sword on his shoulder, and swaggering gait. They gazed adoringly at their idol from behind the fence. The senior students were already rushing to meet the travelers. Jinmu certainly did not expect to see them, but he had guessed that this might happen. Jinho flew past the elder and grabbed Jinmu in his arms. Myungchun tried to scold him for his inappropriate behavior, but it was all because Jinho was very proud of Jinmu. Myungchun pointed out that there was one elder of Marima among them. The disciples looked closely, but were not at all impressed by this news. Then, to Yang Sobong's great embarrassment, Myungchun was about to tell them about him, but the master beat him to it, and, taking off his hat, introduced himself to the disciples. In response, Jinho politely stated his name and status. Then, the disciples finally realized who was standing before them. They all unanimously welcomed the quiet dog Yang Sobong to Mutong. The master noticed that despite Mutong's influence weakening, the disciples remained the same, neat, full of strength and dignity. He was ashamed that he had been unable to help Mutong defend himself against Sapa's attack. Jinmu asked permission to go to the temple to meditate, surprising Myungchun, who was not going to greet the supreme elder. The young man began to excuse himself, saying it was because of dizziness, and the elder felt ashamed. Myungchun was sure that the disciple had not yet recovered from the battle with Yang Sobong. The elder even shed tears because of his worries. He really hoped that Jinmu would not overexert himself. But the other disciples immediately approached him with a request to also go to the temple for meditation. Myungchun immediately began asking about training and duties in the palace, including preparing dinner. Not hearing an answer that satisfied him, he barked at everyone to quickly return to their duties. While the students dispersed in tears, the elders decided to continue their conversation. After a while, Yang Sobong and the Supreme Elder were drinking tea at the table. Myunghyun inquired about the reason why the master had requested a private meeting. Yang Sobong took a sip of tea and decided to get straight to the point. He admitted that he was currently trying to find the palace. Not heavenly or demonic, but simply the palace. But did such a group even exist in Morim? Yang Sobong guessed that Myunghyun had never even heard of them, and they didn't know their real name. He himself had been searching for them for 5 years, but still hadn't found out anything useful. The fact that Yang Sobong himself had been unable to find out anything surprised Myunghyun greatly, and he asked why the head of the union had not asked the public for help. This did not happen because there was no information, no names, no goals. They did not belong to either the Champa or the Sapa, and if they did not belong to either clan, then they could belong to other forces in the world. There were rumors that they were very powerful and used new techniques capable of turning the whole world upside down. Yang Sobong added that even the demon clans were looking for them. Modern Murim was divided into 3 factions. Unlike Champa, which supported the world of Ilwal, he planned to conquer the central world. If another side appeared and began to gain influence, it would only be a matter of time before the balance was disrupted. Chaos would follow the disruption of the balance. The head of the alliance was concerned about the disruption of peace and tranquility with the arrival of the palace. That is why they were going to arrange a meeting of all the dragons, to be ready if they suddenly became enemies. It was necessary to prepare the next generation of leaders. The military strategist had already selected the technicians and instructors who would train the chosen ones. This information would soon reach all the ancient clans of Changpa. But why was a personal visit necessary? It was unlikely that it was to share this news. Yang Sobong smiled. It was all about this boy. It was about Jin Mu, whom the master had met in Takana during the gunpowder incident. All of the students' movements coincided with those of the palace, so he became a suspect. Yang Sobong hastened to reassure Myunghyun that the boy was now above suspicion, so there was no need to be angry. But in any case, while Yang Sobong was watching Jinmu, he noticed some genius, wisdom, and the ability to get out of difficult situations. Jinmu had every chance of becoming the hero of Murim. The master was indebted to the student because he had suspected him. Yang Sobong slapped his palm on the table and continued. One way to repay him was to pave his way to the future. Meanwhile, Jinmu was training his student. They'd been standing in a static pose with weights for 2 hours. Sweat was pouring down. Jinmu demanded that they not be lazy because he himself had gone through it. But Chanwu thought he had never seen him do it. With a powerful lower body, they would be able to repel powerful attacks, and the pain would become the foundation that would save them in the future. Jinmu himself wondered what else he could achieve and hoped that something would happen. The status of Mutong's sword was quite useful. The second-generation disciples now looked at him with different eyes. Suddenly, Yang Sabong called out to him, noticing that the young man had decided to hold a training session. He looked at the trainees. In their youth, they had also trained like this. However, the master thought that all this was in the past because it put too much strain on the back. He had also heard that heavy steel bracelets were used instead of stones, but Mutong did not have them. In Yang Sobong's opinion, beggars and monks were similar in this respect, but Jinmu was outraged by this comparison. The young man did not dwell on the subject and asked why the elder was still here. The elder began rummaging through his clothes in search of something. Finally, he found what he was looking for. in his pants. It turned out to be the coin that Yang Sobang had given to Jinmu. But it was not just a monetary unit. It was a warrior's coin. Such coins were only possessed by the head of the beggar's clan and the elders who had earned 8 knots. The coins themselves were tied to the belt. Those who possessed a warrior's coin could receive the full support of the beggar's clan, as long as they did not violate the military code. Jinmu really wanted to take it. After all, it couldn't be bought for any amount of money. The master persuaded him, saying that it was a way to bind their souls together. But the young man hesitated, remembering where the master had gotten it. Yang Sobang was the only one who could give him this coin. He was higher in rank than the clan chief, and if the young man refused, he could forget about it. Jinmu didn't know what to do. He wanted the coin, but it felt very wrong. Suddenly, he fell to his knees and asked Chun-san to come closer. Jinmu asked the young man to take the precious gift and be respectful. The student bowed and thanked him for such a valuable gift, which he could not accept with his dirty hands. Yang Sobang thought that Jinmu had asked someone else to take the gift, while he bowed. The young man seemed polite and respectful to him. The master praised Jinmu for being familiar with the manners of his generation. Yang Sobang really wanted to acquire such talent. He was ready to bring him to Mirim even if Mutong refused. Now that the master had conveyed what he wanted, he could leave. But first, he suggested they have a drink together when the students left the mountain. And after saying goodbye, he immediately vanished, leaving only a few lonely leaves behind. Convinced that the master had indeed left, Jinmu told Chun-san to wash the coin and make sure it didn't stink. Watching Chun-san walk away, Jinmu thought he had received the most valuable gift from the beggar's clan. But the fact that it was a gift meant that Yang Sobang was still his debtor. The Supreme Elder watched the night sky. He recalled his conversation with Yang Sobang about Jinmu's disciple. At that time, the master said that he could recommend this disciple to the head of the Marima Union, the Holy Sword Cholji Ryang. No one could match him in sword mastery. Myunghyun had heard that Jinmu had reached the level of Ying and was showing success with this weapon. In the entire history of Mutang, he was the first to achieve this at a young age. And if he were to study under the Holy Sword, he will be able to reach a level that no one else has ever reached. Mutang will restore its former glory in the central regions under the name of the Holy Sword. Jinmu would be a disciple of the Holy Sword, not the swords of Mutang. No matter how things turned out, the main thing was what the young man himself thought about it. Mutang guided, but did not choose the path for his disciples. It was up to Jinmu to decide for himself. The Supreme Elder did not think that this time would come so soon. It was already time to start preparing. A whole month had passed since the disciples returned from Takana, but nothing interesting had happened, and Jinmu was bored. The exhausted disciples prayed silently that if he had nothing to do, he would spare them. Suddenly, Jinmu called out to a second-generation disciple rushing toward them. The young man asked the reason for his visit and learned that the Supreme Elder was summoning him. It seemed that the entire Mutang had been summoned. The elders and even the palace masters had arrived. Jinmu tried to ask what had happened, but the disciple did not know. But since the first-generation disciples had been summoned, it must be something important. The young man thought about it. Perhaps this was a chance to earn a new achievement. And if everyone had been summoned, then something big was definitely in the works. He jumped up, waving his cloak and ordering Chunwoo and Chunsan to move forward. They arrived at the palace of Jiso, and Jinmu was puzzled because all the students bowed respectfully before him. He turned his head from side to side, not understanding why the atmosphere was so solemn. Finally, the young man reached the palace entrance. But even here, the second-generation disciples guarding the doors bowed respectfully before him. Finally, they opened the doors for him, and Jinmu proceeded inside. There he saw the elders and masters gathered. The young man did not know what was going on. Everyone was very serious and dressed in formal attire. The Supreme Elder, Myunghyun, asked Jinmu to come to him. The young man hastened to comply with this request and approached him. Passing by his mentor, he thought resentfully that he should have warned him. When Jinmu approached, Myunghyun asked his student to sit down. As he sat down, the young man thought that there was too much pomp. It seemed that some kind of battle or something similar was coming. But if the reason was so serious, why was everyone smiling? It was immediately clear from Jinho's face that something pleasant was coming for Jinmu. Myunghyun asked him to listen. After consulting with the elders and hearing the opinions of the first-generation students, they made a decision. The disciples standing next to him were holding things in their hands. Then, they carefully placed them in front of Jinmu. These items would determine the young man's future. He had to choose one. On the left was a letter written to Myunghyun. It was addressed to the head of Mirim and the Holy Sword, Chol Ji-ryeon. On the recommendation of Yang Sobang, it said that Jinmu would study under him. With this item, Jinmu understood everything. He knew about the Holy Sword. When he was Hyuk Renmugan, he defeated him, but his skills could not be denied. They were roughly on the same level. And for Mutang's student, it was a great honor to study under him. But why would Jinmu study under someone he had already defeated once? On the right was a white Taoist robe that only one person could wear. The robe of the White Dragon could be worn by a man known as Mutang's Sword. Everyone froze in anticipation, waiting for Jinmu's decision. The young man looked at the items and thought they had completely lost their minds. Who in their right mind would wear this? It's like walking around shouting to everyone that you're a big shot. They were definitely mocking him. Jinmu turned around and glared at everyone. But there was something else. In addition to the robe, Mutang received a treasure. The treasure that interested Jinmu was called the Techon Elixir. It was Mutang's most precious possession. Only the Taoist clans knew the secret of its creation. Jinmu looked at the chest and thought that with this elixir, he would be able to jump higher than his head. If he managed to absorb the Techon Elixir, he would immediately advance to the Kang level. After that, he would be able to master the double energy technique. He would fully master the Dark Dragon technique and become the strongest martial arts master in the world. This was excellent news. Jinmu even apologized to the Reaper for his misunderstanding when he found himself in this body. The Supreme Elder continued. It didn't matter what the young man chose. Even if he refused both options, no one would judge him. Jinmu's hands eagerly grabbed the White Dragon outfit and the treasure chest. Holding the items close to him, he announced that the novice Jinmu had chosen the path of the Mutang sword. His choice brought indescribable joy to everyone present, from the elders to the disciples. Myung-hyun was also delighted by these words. This disciple had refused to study the sacred sword and decided to make a name for himself with his own strength. Tears welled up in the eyes of the Supreme Elder. He was very proud of Jinmu and thanked the young man. After his choice, the student truly appeared before him as a blessing from Mutang. After a while, Jinmu withdrew to his cave for meditation with the cherished box. Feeling quite excited, he was about to open it. After he lifted the lid, everything was illuminated with a bluish glow. Before him, on a cushion, lay the legendary elixir of Techon. Jinmu felt as if he were in the Garden of Eden. The elixir seemed incredibly fragrant and beautiful to him. Then he noticed a neatly folded piece of paper next to the elixir. It was a set of instructions for consuming the elixir, which was very thoughtful. And since someone had taken the trouble to write it, he had to remember everything. Not a single mistake could be made, so that not a single drop would be wasted. Very carefully, Jinmu picked up the elixir with 2 fingers. Then he slowly brought it to his mouth, preparing to swallow. Finally, the coveted sip was taken and the elixir was swallowed. It melted in his mouth with a sweet aftertaste. Jinmu felt warm energy spread throughout his body. He had to do as the letter said and not rush. The young man closed his eyes. Everything had its beginning in yin and yang. Chansung Youngjin and Chan Woo were waiting for him in front of the cave. The mentor was worried about his student, but Chansung was sure that Jinmu was fine. The night passed, and the Supreme Elder came to the cave. He was astonished to see the state they were in. Had the mentor and his students really spent the whole night standing in front of the cave? Myung-hyun asked Myung-jin not to worry so much. Of course, Jinmu knew that his student would handle everything, but he was still very worried about him. He remembered how he had met his disciple. He was the most important person in his life. The Supreme Elder understood the master's feelings perfectly. The elders did not know how long this process would take. They were too young when Master Hyungwon consumed the elixir. The Supreme Elder was confident of a favorable outcome, so they decided to trust Jinmu and just wait. Everyone continued to wait, and 4 whole days had already passed. It seemed like too long, but no one knew what to do next. Youngjin wondered whether he should go in and check on Jinmu. But what if that would compromise the elixir absorption process? Deciding that nothing bad would happen if he took a quick peek, the mentor took a cautious step. At that moment, a blue glow streamed out of the cave. Jinmu came out to meet them as if nothing had happened. The first thing he asked was what they were all doing there. The mentor was so happy to see his student that he almost knocked him off his feet as he rushed to embrace him. Myung-jin was overjoyed that Jinmu had succeeded and made it through. Jinmu did not understand what had caused such excitement. Was the mentor really so happy because the young man had returned unharmed? Chonseng noticed that Jinmu had grown taller, and to Chonwoo, his skin looked softer. But none of that mattered, and Myung-jin bombarded his student with questions about how he was feeling and whether he was hungry. Then he gave out orders. Chonsan was to report everything to the Supreme Elder, and Chonwoo was to light a fire. Jinmu, not wanting to be left out, volunteered to go and catch a wild boar. But the mentor refused, categorically. The young man had consumed the elixir very recently. Even after giving birth, a woman needs a long rest. How could Myung-jin force Jinmu to overexert himself? Jinmu tried to explain that he had not given birth and felt much stronger, but the mentor would not listen. He ordered the young man to go to his room immediately and said he would catch the boar himself. Although Jinmu did not feel Myung-jin's inner energy, he was definitely getting better. The mentor was slowly returning to his former state as a martial arts master. Later, Myunghyun and Jinmu had a conversation. The Supreme Elder was happy that the young man was all right. Jinmu sat alone, looking unlike himself. Myunghyun had not warned him that he would not be able to become the chief disciple if he chose the path of the Mutang sword. He already cursed this path, which brought nothing but problems. He sighed sadly, thinking about his dream of learning the technique of dual energy. The first-generation disciples, who were eavesdropping on the conversation, did not understand why Jinmu was so sluggish. Jinhee suggested that he was like that because he couldn't absorb all the energy. Jinho asked his friend to stop and not continue with this version. Myungjin heard the entire conversation. He looked at his student and asked how he was feeling. Jinmu replied that everything was fine. However, even the news of the pheasant being caught did not excite him. Myungjin watched the young man. Maybe he really was like that, because he didn't absorb everything. Or maybe he thought he could reach Kang's level once he absorbed the elixir. But now that he had become Mutang's sword, it would be more difficult for him to become stronger. And if that was the case, he must be very upset. The mentor immediately grabbed Jinmu's hand in his own. Myungjin decided to comfort his student because he was the first person to absorb the Taechan elixir at the age of 20. And it didn't matter how much energy he had absorbed. In all of Chunpei, there were 10 people who had reached the level of Kang, and no one in Mutang. In response, Jinmu just sighed and headed for the exit. Then he showed his astonished mentor how much energy he had. The young man controlled it with light movements of his fingers. Then he threw a clump of formed energy far ahead. This attack caused debris to fall from the mountain. The mentor tried to stammer something, but Jinmu beat him to it and replied that he had reached the level of Kang. Therefore, there was no need to worry that he had not absorbed all the energy. Now, Jinmu wanted to rest because he was very tired. Myungjin couldn't get over the fact that his student had reached the level of Kang. But if he had succeeded, why did he look like he had lost the meaning of life? With a loud sigh, Jinmu fell onto his bed. He saw no point in reaching the level of Kang. Simply by training, one could increase the amount of energy. If he had mastered the Dark Dragon technique, reaching the level of Kang would have been a mere trifle. But now he was deprived of the opportunity to learn the double energy technique. Maybe he should destroy everyone and take this secret with him. Now that he was the strongest in Mutang, no one could stop him. But he couldn't resist the memories of the body's owner. If his mentor ordered him to stop, Jinmu could not resist. Jinmu burst into tears, blaming the Reaper who sent him to Mutang for everything. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. It was Chang Sang. A notification came from the repository that the copying of the books was complete. Later, Jinmu looked at the piles of books and wondered why there were so many of them. It was good that he had brought Chun Sang and Chun Wu with him. He was still upset. Why did he need such a pile of books if they didn't mention dual energy? The elder seemed to hear these words and asked Jinmu what he had said. He was surprised to hear that someone else was interested in this technique. Jinmu heard that it was a great technique that only the chief disciple could comprehend, which made the elder laugh heartily. But suddenly becoming serious, he added that it was also poison. Jinmu decided that the old man had gone mad. But he continued. This technique was the legend of Mutang. If only it were possible to restore its true form. The young man immediately turned around, trying to understand what the elder meant. But the elder replied that it was just the ravings of an old man, and allowed the disciples to leave. Jinmu continued to ponder what this could mean. What was the true form of the double energy technique? So it was now in a different form. The young man suspected that this ancient elder clearly knew something. Jinmu turned to Chunwoo and Chunsan and told them to return without him and tell their mentor that he would be delayed in the vault for a short while. Then the young man pulled up a chair and placed it opposite Ungon. Jinmu asked the master directly what he meant by the true form of the technique and that it was also poison. The elder was amazed. He had seen many generations of students, but no one had ever been interested in the double energy technique. Wangon looked closely at the young man. Did he really want to learn it? Jinmu looked at the old man, whose rank and age were unknown, but he was definitely older than everyone else in Mutang. This was the young man's last chance to learn this technique, and he answered with one word. Yes. Wangon heard that Jinmu had chosen the path of the Mutang sword. That meant he would not be able to master this technique now. The student honestly replied that if he had known this beforehand, he would not have chosen the path of the sword. Be that as it may, he had already consumed the elixir, and learning the technique might be too much. The elder decided to give Jinmu some advice. It was to give up now. Mutang's ray of light had infinite potential for improvement, so that the light would not be buried later. They had already had enough of one such tragedy. Jinmu was definitely not going to do that. Compared to the double energy technique, the elixir was just a regular vitamin pill to him. These words amused Ungon. He had never heard anyone talk about the Taechan elixir that way. After laughing, the elder asked what Jinmu knew about the term dual. These were the energies of yin and yang, the progenitors of good and evil, light and darkness. The presence of these two energies in one body meant possessing dual energy, good and evil in one body. Could the monk Mutanga control this? It meant that they would constantly be at war in his heart. In that case, the two energies would not be able to merge, and then the person would be destroyed by the evil inside his heart. If this happened to a disciple of the Taoist clan, he would become a demon who would harm the whole world. Therefore, it would be better to give up. But Jinmu stubbornly replied that he would cope. This would be dangerous for an ordinary monk, but this will not happen to Jinmu because he is unusual. The monk could not learn the techniques of Sapa because his heart was accustomed to the good arts. But even if he started to do so, the amount of their power would not increase. However, Jinmu had already absorbed 6 divine energies with evil in his heart, and he mastered Mutang's techniques without the slightest disharmony. The divine energy that filled him had no effect. Jinmu remained as evil and wicked as ever. He was a real wolf in sheep's clothing. Jinmu was made of evil, so he couldn't be destroyed by the evil in his heart. Wangon listened to all this and couldn't understand what kind of nonsense it was. He had just explained everything to him, but this bastard laughed and said he could handle it. It didn't seem like he didn't understand, and most likely, he deliberately made the old man talk about this technique. Then, Ungon decided to tell him something. The story began 100 years ago. Upon hearing the beginning, Jinmu decided that the old man had lived a very long life. It was unclear what he fed on to achieve this, whether it was the energy of the mountain or something similar. The old man continued his story, ignoring the young man. There was a man who had mastered the technique of double energy, just like Jinmu. He said he would do it and went to train. He began to study the techniques of Sapa to fill his body with yin energy, but in the process of merging, he failed to maintain balance and became evil. This man turned into a demonic creature. After that, he caused great harm to the Mutang clan. Jinmu had never heard of this. He asked Ungon why there were no records of it, if it was true, because it was too humiliating and should never have been mentioned in history. It was the leader of Mutang, Chun Mu. Mutang destroyed all records related to the art of dual energy and the techniques of the man who became a demonic creature. It didn't make any sense. That is, they couldn't stop Master Sapa, who attacked them, but they destroyed the demonic creature. Jinmu decided that the man was not strong enough, which caused the elder to become very upset. If it weren't for him barely regaining consciousness and suppressing the demonic energy, begging his disciple to cut off his head and begging for forgiveness, not only Mutang, but the whole world would have drowned in rivers of blood. This man became a legend in Marima in 10 years. He was the best martial artist in the world, and if he could balance yin and yang, even the emperor would not dare to be near him. Jinmu decided that the old man had definitely gone mad, or lost his mind. Was there really such a great master in Mutang? But the young man had never heard of him before. Jinmu stretched demonstratively. If the old man had finished his story, then perhaps it was time for him to leave. Wang Kong added that after that, the double energy chi technique was divided into 4. It turned out that there was a second part to this technique, but because of the incident with Chun Mu, the book was divided and sent to other clans, where it was sealed. This was necessary so that none of Mutang's disciples would be harmed. It turns out that the double energy technique that the chief disciple received was not all there was to it. Jinmu decided that the second part was useless without the first, but Ungon thought otherwise. Since the comments and the key to combining them were divided into 2 parts and sent to 4 places, the second part contained comments on the first. This meant that it was possible to learn the technique with only the second part. But could Jinmu trust the old man? So we asked Ungon how he knew that the old man hadn't just made it all up. The elder realized that this fool had never heard of him. Jinmu tried to reason. If the name began with Un, then he was the oldest elder in Mutang. Wangon admitted that he was just a criminal who should have been deprived of his 4 limbs and expelled from the clan. In the story about the leader who became a demonic creature, the man who defeated him was none other than Ungon. After some time, Jinmu and his students studied books. The young man felt that he had wasted his time listening to the old man's tales. How could he have beheaded the clan leader? If this was true, then he was a foolish monk who would face the same fate as the leader. He destroyed his inner energy and locked himself in the vault. And now he was saying that there were 2 books on the technique of double energy. There was a very good chance that this was nonsense. On top of that, did the other members of Mutang know about this? Since Woonjun, the next clan leader, did not tell this story to future generations. So much time had passed that it was unknown whether anyone had preserved these books at all. And then there was the personality of Chanmu. If he was so great, then the entire Murem should know about him. It could be just the ramblings of an old man that can be ignored. But what if the second book really exists? Jinmu angrily threw the book aside. He had to stop thinking about this whole story. He grabbed his back as if it hurt badly and asked the guys to sort out the rest without him. Jinmu went outside. At first, he wanted to learn the double energy technique and leave Mutang. After everything went wrong, there was no reason for him to stay in such a nauseating place. But he still needed to get the master's permission. What excuse could he come up with to get it? Mutang's sword. The more Jinmu thought about it, the more disgusting the name became to him. All his actions affected Mutang's image, and he had to watch his every move. As a result, he could end up with another set of chains put on him. He needed not just a short trip outside the walls, but something that would allow him to escape far away. Chongsang watched his teacher and suddenly asked if he wanted to become a wanderer. Jinmu turned around and asked him to repeat himself. The student explained that he had heard him say he wanted to leave. Wanderers mostly roamed the world. For a martial arts master, it was not enough to possess fighting techniques. One must know Jinhu. By wandering, the master gains experience. This is necessary to become a wanderer. It sounded pretty good. Jinmu asked if they could go wherever they wanted and received an affirmative answer. For someone who represents the clan and deals with external affairs like Mutang's sword, it would be useful to become a wanderer and gain experience. And why hadn't Jinmu thought of this himself? If he became a wanderer, he would no longer have to ask his mentor for permission. He praised Chun-san for his quick thinking and patted him on the head. Jinmu planned to meet with Myungjin. He asked his beloved Chun-san to take a break and rest. Chun-san immediately looked at his beloved teacher with hope, but he had to continue sorting through the books. Jinmu promised to come in the evening and check everything. Now, Jinmu didn't need to earn achievements and increase his reputation. To hell with the chief disciple. He couldn't even learn the technique. The young man crossed the courtyard with the thought that it was time to run away from here. He saw his mentor climbing the steps and called out to him. Myungjin went to see how Oryang's recovery was progressing. He was the master of the palace and couldn't just sit around. Then the mentor remembered the books from the repository and asked if Jinmu had sorted them out yet. He asked Jinmu to visit Elder Un from time to time and check on him. Myungjin explained that despite the crime he had committed and the destruction of his teacher, he was still the long-lived Marima who was capable of striking Jinmu. Jinmu, realizing that this could all be true, asked his mentor if there was a man named Chonmu in the clan. It turned out that such a person did exist, and it was he who had led Mutang to prosperity. Jinmu was amazed. Why had he never heard of him? This was normal, as there were only records of the 10 years of his reign, which were made at the request of the government. There was a belief that he was behind the non-interference agreement between Murim and the government. Jinmu began to remember something. But wasn't the non-interference agreement concluded by the first king? The one who founded the current country after receiving help from a man from Murim. So that person was Chon Mu. The mentor became curious about how Jinmu knew that name. Jinmu said that the elder had told him about it before leaving the vault. But now, the young man wanted to ask something else. The student began his question by saying that in the last moments of his life, Chunmu was a demonic being and was defeated by his student. But Myungjin did not let him finish and ordered him not to talk nonsense. The mentor was sure that he had become immortal, and the version about the disciple was completely absurd. In that case, it turned out that most of the old man's words were true. Jinmu began to believe that the second part of the book on the technique of double energy had been divided, and that the yin-yang book existed. Now the young man had hope. There was no time to waste. The destroyed goal could be realized. Jinmu turned to his mentor with a request. He confessed to Myungjin that he wanted to become a wanderer. To be Mutang's sword, he had to go to Jinhu, gain experience, and become better. The mentor looked at his student with wide eyes. In the main palace of Jiso, the Supreme Elder studied the letter and did not know what to do with it. He was distracted from this task by Myungjin, who was standing quietly in the door. He bowed his head in greeting and admitted that he had come with a report. But the meeting was informal, so Myunghyun kindly invited his guest to sit down. Myungjin was observant and noticed that something was bothering the Supreme Elder. Myunghyun moved the letter closer to him and asked him to take a look. The Supreme Elder said that the letter was from the leader of Chungpa himself. It mentioned the opening of the Council of All Dragons, but they asked Jinmu to come. Myungjin saw no problem with this. It meant that he should simply send him there. Myunghyun was angry. They couldn't do that because Jinmu was Mutang's disciple. Myungjin said that Jinmu had recently asked his permission to become a wanderer. In the opinion of the Supreme Elder, his combat skills were already at a sufficiently high level, but Myungjin agreed that he lacked experience. And wasn't it a tradition for Mutang swords to receive the seals of the 5 Taoist clans of the central region? Myungjin had even forgotten about this. There had been no swords in Mutang for an entire generation. Together with Jinmu, they could also send Chun-san and Chunwoo to the council. The main purpose of the Council of All Dragons was to identify capable second-generation disciples. These two were already stronger than their peers, and Myungjin was confident that they would pass the test. It turned out that, in addition to bringing glory to Mutang, they would also be on everyone's lips. Therefore, they would not refuse the request. As a sign of respect, they would send Jinmu there, but he would refuse any offers because he was traveling. The Supreme Elder was impressed by the proposal. This way, the elders would not be able to get hold of Jinmu. At the Changpu headquarters in Wuhan, the head of the alliance listened to the reports. Zhu Hyungjin, the alliance's great strategist, reported that they had sent invitations to all the clans. The leader of the alliance, Holy Sword Choljin Ran, was pleased. This time, many talented people were expected to come. They were especially looking forward to Jinmu, about whom they had heard a lot, and for whom Choljin Ran had even sent a personal letter. For the sake of this young man, they had to replace one of their most talented students. All preparations were going according to plan, and Holy Sword had nothing to worry about. In order to prepare and gain powers more powerful than those of Ilwal and Sapa, they built the Hall of Dragons. If all went well, it would be the greatest martial arts hall and the place where the most powerful forces in the history of Champa gather. The most authoritative masters were invited as instructors. But Zhu Hyungjin had not yet decided who would be the instructor in the Hall of Dragons. It should not be one of the elders of Miram or belong to one of the clans, so as not to challenge the authority of the leader and not to gain any advantage. Choljin Ran thought about it. No one fit these requirements. But the great strategist had one person in mind. He asked what the alliance leader thought of the White Heron. White Heron Dongyun Pen. He was born into the small Dung clan of Henan province and was no less powerful than the 7 elders of Miram. He did not seek power and gave the position of clan leader to his younger brother. He was recognized by all and noted for his neutrality in the struggle for power between the clans. But Dongyang Pen disappeared from the world and wandered around Jinhu. It would be difficult to find him. Choljin Ran noticed the satisfied face of the great strategist. Zhu Hyunjin admitted that Elder Sobang had helped him. According to the rumors he shared, the White Heron was now in Incheon. It was there, at the pier near the inn, that the disciples were having dinner. Chunwoo looked around. There were a lot of people here. Jinmu noticed that this could be because of the dragon's advice. He couldn't believe that these two had been assigned to him again. However, it didn't matter, because he would soon learn the secret of the double energy technique. Suddenly, a man approached them and coughed delicately to get their attention. Jinmu looked at the stranger in confusion, waiting for him to continue. The man apologized for the disturbance. Smiling broadly, he asked permission to join them. From the students' clothes, the man determined that they were Mutang's students who had come to the Dragon Council. But their table puzzled him. Did monks eat meat and drink wine? These young men aroused his interest, and he decided to sit down at their table and observe. But unexpectedly for him, Jinmu refused. The man did not expect such a response, and the young man repeated that they did not want him to sit with them. He was simply stunned. Shouldn't a monk have agreed to such a request? The traveler gestured toward the hall, indicating that everything else was occupied and they had a free seat. But Jinmu was not so simple. There were only 2 people sitting at the next table, but for some reason, the man approached them. Chonsang tried to say that they didn't mind, but Jinmu himself was against it. The young man tried to show with his gaze that he had not refused the traveler without reason. Of course, Jinmu recognized the White Heron, Dongyang Pyong. He was one of his many opponents when he was the head of Sapa. He was frugal and didn't value money at all. A real pain in the ass. But his curiosity knew no bounds. Jinmu was sure that if they allowed him to sit down, he would start asking a lot of questions. White Heron pointed his finger at Jinmu. He knew they were monks from Mutga, but he didn't ask them to stop eating or leave the table. Jinmu was angry. He had paid for this place and did not want anyone else to join them. It did not matter whether they were monks or not. Dongyun Pen agreed with him. The young man announced to his disciples that they were leaving, which upset Chanwu because there was still a lot of meat left. White Heron lost his temper when he heard the young man call him an annoying old man. Jinmu called the hostess over, pointed to the old man, and said that they were leaving because of him, so he would pay their bill. Dongyun Pyong rushed towards the young man, intending to teach him a lesson and good manners. But suddenly, someone's strong hand grabbed him by the shoulder. The hostess demanded that he pay the bill first, which amounted to 4 silver coins. White Heron indignantly shouted why he should pay, and how did these scoundrels manage to eat so much food? Changwu decided that they had met a rather strange old man who continued to insist on his own way even after being refused. Chonsang tried to reason with him that one should not speak that way to elders, but Chunwu decided that there was nothing wrong with it, since the teacher was doing the same. Jinmu listened to the students' argument. They say that children pick up bad habits, and it seemed that this was true. There were many students from different clans in Inchan now, and it was impossible to continue going around looking like that. This could lead to bad rumors about the mentor. Jinmu didn't care if they talked about him or Mutong, but not about Myungjin. Chonsang approached his teacher. He suggested looking for accommodation now, since they were leaving early in the morning. But Jinmu disagreed. He added with a sly expression that they needed to visit a tailor first. The next morning, Jinmu and his students stood dressed in new clothes. Chonsan had just joined them. He had been running around to find out some information. The young man reported that there were no boats left. The ones that were there were already taken. 2 boats were leaving tomorrow. One was completely occupied by the Jew family, and the other would make frequent stops. Jinmu was furious. He had to get rid of the idiots from Mirim as quickly as possible so he could start looking for the book. He asked if Chunsang had tried giving them more money, but Chunsang wondered why that was necessary if there was a ticket price. Jinmu tried to explain to the young man that sometimes it was better to take the easy way out. They hurried on. Jinmu hoped that there were still premium seats available, but a menacing shout flew at their backs, urging them to stay where they were. Jinmu turned around and saw Dongyeonpen, the White Heron, rushing towards them. He was a very persistent old man. White Heron suspected that these young men were pretending to be monks. Yesterday, they were wearing mutang clothes, and today they were in their usual uniforms. All this was beginning to annoy Jinmu, and he ordered his students to leave. Dongyeonpen's patience had also run out, and he stretched out his energy-filled hand to stop the insolent boys. But unexpectedly, he could only grab emptiness instead of Jinmu's shoulder. Dongyeonpen stared in amazement at his empty hand. How could this young man dodge so easily? Jinmu was completely out of control. He turned to the old man and asked what he wanted from them. In response, the White Heron held out his palm and demanded that the money be returned immediately. 4 silver coins could buy a lot of different things, and he had to make sacrifices for it. While the old man was explaining that this money could feed an entire family for several months, Jinmu ordered him to get the money. Dongyeonpen asked him to think about the poor before spending the money, but the young man was already handing him the bag. The White Heron readily took the bag. Of course, this was not at all like him, who did not value money. Now they were even, and Jinmu asked them not to follow them and never to meet again. Dongyeonpen watched thoughtfully as the students walked away, but Jinmu's persuasion had no effect, and the White Heron continued to follow them. The students were tense and felt his presence constantly. Dongyeonpen calmly walked on, completely unperturbed. At one point, Jinmu couldn't take it anymore and demanded that the old man stop following them everywhere, but he replied that they were just going the same way. Then Jinmu gave way and asked him to go first, but the White Heron did not want to do so. Jinmu's patience was running thin, and both disciples restrained him from rash actions. Dongyeonpen calmly watched what was happening. In fact, at first, he had no intention of following them. At first, he was struck by the fact that there was such a person among the monks, and the fact that they met in front of the inn today was a coincidence. But he was very interested in how a 20-year-old guy was able to dodge the attack, and now, White Heron couldn't resist his curiosity. With just one glance, he determined that this monk possessed amazing abilities, but was not righteous at all. A very interesting guy. If all the students at the Dragon Council are like this, it will be worth seeing. Meanwhile, they reached the pier where only 2 ships remained. The boats that Chonsang had found had already sailed away, and one of the ones that remained was occupied by the Jew family. Dongyeonpen decided that the young man would try to persuade the Jew family to let them on the boat. But to his surprise, the young man went in a completely different direction. He went straight to the merchant ship and started talking to the captain about something. But it was uncomfortable to sail on this ship because of its speed. Jinmu had already made all the arrangements and called his disciples. At first, White Heron thought he had never seen such a friendly monk, but then he saw the bag of money and realized that Jinmu had bribed the captain. A monk bribing people with money. It was definitely unusual. Dongyeonpen planned to have some fun if he went with them to the Dragon Council. He hastened to say that he wanted to go with these young people, but the sailor said there was no room for him. However, White Heron was not going to give up and pointed to an empty space that would suit him. It turned out that Jinmu had bought everything and said that only he and his friends could be on board. The young man lay on the bales with a satisfied look on his face. The merchant was overjoyed, and Jinmu agreed to protect the ship. But Dongyeonpen could also protect the ship and was much better than these boys. But that didn't convince the merchant. He believed that they would be protecting the old man rather than the ship. Dongyeonpen was about to reveal who he was, but remembered in time that he couldn't do that. Although Mutang students would immediately become more polite and obedient when they learned the truth. But if that happened, he wouldn't be able to have as much fun. People passing by heard the old man trying to board the merchant ship. One of the men suggested going over to find out more, but the young gentleman replied that it wasn't worth doing so over a simple dispute. He came closer and just heard Dongyeonpen offer money. The young man politely asked if he needed a boat. Junior researcher Marima Zusong greeted the White Heron, whom he recognized almost immediately. Dongyeonpen immediately asked him to speak more quietly. He did not want the students to know his name. The White Heron looked at the students. It seemed that they had not heard anything and were busy with their own affairs. Jusong understood that Dongyeonpen wanted to keep his identity a secret and invited him to follow him to the boat. But he assured him that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. The man was determined to sail on a merchant ship. Jusong wondered why he needed to do that. if it was uncomfortable there. Perhaps the reason was the students on that ship. They were wearing ordinary uniforms, but from the guard of their swords, it was clear that they were from Mutang. The young man realized that the White Heron was interested in them for some reason. He cautiously suggested taking these students from Mutang on the boat as well. Dong-yeon-pen was amazed at how cleverly the young man understood that the boys were from Mutang and that they were the reason for his interest. He had heard that Jusong was known for his genius, and it was absolutely true. The young man hastened to introduce himself to the captain of the merchant ship. The man bowed in response. His name was Nogok, and he was the ship owner of the Chunwon Merchant Guild. Jusong pointed to the White Heron and said that he wanted to take his close friend and these young students on his boat if Nogok did not mind. If he needed money, he could get it from the main branch in Longjong. Nogok couldn't believe his luck. He had been invited to the main branch of the Ju family. He asked them to wait a moment and went to Jimu, whom he informed that everything had changed and the students should leave the ship. This news did not please the young man at all. He was not going to leave the ship because they had already agreed on everything. But Gok grabbed Jimu and tried to force him out. Jusong, watching what was happening, suggested that it would be better if they boarded the ship themselves. His bodyguard tried to warn him that there was a rude person on board. But Jusong was aware of this. He told Jinmu that the elders of his clan would be pleased to know how he treated the elderly. Jinmu jumped off the ship right next to Jusong. He was not concerned about such a minor issue, which he pointed out to the young Master Ju. The apprentice asked to leave them alone and take the old man away. Jusong tried to explain that it was Dong Yeonpyeong's wish, but Jinmu had already ordered Chunsan to find horses. And before leaving, the young man told Jusong to stop pretending to be a man. Stunned, Jusong turned to follow the young man, who was muttering under his breath that he just wanted to sail peacefully on the ship. Dong-yeon-pen tried to apologize for the inconvenience he had caused, but Jusong could only think about how this burden would be known. Then he turned to the White Heron and asked if he would rather ride in a carriage or on horseback. Jusong realized that the old man would follow his disciple, which delighted him. She informed her bodyguard, Yeolpyeong, that she would travel with Yoon Yeonpyeong. Half of the boys were to sail on Jungwon's ship, and the rest on Ju's boat. Yeolpyeong asked for permission to follow her, taking a few more boys with him. Jo Sonu would feel more comfortable if they were nearby. Jinmu sat in the pouring rain. Not only were these leeches following them, but now, at the worst possible moment, it had started pouring rain. The Chu family warriors were busy building a shelter to make the rest stop more comfortable. Unlike Jinmu, the White Heron was delighted. It was very thoughtful of the Ju family to set up camp in the rain. Jusong watched the interaction between Dong-yeon-pyeong and the irritated student. Yeolpyeong brought her a blanket and asked her to rest. Jusong immediately lay down to take a nap. She hadn't been able to sleep properly the night before. From under her closed eyes, she watched Jinmu and the White Heron. How did he find out this secret? No one else noticed. Her twin brother had died. If a successor to the family was not chosen, another child would have to be adopted. And if the adopted successor was not from the Ju family, there would be a rift in the family in the future. Therefore, she had to live like her late brother, dress like a man, and behave like a man. She also had to give up the name Sansan and continue to live as Song. Her parents had to show the entire Central Plain that the Ju family heir was alive. Incredibly, Zhu Song's talent surpassed that of all men. She was second to none among her peers. No one doubted her. She was the short successor to the Ju family, and she thought it was quite a good idea to live as a man. However, after some time, a boy was born. While everyone congratulated the happy head of the family, she realized that she now had a brother. This was certainly a good thing, but it meant she would have to return to her former life, to the life of a woman, and spend the rest of her life in a marriage of convenience with a man she didn't even know. She would not be able to show what she was capable of. She would be trapped in a family and spend the rest of her days as a wife. Jusong was not going to let that happen. Immediately after that, a meeting of all the dragons was announced. It was a chance granted by the heavens. She was not the property of the family, and now she could make a name for herself. After long training and persuasion, she received the approval of the head of the family, and if she became a woman again, she could not give up her abilities. This was her last trip to Wuhan as Jusong. When they arrived there, Jusong would fall ill and disappear, and her newborn son would become the successor. As for Jusan-chan herself, she was going to make a name for herself as a true warrior. But how did this monk learn this secret? No one except key members of the family knew about it. This was clearly a very rude and undignified monk. Who was he? At that moment, Yeolpyeong woke her up to invite her to the table. The food was ready. Sitting by the fire, Jinmu listened to the hungry Chonwoo's complaints about how delicious the soup smelled. Chonsang went to hunt deer, so they had to wait a little longer. Jusong and White Heron began calling them to taste the soup. Chonwoo was just about to go to them when Jinmu's hand hung threateningly over him. Jusong tried again to persuade them to taste the soup, but the young man rudely sent her away. He didn't understand why he should suddenly have dinner with people he had sent away several times, but they continued to follow them, especially her. Jinmu had no intention of trusting a cunning girl who hid her true nature by pretending to be a man. The young man noticed that she didn't bat an eye when he revealed his secret, and her chi energy was at a decent level. Jinmu could feel the energy emanating from her body. Of course, she was far from his level, but she was on par with Chonsan. People who hid something behind their smiles were very dangerous, and he had to get rid of her. Now that everyone knew her secret, Jinmu suggested that they all leave, since they were only here because of the White Heron. Dongyonpen was taken aback and burst out laughing when he realized that Jinmu had known who he was all along. Even the leader of Mutanga would bow his head before the White Heron. How could this young man behave this way and exist in this world? Besides, he was a student who had reached a high level. Jusong realized that this was the very Jinmu she had been looking for. The young man was dissatisfied. He quickly regained his composure. Was it because she was from the Ju family? The White Heron was shocked by the news. This disciple of Mutang's sword also knew who he was. Jusong was a girl. And to his surprise, Mutang's sword was wielded by a first-generation disciple, not an elder. He should have been the first to show respect. But there was something else that was also surprising. When Jinmu defeated the Amchang squad, he already had the level of Ying. Jinmu clenched his fists in anger as he listened to the compliments addressed to him. He admitted his mistake in showing off his abilities too much. Until the turning point comes, skills must be hidden. This is an unwritten rule. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise and Jinmu's fury, Chanwoo revealed that he had already reached the Kong level. He tried to hide it by saying that Chanwoo was mistaken and that he did not yet have enough knowledge for such a level. But Jusong and White Heron were already busy discussing it. Chansang returned from the forest and threw the deer he had caught on the ground. He apologized for being a little late. This deer turned out to be quite fast. Dimyeonpen examined the game with delight. It seemed that this deer would be enough for everyone. Despite Chanwoo's protests, Chansang said he caught it only for the teacher, not for everyone. Chanwoo, covered in bumps from Jinmu's disciplinary measures, tried to explain that it was a white heron and that Jusong was a girl. Jusong interrupted the arguments and, since the deer meat was already there, suggested that everyone start eating. Jinmu was boiling with rage. Early the next morning, Dongyonpen was already walking around their camp. Jusong also got up and went out to greet him. The girl apologized for yesterday. She had a reason for dressing that way, and she didn't want to deceive anyone. White Heron smiled and assured her that everything was fine. Everyone had their own circumstances, and it didn't matter if you were a man or a woman. Dongyonpen suggested they have fun until they arrived in Modim. Wuhan was very far away, and the journey by horse took 20 days. It had already been 10 days since they left Yinchuan. Changwu, riding on horseback, dreamed of traveling with the Ju family in a comfortable carriage. It was already hard for him, and his teacher loaded him with training whenever he found the time. But Chansang asked him not to complain, because it was for their sake. Finally, Jinmu announced the long-awaited rest stop. What's more, there was a cliff there that would be perfect for their training. Chunwoo and Chansang climbed up the cliff loaded with stones for weight. Everyone gathered below and watched the training. Jinmu shouted instructions from below and asked them to hurry up. Dongyonpen noticed that they were climbing quite well, but Jinmu explained that they had no other choice. If they fell, they would die. Jusong asked if it was through this training that Chansang had reached Hyung's level. The girl was curious because Chansang had said so, that it was not because of enlightenment, but thanks to the teacher. She was very curious and asked to be allowed to train with the boys, which made Jinmu laugh. The young man had to spoil her mood or white herons to get rid of them, but she wasn't offended at all. Jinmu asked her to forget about it and get rid of her silly doe eyes. But then he heard a sound. Someone was approaching them. Jinmu shouted at the students to be careful. Chansang heard his teacher's warning cry just as he was about to grab her hand. Suddenly, a man jumped down from the cliff above them. The stunned students stared at him, wide-eyed. The man flying toward them was holding a child in his arms. At one point, he let go of the child, and the baby fell down. Chansang shouted to Chunwoo to help him. Changwoo tensed up and began to fill his leg with energy. He struck the rock with all his might, making a large dent in it. Chansang pushed off from the wall, and Chunwoo and then jumped after the child. He managed to catch the child before she hit the ground. It was a girl. Arrows flew at the man who had jumped with her, easily piercing his body. The wounded fugitive went under the water at the bottom of the cliff. Chansang managed to land safely with the child in his arms. The white heron was unusually stern. He looked up at the top. A group of people stood frozen at the top, and he was very curious about who they were. Their faces were completely hidden by cloth and wide hats. Jinmu also stared intently at the pursuers.